Hello, everyone. It's Dr. Drizzle, and welcome to our second Global Innovation Field Trip. I am coming to you live from Chicago, inside of my grandson's bedroom.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me take care of that.
To our second Global Innovation Field Trip.
Well, we know that YouTube is working.
Live from Chicago, inside.
It's Daisha times 2.
And this is everyone. Oh, hang on a second. Let me take care of that.
I can't even find it.
Global Innovation Field Trip. Well, we know that Houston is working from Chicago.
Jake, the blooper reel for this show will go to Daisha.
Here
She
we
did
go.
this deliberately to make the rest of us
First
feel
and
better.
only glitch for today. We're knocking on wood for that. But just again, we are so excited that you are here. We can't believe it's already our second one. We started back in early January, I believe, talking about this. So I want to introduce my team to you and let them tell you a little bit about themselves and sort of what they do. So we'll start off with Miss Julie Shively, the other beautiful female in the group. Julie, where are you coming from today?
I am coming from Lewis Center, Ohio.
Nice.
It's going to be 100 degrees here today. So I'd rather be coming from closer to where Jake lives, probably. I'm hoping or thinking it might be a little cooler up there. I am Julie Shively. I am with Innovation World, and we are your innovation hub for all things K-12. Excited to be here, and I love working with these co-hosts. And I know that when we get to talking, we'll start bringing in people from around the world.
And our next, once you introduce our next one, Julie.
Jake, where are you?
I am here. I am in Connecticut, and you really don't want to be here with me. It is 95 degrees. They are expecting torrential storms later on this evening. So at some point in the evening, you may be seeing stuff like this. But we know that Daisha has made us all feel better by deliberately creating that confusion in the beginning. And that's one of the reasons I like working with this group. We're all very supportive and helping each other and trying to help the students around the world. So thank you all.
And Jake, why don't you introduce our next host?
Oh, this is great. We have a real professional now. He's got a real studio with real headphones, and this is Carmine. Carmine, please talk about where you are.
Hey everybody, I'm super glad to be here. I am coming to you from sunny Clearwater, Florida, and it's about 90 degrees here today, so we got the air conditioning blasting. We're ready to go. I'm really excited. After our first field trip, I was super impressed by not only our presenters, but the young adults that talked about their projects, their products, and their inventions. It was awesome. So I definitely wanted to be part of this second field trip. And I can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us. So let's get this show on the road.
Julie, can you tell us a little bit about how this got started?
Yeah, sure. And in fact, I heard you say somewhere in early January. It really wasn't in early January. It was closer to mid-February.
Okay.
And we first started, I think it was a phone call between you and I, Daisha, and I said, hey, well, what if we do this like 24-hour invent-a-thon, like the old telethons used to do? And like one day later, Jake and I had a meeting about a new venture he was on called Invent Future Global. And by the way, and Dr. Drizzle just put her hand up and goes, I'm in. And so about a day later, when Jake and I were talking about his new adventure, that I said, I'm in on that. And he was in on the field trip. And then Carmine, I think 2 days later, jumped on board. So it really was, I think it started as an effort to help showcase innovators around the world, because this spring we saw so many things canceling, and it's kind of deflating for the kids when they worked hard on innovations through the fall, winter, and spring, and to not necessarily have anywhere to show them off. But it's kind of even grown from that. I've seen it be a big part of Invent Future Global's initiative now too, where they're looking at this as their global arm of their program, which is pretty cool too. And I think we've added more than simply innovators. I think we're giving them a really great forum to come to and to talk, but we're also highlighting some of those programs that really help those students get things done and learn how to be makers, innovators, and inventors. And I mean, and each time that we do this, I think we try to add something new. Like this last time we decided to to invite some student hosts with us, and we'll have 3 of those, I think all of them today. And I think that's what we're going to do every time, is just reinvent as we go and make it better every time. What I leave out?
I don't think you left anything out. I think a lot of this has also brought some joy. The last few months have been hectic for everyone in different ways, and I think it has brought some joy. It has given us something to do that we feel that is productive. We do have a great day full of events. We are doing something, again, a little different. We will not be online in the wee hours of the morning. So just be aware that from 1 o'clock Eastern time, a.m., to about 5:30, we are going to take a break because, as Jake says, we are old and we are not going to be doing anything. But what we're going to ask you to do is go to YouTube anyway and click on the May 14th and 15th archives and look at some of those that you may have missed last time. We are going to be adding a couple of on-demand STEM challenges. We have some hosts that are from other countries that are going to be working with us today. We do have a couple of housekeeping rules that we want to make sure that you know. If you are watching on YouTube right now, we have several moderators that will be keeping conversations going with you. We're asking that you do a really good job in your questions. Kids, if you're online, we want you to use your great digital citizenship skills and make sure you're kind and respectful, because all of the adults that are moderating have a timeout button. And unfortunately, we had to use it last time, but I feel like it's going to be a whole different ball game this time, so we shouldn't have to use it. We're also going to ask all of our presenters, do not, I repeat, do not take your device to the bathroom. If you have to go, leave your computer, your phone, your iPad, your tablet sitting on a table. We love you, but not that much. So please keep your device. When you're not talking, make sure you mute yourself like all my beautiful hosts have done. And again, just real excited to start this. And we basically just missed the whole first part of this with recording ourselves. So that's okay, because the most important thing is that you meet our guest. Jake, I think our guests are already here. I know we're a few minutes early, but when we're working with kids, I bet we have a lot of kids that want to talk to us. So if you can start moving them over to panelists, I would appreciate that. And while you're doing that, I'm going to use my trusty iPad. Oh, one more thing we want to tell you. We, as the 4 main hosts, are extremely attentive when you're speaking. We got you. But sometimes we're a small group. So while we're hosting, we're also doing social media. We're also monitoring the YouTube chats. So if you see our faces turn or our heads go down, please do not take this as a sign of disrespect. It's just a sign that we're overworked and we're trying to get everything done at one time. So I believe I'm going to go ahead and start doing some introductions here, and we'll see who's coming in. So first of all, we are in the UK, which is very exciting to me because I love the way they talk. In fact, our part of the UK is South Yorkshire, and we have a group of students and a leader from the Discovery STEM Education. Now, this last 3 months, these 5 to 10-year-old innovators who are just going to rock your world have been doing an online invention education program. So they have been studying the invention process and then starting to prepare their own logbooks, their posters, their prototypes of brand new inventions. Now, hang on, I didn't say 50 to 60-year-olds. I said 5 to 10-year-olds. We met several of them at our last Global Innovation Field Trip, and we're excited to introduce a few more to you. Again, this is ages 5 through 10 Invention Education Team from Discovery STEM Education in Sheffield, United Kingdom. So I think there's one more attendee that might need to get promoted, or no?
He's giving a presentation later at 6 o'clock.
Oh, very cool. So I am going to go ahead and unmute our friends and see if we can get them on here. Oh, I see Maria and Rayhan. And Maria, you look great. Maria, can you pull your camera down just a little bit so we can? And then Rayhan, I don't see your camera on.
He's trying to sort it out.
Okay, by the way, your headphones are amazing. I need pink ones. I just have white ones, which are kind of cute. Those pink ones are amazing. We're working on the camera. Jake, have you ever been to the UK?
Yes, actually, I've been there quite a lot. In fact, unfortunately, I was supposed to be there this month, but then something happened, something about a virus. And I'm not there, but what I'm hoping is that these young people will invite me to come back. And then I will have a reason to come.
Well, I have not been there. Had planned to go in the fall, but obviously I'm not going to get to go. But I'm excited to go because I really want to meet Melissa, who has been one of our presenters and hosts. And a lot of these kids, I'd like to meet them.
Have you ever heard of Sheffield Steel? Sheffield?
I have not.
They make cutlery and a lot of products, knives. Anyway,
Okay.
I believe they're from
Maria,
Sheffield.
How do I get my camera
It's a
on?
real industrial manufacturing center in Yorkshire. Northern.
Next time you go, will you bring me some cutlery there?
not on the plane with knives. I can't do
Well,
that.
you can check your bags. That'll work.
I could bring you a spoon.
Sure. So Maria, we see you on there. Whenever you're ready to start talking about your invention and process, you can do that.
Stop crying.
The joy of live streaming.
Does Rayhan have a parent with him or her? Oh, there you go. Yay. Tilt that down some more so we can see the lovely face. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us today. We realized that we started a few minutes early with you, but it's because we had nothing else exciting to say. And we have heard that you guys have done some really great stuff. So we're going to go ahead and let you start. You can introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and then why are you here today? It doesn't matter who goes first.
My name's Rayhan and I'm from Sheffield. I joined STEM because I thought it would be very educational for me. And here is my poster.
So tell us a little bit about that. What is, I see a teddy bear in a seat belt. Tell us about that.
Well, it's about seat belts and making them stronger, so that if a crash happens, you won't fall.
How long have you been working on that?
Good. I think I might add some more.
Rayhan, what type of material did you use?
I'm going to use the squishy metal bit of a sieve.
Okay.
Because when you go forward, when you jerk forward, it like molds into your body and pushes you back.
Now, is that your prototype?
Yeah.
So what type of research did you do on this, Rayhan?
Well, I did some research of, I got the idea from a safety company who did some testing. And
Did you get it right on the first try?
sorry?
Did you get it right the first time you did it, or did you have to use different, did you have to do it several different times to get it right?
Well, actually, I first started off with a whole different project about cleaning the water. But then I decided to make it about seat belts.
What is your next step? What is the next thing you have to do with this particular project?
Well, I had two ideas, and I've got one here, but I'm going to get another one and test it.
Okay. And who inspired you to do this? Do you have help at home, or do you have a teacher that works with you?
And I have help at home.
Now, are you in the same room right now with another inventor?
Yep.
Would you like to introduce her and let her share her project?
Yep.
But we don't want you to leave, Rayhan. You just stay there.
Okay.
My name's Maria, and I'm from the UK. And my invention is the pollution sieve. And first, I've done my prototype. A minute. It's really hard to see because it's from a bird's eye view. And it's basically, I got this idea from, I went to this place called Tinsley in the UK, and I saw this canal, and it had lots of pollution in it. So I thought it would be a good problem to solve. And the way I solved it was, I didn't have a waterfall at home, so I just got a brick that we don't use. And then I got some wires, and I attached 2 sieves to the wires, and then I attached the wires to the brick, and then that made a waterfall, and then I put foil underneath to when the water comes down, and then I tested it and it worked. And I've also got a poster, which I haven't done much on. And I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah. And then some of the problems that I had, one of the problems was that my brother told me was if the water can flow in lots of different ways. So I had 2 sifts, and then because I didn't have like a massive sieve, so I just attached 2 sieves together. And then another problem was what happens when the fish gets stuck. So I'm gonna if this invention actually comes true in real life, then I'll make the holes big enough for all the fishes to like go through, and they won't die straight away because there'll still be some water left whilst they're in the sieve. And then another problem was if it gets too full, and I also solved that, and I solved that by there'll be some workers, and the workers just take the rubbish out, and then they'll swap with other people every day. Or it might just be like really big, so it won't get full at all. It probably will never get full though. And
You lost
because
in front of the camera.
fish.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
In front of the camera, we can't see you when you go off to the side there. We want to see your face.
Because I'm reading from my poster.
Okay, very cool.
It's a problem because fish can accidentally mistake plastic for eat. And when they catch a fish, it might have plastic inside, so they could die or choke. And also it's just a problem because it's like really dirty, it's polluted, and it will fill the air with bad smells as well.
Ooh. So how long did it take you to work on this project, Maria?
I did it didn't really take that long. It took about 1 minute.
A minute?
Days. It
Day.
took like 1 day to do.
All
But
right.
then it broke sometimes because when people are picking it up, the wire sometimes it gets caught on one of the rocky bits on the brick, and then it just snaps. So that's why it took a few days actually.
Well, I know that you saw a canal. It sort of gave you the idea. But how old are you, Maria?
I'm 9.
So you're 9 years old. Why do you care if the water's clean? Can you tell us that?
Because it's bad for the environment, and I think the world should be a clean place and not a polluted place.
So what is your next step? You've created this prototype. What do you want to do next with this? Is it just going to sit in your house, or are you going to share it with someone?
I think it's just going to sit in my house. And also, I got the idea for doing a pollution sieve because in year 4, in my first year of year 4, we learned about deforestation, and that's like a bit similar to pollution in the water, but it's just with the forests because they cut down trees. Well, it's not really like cutting a river because you can't do that, but like it was like It's like it. It's like the forest is sometimes polluted and the river is sometimes polluted, and they're both ways of cleaning it.
So I like your idea, and I think you're correct in saying that we do not want our world to be polluted. What I would encourage you to do is to do some research and find someone that works in the field of water filtration and see if they would look at your idea. Because if they actually put that out near a canal or a waterway, we really could stop some pollution. What do you think about that?
And that would be really cool.
Really cool. And Fredman, I also thought about, have you thought about reaching out to a car company to see if they would be interested in your idea?
Not yet, because I haven't finished, because I need to do more testing.
Okay. Can you tell me how you're testing?
Well, I'll try and find, well, I put the seat belts I made on a teddy, and I'll put a teddy on my a car seat. I'll try and find a vehicle that this can ride on, and I'll make the vehicle go really fast. My mummy will, and I'll try and make it crash into something but not damage the vehicle, and see which one goes the furthest.
Okay, and I like the idea of making sure you don't damage it too much, especially if you and Mommy are in the car together. So be real careful. Maybe you could put your bear on a skateboard and send him down the hill.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
So we know that you have been working on this for a couple months with a team of inventors. And we also know that you have someone that sort of mentors you or supports you. And can you tell us who that is? Who your teacher is or your mentor?
That's my mum, but my sister also gives me some support.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And that's the most important thing. Thank you, Mom. Where are you? Put your face in the picture now. Yes, we want to see you too. Thank you so much for supporting these amazing inventors. They're going to change the world. Melissa, I see that you've joined us. I know that you wanted to sort of just stay away and let them talk. They did an amazing job for 15 minutes. They have held us captive, but can you tell us a little bit more about what they did over this 3 months and maybe even speak to the few that weren't able to jump on today? And again, Rehan and Maria, oh my gosh, you're amazing. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, Melissa.
Yeah, so Maria and Rehan, actually, there's a lot more about their background as regards to their engineering and invention background. What's really impressive is that they've only really been doing the invention program for a few weeks, really. They did a few classes in our STEM centre a few months ago, and then had a little break. And then they came back to us when we were online. So they've just been through this whole invention process and come up with their prototypes, and they've worked on logbooks and posters online. So the work that they've been talking to you about today and everything that they've shared with you today, that's actually all the work that they've done online, which obviously is not as easy, and there's other challenges from doing invention at home. And it just shows how great they are at being independent inventors. But they have got a great background in engineering, because they are both World Educational Robotics students. So they've been doing World Educational Robotics for a couple of years, extracurricular, but also Maria does that in her school. Her school is actually a World Educational Robotics school, and so they teach it in the curriculum as well. So they have both been doing a lot of problem solving in robotics and coding, and doing inventions, a little bit of invention in there as well. As well as their invention program, which they've started to do much more recently. But it's really impressive how fast they've come along, really. And what you couldn't see from speaking to them today is how confident they are in all of their classes to support other children as well. And so not only are they focusing on their own inventions, but they are always really keen to jump in there when other children are talking about their inventions and they've got to a point where they're stuck, they don't know what to do, they've come barrier. And Rayhan and Maria are really keen to put their hand up and say, well, have you thought about this? Or how about doing it this way? So they're really great collaborators as well. And I know that they're going to become great global collaborators in the future as well.
Well, speaking of hands up, Maria has her hand up right now. So, Maria, do you want to say something else?
I forgot to tell you, but I came up with another invention. I came up with a few others, but one I designed, and me and my dad are going to make it soon. And it's a really easy way of making a water fountain. First, I'll just explain to you really easily. I made a design there. So first, just get a hose pipe, and get one which, because in my house we have one which sprinkles upwards. So just get a metal pipe or a plastic pipe, and then get a hose pipe and drill a hole in the plastic pipe, and put the hose pipe through it. Then attach so that it doesn't lean to the side. Attach a spout to it that sticks to the plastic drain, and then it should shoot up once you turned it on. And then also, if you don't have a bendable hose pipe, which I don't think is possible, but I just added this anyways. I just added an elbow on where it bends whilst it's going into the pipe, and that's it.
I was about to say, Darcia, that these aren't the only inventions that I've heard Maria and Rayhan talk about. I was just about to say, and I was just about to ask them, that there's quite a few inventions, and do you guys remember your very first invention that you came up with when you did a few sessions in our STEM Centre a few months back? Can you remember what it was?
Yes.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that invention? Your the first time that you ever thought about the invention process, and the first time you ever started to learn about the difference between a novel invention and an innovative invention and the engineering design process, and the first idea that you had. Can you tell us about it?
I think it was a cup holder.
And why? What was the problem? What was the problem you were trying to solve, Rayhan?
It was to solve when you sit down and when you have like a cup on your couch, so it doesn't spill when you sit down.
A special kind of cup holder for a couch, wasn't it? A couch that's soft and bumpy, and you guys were trying to invent a cup holder that no matter how much you bounced around or moved your sofa, this cup holder would make sure that your cup didn't spill over, because you have this big problem in your household that people still drink on the sofa, and many of us do. And that's something that you worked on for a while, isn't it? And I hope that you go back to that, because that's still a problem that I think we still need to solve. Maria, have you got another one that you can remember? Because there's been quite a lot of inventions.
That was actually my invention.
And then you shared it together. You worked for a while, didn't you?
I think my brother came up with a different one.
with somebody else, but I can't remember what it was.
So much collaboration that goes on amongst you guys. And there were four inventors who were hoping to join us, and they're not able to be here. So I will just, I'd like to just mention what their inventions are.
Please do.
Harry and Charlie, who were hoping to be with us, they're brothers who've been working together on a team invention, which is a diving suit that would enable divers to do long-term work deep down in the sea for about a week. So they're considering all sorts of things, how they could make sure that the diver could stay underwater. So kind of they've been thinking about what astronauts need so that they can stay up and out in space. They've been trying to design a diver's suit for a diver to stay underwater for a long period of time to do lots of work if they've got particular archaeology or some kind of work to do under the sea. And Aaron and Robbie, who came on Gift last time, who were working on their globe that projects and makes all different environments in your room. Not only does it project an image, a 3D image, but you also have the feeling of wind and different environments. And they've now done a lot more work on their prototype. They've got some fantastic posters that we're hoping to share with us today. And Robbie has also done some more work on his invention that he spoke about, which is his table for camping. You can camp on hills and you can adjust the legs on the camping table. He's just done a lot of research. He's been collecting lots of data from people to find out the appropriate size for the tables and lengths for legs. And he wanted to present that research, but unfortunately he's not able to be with us today. But it's been really great that Mario and Rayhan are here.
I totally agree. They are pretty impressive. And again, I want to reiterate, these are 5 to 10-year-olds. So if you are a young adult or middle-aged or older and you're thinking, I just can't do it, know that there are young kids right now that are changing the world right where they are. We talk a lot about our kids being the future. I would disagree. I would say that they are our present. They are the ones changing the world now for us, and we should be able to support them. Rayhan and Maria, I just want to thank you again for coming on today and sharing. It's not easy to share in a virtual platform like this because your camera doesn't capture everything, but I will assure you that the words you used were vivid enough for us to understand what you've done. And we all, myself, Carmine, Jake, and Julie, are cheering you on from the States, saying, good job and keep going. And Melissa, again, to you, thank you so much for supporting them and giving them the opportunity. And Mom, thank you so much for helping also. During this time of intentional homing, having our parents and adults help us is very important. So thank you so much. Rayhan, if you want to give us a little wave there. And Maria?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darcia. Thank you very much for giving us
Thank you.
fantastic show.
So, Jake, I'm pretty impressed, and I think that it would be a cool idea for us to look at one of our commercials to see if we can inspire other kids to come up with ideas on their own. So I'm going to let you, I'm going to pass the ball to you and let you share your screen.
Well, oh, good. The pressure's on me now. So we have some wonderful STEM challenges that have been created. Dr. Drizzle, do you know who created these wonderful STEM challenges?
The person behind me right here does all that, my alter ego. So yes.
So now we're going to see if I can control this screen sharing thing. So let's see here. Is it working?
Yes, sir. This challenge is called the Broadcasting Journalism STEM Challenge. You know, in schools all around the country, kids were responsible for producing the news. They would interview people, they would have recordings of games and different events, and then they put on a news show. We want you to try that now. Around the house, put on your own news show You know, we all need to hear some good news every once in a while. Create your own television spot, share what you're passionate about, write your own script, create your background, maybe a green screen would work, and then set up your camera, edit, and share with us. Broadcasting and Journalism STEM Challenge. Get it rolling. So thank you. Thanks, Jake, for sharing that. And kids, it's not as hard as you think. I'm in my grandson's room right now, and let me just show you what would happen if I turned off my virtual background. You would just see this green screen. Now, this was something I purchased off of Amazon, and it only costs about $20. It's just a piece of material, but it does wonderful things. For example, I just showed you my Dr. Drizzle background, but I also have some other background I could use. So you can interview your parents, your neighbors, as long as you're social distancing. You can interview your siblings, tell them what's happening in your world. In fact, YouTube has a contest right now. On July 25th, a very famous videographer and cinematographer is asking for kids and people across the world to send in a little 30-second video on what's happening in their home so they can create this global video. So we hope that you join that challenge and that you send it to us through our email, globalinnovationfieldtrip@gmail.com, and we will share it on social media. So Jake, you did a very good job there sharing that. Thank you so much. Well, we have another guest. Of course, we're going to be saying that a lot for the next 20 some hours. But this time we're moving back across the pond. Instead of the United Kingdom, we're back in the United States in Connecticut. And we have Lily Zalula. Now, Lily is a 4th grader, and she is an award-winning inventor. So she's not just someone we found at Walmart. She really does have some amazing inventions out there, and she's already won some awards for them. And she, this presentation, she's going to talk to us about her new alternative energy source. So welcome. It says Tiffany, but you're Lily, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
It's her mother trying to take credit for what Lily has done.
Mom, you can do that. All right, Lily, take it away. Tell us about your invention.
Okay, so my invention is an alternative energy source created when a car rolls over one of my easy energy rollers, creating energy.
Wow, like magic.
I'll show you how it works. So this car, it rolls over the easy energy roller, and it creates the light bulbs lighting up, which shows that's creating energy. So how I came up with this is when this year in school, we were learning about fossil fuels, and we're learning about the pros and cons about them. One of the major cons was global warming. And my teacher taught me all about it, and I wanted to create something that could prevent global warming from happening. I also have slides to share. So, okay, so this was me in my local invention convention at my school. I won 1st place, and I got to the Ready, Set, Innovate, and I got 3rd place. And then this was an up close of my prototype. So that's right, the yellow thing on the side of the road is my easy energy roller. And yeah, this is facts about global warming.
So if you don't know what global warming is, it's so it's when CO2, carbon dioxide, gets released into our atmosphere, and it slowly disintegrates our ozone layer. Our ozone layer is a layer around our Earth that prevents our Earth from overheating. So as it gets smaller, our Earth is getting hotter, which causes sea levels to rise, icebergs to melt, and polar bears to lose their homes. So I wanted to find a way to prevent that from happening. This is that picture on the side is me in my school competition with a first place ribbon. Then that was, and then the one at the end is me getting my awards for for my energy award. And yeah, this is another fact about me. I'm a national competitor in American Ninja Warrior. It's kind of like a sport where we climb on obstacles and we can't touch the floor. So yeah.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Lily, why did you decide to do this? Besides the global warming thing, just inventing. I mean, why you could just be a ninja warrior the rest of your life. Why do you want to invent?
I want to make a difference in the world because everyone kept telling me about how much the Earth was like getting overheated and how much damage we're doing to it. And I thought, why can't I create an invention that can stop that and make our world a better place? And I also got inspired by my sister. She created an invention that got really far, and I decided that I wanted to make an invention too that could help our world.
Wow. Is this your first invention?
No, last year I created an invention. It's called thermal thumbs. I actually took first place in that last year, but it's kind of like a heat warmer for your thumb, because my heat warmer for my hand, it didn't heat up my thumb. So I just created a separate one for my thumb.
And it won first place?
Yeah.
Very cool.
And it won in Connecticut Knitting Convention.
Do you see that this might be a career for you?
Maybe.
You know,
I'm already thinking about inventions for next year that will compete.
Carmine, what are you going to say?
I was going to ask Lily, have you talked to anybody about this particular invention, Lily, about how you can implement it maybe in your town or worldwide?
Yeah, I just talked to Drive Ohio, and we were talking about how my invention, if it could work or not. And we're talking about like the future of vehicles, kind of like driverless cars and stuff like that. And we're talking about how if my invention could work, and he said that it's possible for easy energy to work.
Wow. How's that feeling? It must be pretty cool to talk to somebody that has that power to implement your idea, and they're saying that it could work. That's a good idea. I mean, that must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling.
You know, there's a lot of people around the world listening, and how many iterations or how many tries did you get to actually make your product so you had a working prototype?
So basically, my prototype had a lot of problems. But so with my car, it kept getting stuck on the cardboard because it didn't have an easy energy roller over here. So the tire didn't get supported at all. So in real life, there'd be one big easy energy roller going across. But it's kind of like a speed bump, but I didn't have one long one. So I instead took a glue stick cap. I don't know where it went, but Oh, here it is. I took a glue stick cap to support the car, so this tire would this tire back here would be supported by something,
Yeah.
so it could look like it's green energy. Also, I have this wall here. Usually there'd be the car would obviously go straight through the Easy Pass, but I only have one car, so I had to make the tires continuously roll on the Easy Energy roller, so it can continuously make energy.
Oh, so real quick, so that's why you named it Easy Energy Roller, because of Easy Pass.
Yeah.
Ah, very cool.
I would also put easy energy other places, like near places that the car would slow down, like near speed bumps, on and off ramps and stuff like that.
Oh, and I'm thinking about like school zones and how there's certain times of a day when they have a sign that says slow down, but people don't always do that. So not only are you saving energy and you're working through the whole fossil fuel thing, you're going to be saving lives with this, because it will allow people to slow down and be more careful.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Lily, you're very impressive. Now, how old did you say you were?
I'm 10 years old.
You're 10 years old. How has it been being at home the last few months?
Well, I always at home, I get really bored. So like every time I just think of inventions to make. And usually at home, I don't do that much stuff. But also at home, I've been doing dissections on animals, and I've been learning about them. So that was pretty cool.
So you're continuing to learn. You don't have to be in a school building. You're continuing to learn. Now, I noticed that you have some magic hands that keep running things across your screen. Is that an invention or is that a real person?
My mom.
Can you jump over and say hey for a second?
These are hello.
Hello. I just wanted to say thank you for your support of your kids. Were you an inventor growing up? Is that something you enjoyed?
I think I did like to build things and create things. I don't know if I'd call them an invention per se, as sophisticated as my children's inventions, but yes, I do. And then look, I took that and I ended up as a biology major. So you never know where these things go. Hence her dissections.
Absolutely. I'm glad there's an expert in the house on that then. I was a little worried about that. So
I was a little worried for everyone as well. I was like, the animals are dead.
and there is a registered biologist in the house, so we're good with that. Lily, I want to see where this takes you. Like, I want to see your next step. I think you should be on Shark Tank. I'm not kidding. So they're always looking for cool inventions that save the environment and save people. So Barbara Corcoran, if you're listening, and we will tag you in this post, you need to connect with Lily. She has some great inventions, but this easy energy thing, I think would actually go somewhere big. I think it's something we need. So thank you so much, Lily, for sharing. Now, Jake, have you met Lily before? I know you live in Connecticut. Don't all Connecticutans know each other?
I'm afraid that she hangs out with a higher class of people than I'm normally with. So no, I have not. But Lily and your sister is Sophia, right? Sophie. So what I'd love to do is invite myself to take everyone out to lunch sometime after the virus thing is over, you know, and you can check your schedule. But I'd love to hear more about what you're doing. And how do you like that? I set myself up for a lunch meeting.
That's good.
Everyone likes the lunch.
Yes. And Jake, you just spoke about Sophie, and I think she's going to be actually presenting at 1:45 today.
Yes.
Well, we might see Mom again.
This is what we do in our house is we ask tons of questions and we walk around trying to solve problems all day.
That's what we all should be doing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your support of all these kids. It's wonderful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Awesome.
Carmine, this is something I think that could go somewhere.
You know, I have spoken with the whole invention family prior, so I have a little bit of information on it. But you know, it's such a great feeling to have not only these great ideas, but a whole family that works together to create and think and solve problems, not just to make money, but to solve problems throughout the world. And that's what I think is so great about not only what we're doing here, but what kids and young adults are doing all around the world. I mean, almost every invention is helping the world. It's such a great feeling.
Yeah.
The other part is, you know, if we implemented Lily's invention here, I wouldn't feel so bad sitting in traffic. You know, I'm always yelling while I'm in traffic or yelling at the cars in front of me to get going, but at least I'd feel a little better.
Yeah. When so my mom's always in traffic, and I was thinking that maybe we could, do something like to do something. I would use like a car for something bad for our environment that produces fossil fuels to make something good and make it better for our world.
I love that, Lily. Thank you. We need a lot of Lilies in the world. We've already had Rehan and Maria and now Lily and Sophia coming up later. Thank you so much for what you're doing to do good things. I'm proud of you. We all are. We can't wait to see what happens next.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye, Lily.
Bye.
Well, Jake, speaking of young innovators, we are excited to have a guest host coming up with us who will be doing some introductions, but I want to give her just a few minutes to talk about herself. So let me introduce our guest host who will introduce other people. This is Ella, and we met Ella in May with her sister, and they created some amazing things, I think, with recycling. Am I correct on that, Ella?
Yes, you are.
And you took part in our student, our student host challenge, and you were one of the winners.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So before you start your official host duty and get paid all the money that we're really not paying you, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll let you start the top of the hour.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm Ella Bard. I'm going into 8th grade and I live in Wadsworth, Ohio. And I have a really big passion for recycling, and that's why I invented the Recycle Buddy. I'm also a yoga instructor and an athlete. I take part in soccer, basketball, and lacrosse.
And you're 27?
I'm 13.
13. Well, you're very eloquent in your speech, but I know that there's more to you than just the way you talk. We've seen what you can do. So Global Innovation Field Trip is proud to introduce at the top of the hour our first student guest host, Ella Bard. And Ella, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can introduce our next speaker.
Okay, sounds good. So our next speaker is Daisha Jones, and she's going to talk to us about STEM Challenge number 1.
I am going to do that. So if you will give me just a moment, I'm going to share my screen. I practiced with Jake, so I should be pretty good at this. So I'm sharing my screen now.
Ms. Host, Ella, why don't you read the introduction? Do you have that?
Yes. So Daisha wears many hats, but they're all exciting, fun, and educational. She engages, inspires, expects, and informs. LLC, social media director, Global Innovation Field Trip, and National Parks Expedition Challenge, and beyond, 7/2, High Adventure STEM is all the things that she takes part in.
Thank you. I hope I live up to that. Well, we
Aisha,
have today.
You couldn't have said that any better than it was great.
Ella, you're hired. So this is our first on-demand challenge. Excuse me, during this this trip that we're on. So go ahead and look. If you are just getting on the website, just collect some materials. Now you don't have to have all of these things. I picked up some Legos when I came into Tucker's room because I stepped on them. So I'm going to be using several things and I'll show you in just a moment. But these are the things that we want you to start grabbing from around the house so that you can participate in our first on-demand STEM challenge. We know adults love to play games. We have sports, which Ella mentioned she's part of. We, as a young child, I played checkers, Candyland, and Parcheesi. Those games, cards, darts. As I've grown, I've
Dr. Drizzle, your sound, I don't know about other people, but I'm having a lot of trouble with the sound. Ella, Carmine,
Yeah.
are you having trouble too?
I'm having trouble. I can't hear her. She breaks
Yeah.
out.
I read lips, so I knew what she was saying.
Dr. Drizzle, your sound went off. We don't
Still
hear
off.
you. Nothing. Well, Ella, this is what happens in a live broadcast. Okay? So welcome to the real world. Now, at this point, we would turn this over to the host and you might sing a song or tell some jokes or do something. We have to fill up the dead period, okay? So we can't have that happen. So we need to talk more, okay?
Okay.
So you went on vacation, right?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
So we took an RV and we went to 6 different states. We went to Michigan, Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, and Illinois. And we went around and we went to Ozarks, Sleeping Bear Dunes, which was definitely one of my favorites. We went to Indiana Dunes. And it was beautiful and everything there was magnificent to see. And it was a great adventure.
Wow, I'm so glad you came back. Dr. Drizzle, we still don't hear you. No voice, no voice at all.
And in some cases, you know, Jake, that would be good.
I didn't say that. Okay.
Hey, Ella, how did you get yourself into this mess? Like, how did Jake get you on the show?
She volunteered. So Ella, you told us you're 13, right?
Yes.
So I know this is, you probably get this question all the time from adults. And the reason we're doing it is we're not being snoopy. It's just that we are so jealous of young people because you have your whole life in front of you and all these wonderful things you can do. And we want to try and live our sad lives through your exciting life. And so the question that I'm sure you get all the time is, and what are you thinking about doing when you grow up?
So I have an extremely strong passion for sports, specifically soccer, and I am currently playing with an elite team, International Soccer Club, and I also play for the Olympic Development Program, and I'm wanting to lead my career to play professionally in the future because I love the game and I just have so much fun playing it.
Wow. Maybe, Carmine, maybe we should get her autograph now while it's cheap.
That may be a
Wait a
good
minute,
idea.
maybe it's already too late to get it while it's cheap. I should have done it before. Oh,
Hey,
right.
Ella, do you have any inventions in the soccer realm? Are you thinking about?
I haven't really thought a lot about that yet because I have like more of my inventions are based off of like helping like for example like elderlies or like with the Recycle Buddies, shorter people and stuff. And like my next invention thought would be to create a better handicap shower because when me and my mom were in Tampa for a soccer tournament, it was a mess. Water was all over the ground, and we just thought, how hard would it be for the elderlies and the handicapped to have to clean that all up when it's already difficult to shower?
Yeah, I totally agree. That's awesome that you notice that stuff. A lot of people would just go on. Everyone is so busy in their daily lives that for you and your mom when you're traveling and stuff to notice that, and that's what shows. Now you had a soccer tournament here in Tampa because I live in Tampa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my office here is in Clearwater. Where did you guys stay in the Clearwater area, or did you have to stay with the team?
Yeah, we stayed more around Tampa Bay, but we did actually travel up to Clearwater, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Ella, I just got a message that Dr. Drizzle thinks she's back online. So why don't you reintroduce her quickly?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Ella, it's your ball. It's your game.
Okay. So now we have Daisha Jones, and she is going to talk to us about STEM Challenge #1. So Daisha wears many hats, but they're all exciting, fun, and educational. Engage, inspire, expect, inform. And she takes part in the LLC, Social Media Director, Global Innovation Field Trip, National Parks Expedition Challenge, and Beyond 7-2 High Adventure STEM. So go ahead and take it away, Daisha.
I'm going to try this again. I'm sharing my screen. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, so again, we're just going to talk real quickly. I'm going to get to the point where I need it to be. These are the materials that we want you to try together as we work through this first STEM challenge on games. We know that the Global UN Sustainability Challenges has 17 goals that they want us to try to solve before the year 2030. And if we do not solve these different challenges, our world is going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, looking at these 17 goals, that is pretty overwhelming. But for this first STEM challenge, we're going to talk about goal number 3, which is good health and well-being. I want to again tell you that these are the challenge materials we're going to use. Good health and well-being. And I want to introduce you to a friend and see if you can hear this. Would you give me a thumbs up when you can hear him speak? Not there.
That is the sound that all of us hate, the back to class bell. After a good time at recess, it's time for all the kids to go back inside to learn again. But what if we were already in one of the best places to learn? A place that's a safe environment, has clean air, good lighting, and lots of space. A place that allows us to become creative, critical thinkers. Exactly the skills we need for the future. Sounds like the perfect classroom, doesn't it? Well, outdoor unstructured play can do just that. It can give us better academic performance, it can help us develop problem-solving skills, and of course, it keeps us healthy. Let me share a personal story with you. This is a stick. Or is it? When I was in first grade, my friends and I pretended that this was a key that could unlock another dimension, galaxy, or even a secret underground spy base. Recess wasn't just a break from class, it was a doorway to a whole other world, a world where we created our own language, planets, and aircraft to transport you through the inky darkness of space. Onashima Jimashi Forimak. That means look out for that spaceship in our secret language. The key was inserted into a tree stump, which is a special lock made by aliens. Unfortunately, our play area got torn down, so I'm still looking for another good stump. But why am I even telling you this story? The average kid gets about 30 minutes of outdoor play every day. Yet that's only if recess is on time, and if it isn't canceled by bad weather. That's about half as much as 20 years ago. But why does this even matter? According to NPR Ed, when it comes to brain development, time in the classroom is actually less important than time on the playground. A recent study by Charles Homan has shown that kids who are physically fit tend to do better in school than their fellow classmates, math especially. In fact, countries that have more recess actually perform better academically than where recess is less. Isn't that interesting? Outdoor play means that there are no rules, no coaches, no umpires, and no rule books to decide what we have to do and what game we have to play. We create, we innovate, we cooperate, we decide what to do. We have fun doing it. We decide what this is: a car, a plane, a key, or just a stick. According to one researcher, outdoor and structured play helps us develop problem-solving skills. We actually have fun learning. Amazing, isn't it? Let's talk a little more about the benefits of being outside. Clearly, exercise is beneficial for our mental and physical development. Making sure this happens outside has even more benefits. In fact, according to the book, Last Child in the Woods, adults too seem to benefit from recess in natural settings. Joggers who exercised in natural green settings felt more restored, less anxious, angry, and depressed than people who exercised inside. This seems to be true for children as well. The need to be outside doesn't diminish after elementary school. One survey found only 10% of American teens spend time outside every day, and yet nature can improve creativity by 50%. So think about that the next time you get a massive pile of homework. Make sure you do at least a pound of it outside. Want better academic performance? Get outside, climb a tree. We can weather the weather.
So I love Brody. I love what he talks about. And give me a thumbs up again if you can hear me. I don't want to keep talking if I'm not there. Great. So this is our challenge. During this season at home, we've all learned how to make better use of our time. We've been creative, we've been resourceful, but I know that many of us have been a little bit bored. And I can raise my hand to say that I've been bored sometimes. So using the UN Sustainability Challenge Goal 3 that says we need to promote good health and well-being, I want us to create something with some materials that we have at our fingertips. So I am going to unshare my screen, and I'm going to change my view of my camera. So you should be able to see down here with my hands. So I'm going to bring over some material. So those of you that are participating on YouTube or participating at home, bring those materials over. I found some straws. I found an old library card, a bell, 2 pieces of cardboard that I brought or tore off of an Amazon box. I also found some tea lights, a rubber band, a binder clip. I took this little rubber ball from Oliver's room, shh, don't tell him, a ping pong ball, and then a various assortment of Legos, paper clips, a Sharpie, etc. So what I'm going to try to create, and I want you to create this also, is to create a game, a very small handheld game that we could use to teach to a younger child. So Ella, your sister is coming on, she came on last time. How old is she?
She's 11.
So she's a little bit younger than you, but do you have neighbors or friends that have younger siblings?
Yeah, I actually have 2 other younger siblings. I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old.
So if I were going to use something like this little piece of Lego, what would I need to be thinking about if I were going to give it to a 6-year-old or under?
You need to like think about them swallowing it and potentially choking.
Right. So as I'm building my game, as I'm cutting cardboard, I have to make sure that what I'm building can be used in a safe way. So I've got some tape here, and I think I'm going to use this binder ring and tape it here. Now, whatever you're doing at home right now, you keep doing that because I want to see everybody's invention. So, whoops, hang on, I dropped it on the floor. I'm coming back. So if I were to attach this little ring here, Ella, what would be a game that you think someone could play with this ring attached to this cardboard?
I see it as like a little basketball game.
A little basketball goal. And knowing that I took the little ball from Oliver's room, I possibly could use that. Now that one's too big, but I have a little pink one that he could drop in there so many times. I would have to do something to sturdy up this cardboard. So do you have any ideas for that? Ella?
You could, yeah, like you could clip it together and then somehow get it, like you can maybe use the tape too to the table.
Okay, so that's a good idea. So I'm going to take her advice right now and tape. I'm going to use this tape. And then I think I'll tape it from the back so it'll look neater. I'll move this out of the way. And you're right, Ella, having that one piece of tape actually gave it a little bit of sturdiness. Yes. And I used your idea with the binder clip, and that's how I'm going to get this to stay on, because tape wasn't working. So there's a couple things that they could do. They could just drop it in there, but what would elevate the skill level of this? Instead of just walking it over and dropping it in there, what else could I do? Let's think about this. That would allow the ball to go in, but would bring the skill level up.
I think you could do a specific distance, or you could go behind it, like under or like below your table, and just try and throw it in backwards.
Absolutely. And I also thought, Ella, that we could make it be where the first time you did it, you would have to bounce it once to get in. And as you got proficient in that, you would keep the bounces moving up. Now, I also need somebody to tell me, yay, good job, when I do this, but there's not always going to be someone around. So I found this little bell, and I thought that if I were to tape the bell onto, I don't know, this little hoop, how would this bell give me some satisfaction, Ella?
So every time that you would make it into the basket, it would shake the bell and make it ring.
It would, and that would remind me maybe of a carnival game. Now, there is something else that could be used, and it's one of these little tea lights. I bet you've seen these before, but I got these at the Dollar Tree, and they actually do turn on. They have a little LED in them. I thought if we wanted to do like an outdoor night game, that I could attach these here to give it a little bit of light. The other two things I want to see if we can incorporate in this, Ella, is I have some Legos. I have quite a few of these, and I also have some straws. Can you brainstorm with me how I could use these materials to add another layer to this game?
I was thinking, oh wait, you're off your screen.
There.
Oh, yep. You could somehow get, I was thinking for the straw, maybe use as like a little obstacle in front of the basketball to make it even more challenging because you have to like pass the obstacle to get it in the basket.
Very cool. And I think that that would be a perfect idea because I have quite a few, like a whole container of these Legos. And I also have these wheels. And it reminds me a little bit of our last person. Her name was Lily. She is a ninja warrior competitor on the junior level. So I know they use these different things to build an obstacle course. And then maybe we could use the straw to blow the ball around before then we picked it up and made and dropped it in there. So let me pull my camera back to just me. And basically, Ella, you and I just created a very inexpensive, recyclable game that might keep a 6-year-old occupied for 3 minutes or so. Probably a little bit more, but we know sometimes they need a lot of extra attention, right? So how do you think this could be useful for kids that are home during this quarantine time? What could this do? What could they do to use materials like this to build a game? Can you think of what you could do at your house?
Yeah, so we did something similar like this. We took things from nature and we made a gnome garden. And so you can be very creative with what you find, and you can find stuff that you don't really use as much, like something that you've gotten, but you just never really used it. And you could use that and be creative and reuse to make something fun and enjoyable to play.
I love that. And we know that we have the 3 R's, and I know you're pretty passionate about that, but it's not always about recycling. It's a lot of times about reusing, using things for different purposes. And so we call that upcycling or repurposing things. Now, I'm going to give you another scenario and see how you're with this. Let's say that you and 10 of your best buddies all create a game, but you want to play them virtually with all 10 people at the same time. Can you think of a way that could happen? Remember, we can't be near each other right now, so.
So if everybody, I was thinking like if everybody made their own of the specific game, for example, like your basketball game, they could all use it and maybe like a timer or something. And each person goes through at the same time on what they're doing, like a Zoom, Google Meet, whatever. And whoever has the highest amount in the specific amount of time, then they win.
I love that idea. We are at home. We are doing things that, we can't be out in our schools right now or a big playground. So building our own recyclable games, solving a quick on-demand STEM challenge, trying to solve a goal like goal 3 from the UN Sustainability Challenges is a great way to help us use our brain, to keep us focused on something that's important, to keep us from being extremely bored, and then also to give us opportunity to share with each other. Now, have you used Zoom or Google Meet with your friends just to hang out?
Yeah, I have many times.
Many times. So can I give you a challenge?
Yes.
You put this STEM challenge, this Let's Play STEM challenge, to your friends in the next couple of weeks and see if you guys can contribute a small game with instructions. We'll put it up on our website. So we want instructions on how to build it, and then instructions on how to play it, and maybe a photo of it. And we'll encourage kids around the world to also build their little portable games that other kids can play.
Sounds good.
You didn't realize that when you became a host of the Global Innovation Field Trip that you would first of all have to fill in while the current host had audio issues. You probably didn't realize that you were going to be creating the STEM challenge with me. And now you've just volunteered, you and 10 of your best buddies, to create something for our website. So good for you. For the other 2 hosts that are watching, be aware, we're going to do the same thing to you. We're going to give you lots and lots of different things that you have to do, okay? Ellie, your first hosting part was outstanding. You did not blink. You might be shaking from the chest down, but from the neck up, you were superb. So I'm a few minutes early, but it looks like Oscar is already here. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Ella, to introduce our next guest, and make sure you read that introduction. And Oscar, I just want you to be prepared that we're 5 minutes early, but that means you must add those 5 minutes into your presentation. So just to let you know that you don't get away. Okay, so hit it.
Okay, so next up we have Oscar Mora from Mexico, and Oscar Mora is a Mexican musician, a technology coach and trainer, and also has a master's degree in Montessori education system. He also specializes in relay approach and special education, and has a 20-year experience playing instruments like the guitar, drums, bass, and violin. He also has 4 years experience in Hewlett Packard as tech support relay calls supervisor, and has many achievements for the robotics formers team. So go ahead, Oscar.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, how are you, everybody?
Hello.
Hello. Well, right now we're in the middle of a new project. I just want to show you real quick. It's on my back, but at 4:15, I think, my time, which is Central Time, we're going to be showing you our new friend. We're working on a new robotic system, and we're trying to mix some other brands from robotics to work with one project. And as every time happens, just the minute about to start, sometimes everything fails. But it's working properly right now. And as soon as the guys on the back tell me that they're probably ready, we're going to give you just an introduction about the new project. We just want to create some robots who help us out to open the door, because we're having a new robotic center here in Guanajuato, and we're just opening. We just have 1 month opening, and we're in the middle of this COVID disease, and well, our state is probably top 3 on this disease right now in Mexico. So we're taking care of well, all the healthcare and all the things that we can improve on take care of the disease. Actually, right now they're ringing the bell, and if can you check that out, please? Thanks. Well, Emilio, something's ready now. So let me show you real quick. I'm going to move the camera and the whole thing. Well, can you check that? Yeah, I think right now. We're just trying to get 10 servo motors at the same time, working on how we can open the door. This guy's going to be next on the left side of the front door on this center. Doing some antibacterial visitors that we have here, but we're just like finishing the details about the thing. There's a speaker, there's a lot of things that we need to take care of, and we just have 3 hours left. So we like the pressure to be working on like that. I don't know, probably it's my microphone, but I'm not able to hear anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Well, the thing is, we're working here. The name of the project is Osmotronics, and we're trying to get more kids involved to robotics, educational robotics, and we're traveling all around the world last year. I think it's really important for little kids to be working on this, and at the same time be socializing and be having a lot of fun, so much fun, in some other places. Right now, well, in the middle of this crisis, we're not going to be able to travel anywhere, but here we are working really hard in the meantime, trying to be ready. So, and any moment, I think we're going to be just fine again and be working on some other international projects again. So I'm really honored and proud to be part of this second gift project. So right now it's what we're working on. What do you think about it?
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I was wondering, could you go more in depth about what your teams have done around the world?
Well, right now it's about what we're doing now, or what we're just accomplished. I'm sorry, because my sound is not really good.
What you have accomplished.
Well, in 2018, we won the World Educational Robotics, the WEAR in Shanghai, China. And well, we've been traveling to Europe, to UK with Dr. Melissa Bott in Sheffield. It was a really nice trip. Actually, this week, it's 1 year ago exactly that we went there, and we got a prize on high school division for following the line robots. And actually, well, my bag, if you can check, there's a check for 500 pounds that we won on that one. And actually, Pico, can you say hello to the camera? That's the guy who won last year in the UK contest. All 4 guys from the bag traveling to UK, to China, to some other places, and be competing in robotics. Right now, we're trying to compete on online. Well, it's complicated to be online. We need to record and be doing a lot of things, but we need to be moving around and working and traveling,
I also have another question. How long have you been doing robotics?
Well, with this particular project, we just had 4 years now. Actually, these guys start in the middle school, I think, but it was 4 years ago. I remember the first competition that we participated in Mexico was 2017, after another year of practices. I think it's really important to be working really hard on your campus and then go out to share and to experience, have some experience with other people. It is really important to be prepared all the time, to work really hard on this before you go to competition. I think it's kind of dangerous for the personality to be like competing if you don't have the background or the experience previous. So it's really important for us to be ready before to go out.
That sounds incredibly awesome. So I know that you started as a musician, and what inspired you to go from a musician to going into robotics?
We thought that some of the knowledge and the skills that we develop, it is really important, the art. Actually, all the students that we have here in Mexico on this particular team knows how to play an instrument, how to sing, how to act, how to do something related to art. We believe that it's really important to be mixing up the art and the academics on school, you know, because it's part of the how you feel working on something that you love with, you know. It is really important. Musicians, actors, we have comedians here, and we mix that up, and it's really important for us to be having fun, be experiencing all the emotional progress in this academics and robotics thing.
Okay, so what do you think, like, the most important skills that students should have to succeed in the real world?
Well, I think it's really important just not to work really hard. It is about how you get relationship with other people, you know, to be able to have a good relationship, to take care about the teammates, the other students, to know all the other cultures, how they think, how they feel. It is really important. I really believe that is the most important thing. Is not about how much you know. It is how much you can share with and cooperate and be around some nice people and treat them really, really good. I think for me, the most beautiful experience is to know wonderful people all around the world and be able to be sharing what we do with what they do. I think that's the most important thing on students to develop.
Awesome. Could you introduce the people in the back and have them say something?
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's Checo. Raise your hand, Checo. He, well, as I told you before, he won one of the prizes in UK. The other one is Gerardo. Gerardo is probably the youngest student here on school right now. He plays basketball really good, and he's one of the best constructors that we have in the robotics team. Emilio Garcia is one of the most high talented guys from this team. He won the regional contest in Mexico last year. And Samuel Arias, which is already in college, but also Checo. They're working and studying on mechatronics and robotics engineering. Is that right? Electromechanic. I'm sorry, different. So let me check if they can say something about robotics. Because they're kind of shy right now, you know, but and also not prepared yet.
Well, as Oscar was saying, I think one of the most important things that he has teaches is the thing that the communication and the way you behave with the teammates is one of the clay points and the most important thing that you have to do when you're in this team. That's one of the like the basis of teamwork. Yeah.
Okay.
I think robotics gives you like another perspective of thinking like a problem and a solution. Gives you like more solutions and you just find the best one.
So I think right now robotics is really important in our world. So like it doesn't matter if you are like a lawyer or something like that. I think it's really important. Everyone right now like gets to like introduces to himself to robotics. So robotics can help you like in problem solving and all that stuff. I think it's really important. I also think that women should introduce herself more because like here in Mexico, there are not a lot of women in our teams. I think that's really important too. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, we're developing the socialist skills to be talking in front of the camera, which is very tricky, you know. Is there anything else?
Can we say about Shirago Pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at the beginning, when we started, I think almost all of us were at the beginning of the team, and we had something that Oscar told us that it is like a rule. Yeah. When we had a problem, we could not just lay and wait until he comes and fix the problem to us. He told us, if you had a problem, stop yelling, stop complaining, and I will fix it. And we had like the phrase that is, shut up and fix it. So in robotics, that's what you have to do. You don't have to start complaining. You have to start thinking how to solve that problem. If you cannot do it in one way, you have to search another way to solve it. And that's something that he teaches like from the beginning. Really important.
Awesome. Yeah, that was definitely going to be one of my questions of when you guys came across a barrier, what happened. So that was really good information. Daisha, Jake, do you have any more questions for them?
Well, I don't really remember when it became a kind of a logo or one of the inspirational sayings that we had, but shut up and fix it was probably the best way to encourage them to try to solve the problems, to start to think that we need to solve it. And robotics, it's just to find a way to solve it. So I think that's really important. It was really funny at the moment. Now that we thought it, we check with some other parents and they say, oh, this sounds kind of aggressive. But I mean, it's important when you're under pressure in competitions and you start like breaking up, you know, you remember that you just need to get focused on what's the situation and what you can do about it. You're preparing probably for a year, 2 years to be solving that. And that's important to remember all the time, right?
What does the word fail mean to you guys?
Fail is like another opportunity to make good the thing. Yeah.
It's learning. I think you're not failing, you're learning. And I remember a phrase from a movie. I think it's a movie that says that he doesn't fail 500 times. He just learned 500 times ways not to do that. So.
What say you think, Gerardo?
Hola.
You're going to be probably saying something about Jordan, right?
Well, guys, I'm going to change my virtual background in honor of you because you've just inspired me to now become.
Whoa!
That's it.
So how many hours a day do you guys put into this?
We have like a competition. We spend like 4 hours a day, I think, something like that. But
probably like 4 times a week, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 2 weeks in competition, we work 4 hours a day, and from Monday to Thursday. It depends on if the competition is in Saturday, and we just have 5 to 6 days training. Pretty hard.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for sharing with us about your robotics, and good luck in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Everybody. See you in a couple of hours. Have a nice day now. Bye.
All right, thank you. Ella, you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you. I'm trying to, okay. There we go. So next we have Sophie Zazula, and she is an award-winning inventor who's in 7th grade and is from Connecticut in the United States. So go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sophie Zazula. I'm going into 8th grade this year, and I'm the inventor of the snow straw. So what the snow straw is it's a biodegradable, environmentally friendly ice straw that melts away when you're done instead of staying on our world forever like a plastic straw. I came up with my idea a couple years ago. My family has always stressed the importance of cleaning up our oceans and keeping our world environmentally friendly. So we were in a restaurant and I started thinking of some ideas that I would have to use for the invention convention. And I started looking around and I realized how many plastic straws were being handed out. And that's when it hit me. I had to make something that was more environmentally friendly and green for the environment while still being a straw. And so I started thinking of materials that I could use, like foods and just really anything. And then I hit upon ice, and that's kind of how my invention started. So thank you.
I definitely think our families are alike, because me and my family, we really stress the importance of, cleaning up our earth. And we recently went to Michigan for summer, and we went to a beach, and the main defender of the beach was plastic straws. And so it's really awesome that you're doing this. So could you show us our prototype?
Yeah, so this is my prototype. It's basically a wine stopper with a plastic tube, tin foil, a meat skewer, and I always forget what these are called. But basically what you do is you fill this tube up with water, and then you put this meat skewer through, and then the tin foil is there to hold the meat skewer in place. And then I put this in the fridge or the freezer, and it freezes the ice around the meat skewer to form a hole in the call it an icicle. So it forms a hole in the ice straw, and then you just slide it off and then slide it off here. And I have one right here, and it looks like this. So as you can see, there's I don't know if you can see on the camera, but there's a hole going through it, it works just like a straw. But it does replace also metal and paper straws, because although those are better for the environment than plastic straws, they have their faults, as in metal straws alter the taste of your drink and are expensive for restaurants to purchase, while paper straws mush up after a couple of sips. So my invention does neither of those, and fixes the problem of pollution in the oceans.
I think this is a really smart invention, because it's definitely needed. How long did it take you to get through this process?
Sorry, so it took me about, I'm gonna say like 2 months, 3 months to finally finish. I mean, it's still a prototype, so it's not a final invention. It's just still a prototype. It still needs to be tweaked, and it still has things to fix about it. But it took probably 2 to 3 months to get to this state of my prototype. So my straw basically is made out of ice, which also means that possibilities are endless for flavor-wise. So you can make it out of orange juice, lemonade, apple juice, really just anything. So yes, it does help the environment, but it's also something people can use at parties or bars as another touch to make something more unique while still being environmentally friendly.
Do you have any other ideas and inventions in the future that you're thinking of to help the environment?
Yeah, so a year later after I invented the snow straw, I made this, which is basically a machine that mass produces snow straws. So this one is only showing 4, but if this were to really become something that people would use in restaurants, it could make up to as many straws as they want. So yes, I do have some slides to show to explain my invention a little more. So I'll put those up right now. So this is my prototype. It's just what I showed you. And then on the left, right, it's some of my snow straws, and those pellets they look like broken snow straws, but they're actually dry ice. And that's what I use to keep my straws cold during nationals and invention convention. And I realized that when I used dry ice, it made a layer around my ice straw that made it last for longer in my drink. So that was very helpful that I figured that out in nationals. Here's just some pictures of the ice straw. So it's like, it's sitting on the meat skewer like this. And as you can tell, I just slide it off and then there it is. This is just a picture of me drinking using the ice straw. So here are some of the awards I won. I won first place for Earth and Geosciences, second place for my age group. And yeah, I also was on Innovation World, and yeah, those are just a couple of the awards I won. It also got a lot of publicity. I was on my local newspaper. I was featured on Fox News, Better Connecticut and Connecticut Style. And I was also interviewed at Nationals Invention Convention. After I made the snow straw and then made my machine, I decided not to invent the next year. And instead I took it upon I decided to do a Girl Scout project where I went around to schools in my area and discussed what the invention process was and tried to inspire kids to invent and just talk to kids about how you don't have to be a certain age to invent, and you don't have to be a super into math and science to invent. You just have to be able to problem solve, you have to have passion, and you really just have to really want to make the world a better place. So I talked to some kids about that instead of inventing this year. So thank you.
I definitely think it's great because you're helping make the world a better place in the environment and helping it out. But along the way, you're inspiring kids by going around for Girl Scouts and, helping them get the creativity to invent, which I think is awesome. How much would it cost for this ice straw?
Yeah, so basically it can be sold in party stores, as I said, for party places, but it's also why I made the machine. It would be in the back of restaurants, but if you were to just buy it at a party store, it'd probably be $8 for probably a box of them. But the machine obviously would be a different price if you were to get something to make to mass produce them. So.
Have you tested how long it lasts before it melts?
Yeah, so it lasts up to probably 3 to 5 minutes. Depends what the temperature is where you are. It obviously does melt, which is pretty much the point of it. But yeah, it definitely does not last as long as a plastic straw. So it just kind of depends on whether you have or what temperatures you drink. Most people don't use straws in hot drinks anyways. So it's mostly just for cold drinks.
Yeah, so since nothing is perfect, what potential problems might there be with using this?
Yeah, so if you were to just look at my invention right now, you can tell that it's not probably a final product. It's very delicate to take, to slide off. My meat skewer usually does sometimes crack, and so I would want to probably in the future make something that's more sustainable and that will not break as easily as how it breaks now.
So besides selling it at party stores and maybe potentially restaurants, where else do you think you would sell your product?
Those are pretty much the places that I would market my invention. So they would just, be at party stores, so you can buy them for your party, or you can just buy the mold and you can make them at home. I haven't really decided exactly what I'm going to do with it, but you can buy them, then make them at home, or you can just buy them in packs at party stores, or they would be in restaurants that you would take in, like drink your drink at a restaurant instead of using the plastic straw that the waiters hand out.
Awesome. I think that's all the questions I have. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, Sophie, this is really good. And I think for the younger generation to really care about something like this is a good role model for us older people, right? We know that plastic straws are not great. We also know, though, that some people have medical conditions where they have to have a straw. They just have to, right? And obviously an ice straw wouldn't work for people like that. But coming up with these different iterations and these different ideas is going to give people a lot of choices. I spent some time on the coast a few years ago working with the Sea Turtle organization and working with physicians and veterinarians and activists who were really sad that the straws were sea turtles' eyes and ears and mouth and killing them, basically. So I love that you're doing something that is extremely relevant to right now, and you're trying to come up with the idea, and that you're still working on it. So thank you very much for sharing that.
Yeah, of course. But as you said, it is obviously not an option for people who are disabled and have difficulties using or drinking, and they need a straw. So basically my invention is an option that someone could make. So it's basically just dialing down the amount of plastic straws that are used every day. It's not a necessary thing that you must use, but it's definitely an option instead of a plastic straw if you're able to use something other than a plastic straw. But yeah, as you said, sea turtles are greatly affected by the amount of plastic in the ocean. My mom would always show me and my sister videos of how much plastic affects sea turtles, and I just knew from like watching those videos that I had to do something to just help in like even a little or big way to somewhat, help the sea turtles out. So yeah.
Thank you for getting back to this.
I don't have a question, but I do have a video I'd like to show people, if I can, for a second.
I'm Sophie Zazula from the United States, and I'm an inventor.
I assume you all saw that?
Yes.
Okay, and by an amazing coincidence, I found another video. But I don't know who this is, but we'll watch it anyway, because it looked like it might be interesting. Are you seeing the screen?
Yes.
We're seeing it. Yep.
My name is Elisa Zula, and I'm from the United States, and I am an inventor.
So.
Yeah, so that's my little sister.
You found those.
I found them. Dr. Drizzle has many talents, and one of her talents is making wonderful videos like that. So thank both of you. And by the way, you need to thank your mother every single day.
I'm very grateful for it.
She is clearly doing a wonderful job. So
thank you. Yeah, I am very grateful of all the things she done for me and my sister, even so I could be here today talking to you guys. So.
And I hope you said there are, oh, never mind. I'm confused.
Can you unshare your screen?
Oh, no, I can't. Ah, now I have.
I also want to take this time to thank Ella being our host for this hour. Ella, you are very eloquent in words, and I know that you are going to go far in your inventions, but I would also think that you might want to consider a talk show host as part of your future, because you you did a really amazing job. So Sophia, thank you again for sharing. Thanks to your mom and to Lily. And Ella, thank you very much for sharing. I think this is the end of your hour. Let me know if I'm incorrect. Okay. So thank you very much. We are excited to meet our next new host, but we have really enjoyed being with you, Ella. And thanks for saving me during that STEM challenge.
You're welcome, and great job, Sophie.
Yeah, thank you, Ella, for asking such amazing questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys, both of you, for having me. So yeah, I had so much fun talking to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you introduce our next performer.
I'd be glad to. This is Gilberto Pineda, and unfortunately, we asked everybody for an introduction, and he put his introduction as Chief Commercial Officer. I'm sorry, that is the most boring introduction I have ever seen. And I personally know Gilberto, and if it's one thing he's not, it's boring. Okay, so Gilberto, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do more than this.
Well, thank you, Jake and Daisha, for the invitation. It is an honor to be on this event. Congratulations on this event. It's so amazing to see all this testimony, to see girls and boys having this new mindset of inspiring also to the rest of the students, but also inspiring adults to do new things. So congratulations for this initiative. Well, I am the commercial chief officer of Didactron, but I also have been the leader of WER Mexico. It is a robotic competition here in Mexico that we started in 2016. Actually, I saw that you presented, well, Oscar was invited together with some of their students. Oscar is a good friend. I have known him through WER, and he had done an amazing job. Building a really strong team and a strong community that supports robotics. So basically what we have done is to build a platform that can be accessible for many students, no matter if they are in a private or public sector here in Mexico, and no matter if they live in a rural area or a city. So basically what we have done is build that platform and show the talent that exists here in Mexico. And yeah, in the other hand, Didactron is, well, a company dedicated to design, create, and implement educational solutions for the Mexican market. So, well, what I would like to present today is a new initiative that we are creating, and it is called the Maker STEAM platform, and it is a platform that we are building in order to show content in this new crucial reality. So, well, let me start. You're seeing my screen, right? Yeah. Well, so what is Didactron? Didactron is a company dedicated to promote different solutions and initiatives. So on the last years, we have, as I already explained, launched WER Mexico, and we are promoting a new invention initiative called Mexico Inventa. And on the other hand, we have a series of solutions. In this case, we have the Maker STEAM platform, which is a self-managed and self-paced learning platform. And it gives services to different labs that promotes hands-on project-based learning, problem-based learning with activities in the platform. So we have a different a variety of different classrooms and labs. Has the renewable energies, the basic science, the didactic manufacturing, electronics, self-driving vehicles, etc. And we have another mini labs that are conformed by different elements of these different labs that we have. And also the platform gives services to teachers' professional development courses. And we are launching a curriculum platform which it can give service to science, invention and innovation, and new technologies subjects. So what's the situation right now? How we see it here, and at least here in Mexico, and I'm pretty sure it also applies to different parts of the world. Many of the educational institutions were not prepared in order to adapt to this new reality. So actually, most of the educational institutions, they were in a conventional classroom model where all the classes and all the knowledge is transmitted in the classroom, having the teacher, well, the main role of the transmitter of the knowledge. And with COVID, they needed to offer a solution, and the solution for most of the educational institutions was to adopt a virtual classroom model. So that means it is a synchronous model using communication platforms, has Zoom, Skype, WebEx, Google Classroom, etc. So transforming what's happening in a physical classroom, put it in a virtual classroom. But what has happened? Well, that has bring a lot of stress to the educational community in general, and educational community since teachers, students, parents, and decision makers, all of the community are stressed by this new way of handling the classroom. And also the academic achievement is hard to have a really high quality impact on it. So what we are proposing, and we are not inventing new model, basically we studied what different pedagogical models are there for years. But what we are doing is that integrate all different models in MakerSTEAM platform. So what we have, what we suggest educational institutions here in Mexico to adopt is a virtual asynchronous model, which can be self-managed or operated via web 24/7 with learning sequences or lectures on it, contents and learning activities, and eventually also achieve to reach a B-learning model. Well, also it has self-managed activities, but it integrates the best practices from the virtual asynchronous model and the conventional classroom model. So I just want, well, I have some information, but just to have a quick framework of the platform, we are taking into account which are the required abilities in this new fourth industrial revolution. So we have here some abilities that didn't appear before, has cognitive flexibility. And watch here, we have solving complex problems on the first place, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, self-management, teamwork. So all of these skills and abilities were so aware 10 or 20 years ago. So right now are more transcendent. And on the other hand, we have four main reference in the framework. We have a multiple intelligence of Howard Gardner, a radical constructivism of Ernest Bond, the administrative process of Henry Fayol, and the successful intelligence of Robert Stenberg. So what we have done is we have put all these different puzzles together in order to build up our platform. So our platform contemplates different methodologies, has the Marzano taxonomy, scientific method, case studies, etc. It also contemplates the 3 different subjects that we cover with content: the science subject, new technologies, invention and innovation. But on the other hand, we also contemplate the abilities that are required on this new world and the different type of projects that can be done. Yeah. So the students will not only have just one way or one method, but they will have a bunch of and a mix of different type of projects and methodologies and abilities to develop in our platform. And we are also integrating mini labs with different types of technology that together makes some specific labs, has home automation, autonomous vehicles, smart factory, and make. And all of these, it is supported by our platform. So, well, that's basically what we have done so far. I wanted to show you actually our platform, but I think we don't have much time. But well, it's just a quick background and highlighting some of the main ideas and structure on how we have built this platform.
I love that you've taken the situation we're in and then you've used the words of others to help you build on this. As you said at the beginning, we don't have to invent things or create things from scratch all the time. You took in multiple people's ideas and the whole philosophy of multiple intelligence and the constructivist approach and pulling all this together to create this maker STEAM approach. Where are you in the process of this happening right now?
Well, we already have it ready for be used by schools, by teachers and students. So actually we are starting this next school year, starting August, September. Schools will be able to use it. We already have some schools that are deciding to use it in a curricular way. And yeah, and well, I think is also how the world is evolving. For example, you also are taking advantage of the technology that is available in order to launch this new initiative and have a platform in order to show all the talent in all parts of the world. So in the same way, we are doing something kind of similar, like we are taking the work that have done many people through the years, and we have put it in one tool that actually is a pretty good resource for the schools. But how we see it is that it is not enough just to have a technology in the schools to offer just a media platform. Content is what is becoming more relevant in this in order to assure the high quality level in the educational in this time. So that's something that we are wanting to attack. Yeah.
How can people get in touch with you?
I have, well, my email, I can write it down in the chat and maybe you can share it.
That'd be great. Share that out.
Yeah, and you can also visit our webpage, is didactron.com, Didactron with K, and I will also put it in the chat. And yeah, you can reach us.
And your materials are available in Spanish and in English, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We have these three options to disclose the materials just in English or in Spanish or both, or in both languages. Yeah.
I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little controversial. I think this virus is actually going to turn out in the long run to be a good thing. And let me explain why. I once was told by somebody that science advances one funeral at a time. And what they meant by that was that you have older scientists like me, I'm not that I'm a scientist, but older people like me, we're not going to change. When we die, the new younger people with great ideas take over. And I was in London recently and they showed me all these wonderful, incredible buildings that were built, you know, a few hundred years ago. And I said, wow, this is wonderful. And they said, yes, it's all a result of the Great London Fire when the city was destroyed. And so I think this virus is going to destroy a lot of the old ways of doing things. And now people, young people like yourself who are creating new ways are going to be the future. So not dull and boring, Gilberto. I'm sorry.
No, well, yeah, and definitely, like, I think, education is constantly evolving, but for these last situations, it should evolve more quickly. So that's something that is going to happen. And
great.
Well, we are doing something in that arena, as other people, as you are doing. So, yeah.
Great. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. And speaking of young people, we have Alex is all ready. Thank you, Gilberto. Wonderful.
Thank you. Good day.
Okay. And Alex. Okay. This is what the official thing. Alex, oh, there you are. Alex is in 8th grade in Panama City, Florida. He invented the Goofy Golf Grabber and took 2nd place in the Innovate World Ready, Set Innovate 2020 virtual competition. His high school team took 1st place for presentation at First Lego League 2019, and he has designed an underwater drone. And Alex, you have such a dull background behind you. Sometimes I see you and you had very strange backgrounds, but I hope even though the background is dull, your presentation will be fantastic. I am sure of it. The floor is yours, Alex.
All right. Hi, I'm Alex Robb, and I thank you for listening today. Thank you for listening to my presentation in the Global Innovation Field Trip. I'm here today to tell that anybody can invent. Walt Disney said it the best. He said, good ideas can come from anywhere. I started inventing a few years ago with a small idea to solve a small problem. This past year, I was able to invent a product that solved the problem in the entertainment industry. Let me take you on a quick journey to show you how. It all starts with an idea. Look around you. What aggravates you? What things in your day do you wish were simpler? What things in your everyday routine do you wish were easier? Identify this thing and it becomes your problem. Now, this is the part that no one really wants to do. It's research. No, it's not fun. But it's one of the most necessary steps. It tells you if your solution is, if someone has already come up with that solution and it's out there selling, or, and then if it's out there already being sold, is there a way to improve on that solution? And if there's no good solutions for that problem, then you're ready to start. The next step of your product is design. This is my favorite part. You can use inexpensive materials such as paper, cardboard, or recyclables. And before you can create a model of your design using those inexpensive materials, you have to design it out on a whiteboard or a piece of paper, and you might not get all of the ideas yet. But then once you have your plan, you can start making your idea. Product. Once you have your product, this is more of a model. It's to get rid of some design flaws, and it allows you to improve on the flaws. And but your original prototype will not be your last. You may have multiple designs to get a product that works. I know the feeling that your project failed. It's not that fun. But redesigning isn't exciting either, but trust me, it will be worth it in the long run. Failure is an opportunity to learn and make it better. The next phase of inventing is the testing phase. Ask people about your invention. Get some feedback. Off of this feedback, you can change your design or you can keep what you have. That's okay if you go back and change it. Now you know what to improve on. So now you have a product. Congratulations, you made it this far. All that is left is keeping your idea protected and selling your invention. These last two steps can be as big or as little as you want them to be. Did you create a solution that you needed something in just your home, or is it something others would want? Each country might be different about the processes for keeping your idea safe. More research may be in your future to protect your product. I have made two specific products. One was for my unique classroom at school, and one, the Goofy Golf Grabber, was invented to help people, and I'm in the process for filling up for a patent. I hope begin marketing it soon. And I have a video on the Goofy Golf Grabber. Hi, my name is Alex Ross, and I would like to introduce you to the Goofy Golf Grabber. Now, before I do that, let me tell you a story. I love to go putt-putt golfing with my family. One afternoon, while golfing, I saw my dad attempt to bend down and pick up the ball out of the hole. He had some back pain. From that point on, he asked me to pick up the ball out of the hole again, and again, and again. That got me thinking about my grandparents. Would they be able to do it? Would others be able to? This is the beginning of my project. My first prototype, as you can see, is made out of paper. It does not hold the golf ball well, but this prototype was just to get my bearings on the size and shape of my invention. My second prototype was made out of a plastic called filament. This plastic gets fed through a 3D printer at a high temperature. I designed this prototype on a program called Tinkercad. But after printing it, I realized this had some measurement issues. So I went back to the design. So I redesigned the third prototype. Prototype number 3 was much better. To use the Goofy Golf Grabber, you line up the scoop with the golf ball, then simply scoop it out with your hand. Other grabbers are just a whole other thing to carry around, or they are permanently attached. Every grabber would be about 10 cents to make. Now my dad has no back pain. Even senior citizens can use it. Or people dressed like senior citizens. Now anyone can play a game of miniature golf using the Goofy Golf Grabber. Do you have any questions for me?
Wow. Yes, I do. I'm sorry, Daisha. I get all excited about this. Rob, Alex, that was incredible. I did notice that there was sort of like a little tooth in the inside. It just wasn't a dish. Can you explain about how that happened?
With the little lip on the inside, you use it to the wall of the hole to push it up over the lip, and then that lip holds the golf ball in there while you're taking it out of the hole. And then once you tip it at a certain degree, it falls back out again.
How soon did you realize that? I assume your first one was just sort of the cup.
Yeah, it was just, like I said, it's more just to get the size and shape, and it has some flaws. And it can't really hold a golf ball almost at all. And it was more just to see what it would end up looking like. Then I measured something wrong, and I ended up having this where it did not attach anywhere near the length of the golf club. And the tooth was far too inside on the grabber itself. It was in by a little bit, and so it wouldn't hold it as well as the other one. So I fixed that.
So how many different prototypes do you think you had made?
I have 3. I have the first one, then I have the second one, and then I have the final one.
And is the device now finished, or are you still working on other? And don't divulge any. I mean, don't divulge any trade secrets. But if you have something else that you're thinking about making it even.
But yes, it is more or less done. But every golf club at the end is different in some way. Like the one I have right here is kind of a little oval shape kind of thing. And so I designed this one to attach with this club. But I tried it yesterday with a different club, and it worked. But I might have to redesign it in order to fit different types of clubs, depending on what it is.
I have a different solution to getting the ball out of the hole. Because when I play golf, I never get the ball in the hole. So I don't have your issue, but it's okay. Daisha, I'm sorry, I jumped in, but do you have any questions or anything you want to say?
I don't have a lot of experience with golf. When I was younger, they would have me play as their handicap. So in Captain's Choice, that's what they wanted me for, but it looks fantastic. So have you reached out to any golf manufacturers yet?
No, I'm still in the process for filing for a patent. And I have a meeting tomorrow about that.
Very cool.
So, Alex, I just want to let you know that I am going to, in 2 weeks, I'm going to be teaching a course to students your age. And I would like to use your video rather than having me, I'm serious, rather than having me stand there and talk to them, I'd rather have your video because they can relate to you, and rather than somebody with old hair. Is that okay? Can I use it as a teaching assistant?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a fee. For a fee, Jake.
For a fee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alex, and we're going to see you a little bit later today as one of our guest hosts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
That's exciting. We can't wait to see you.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. This has just been wonderful. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing your products for sale. And I can guarantee you at least one sale. I will buy it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Who is...
Jake, it looks like our next
for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alex.
Does not seem to be up. We do not have the next person here.
We do not have the next person here, but that's okay. We should pretty soon. So how's it going so far, Jake? What do you think?
Well, you have to, this is great. I'm locked in a room where it's 95 degrees, so it's incredibly hot. But to be honest with you, I'm supposed to say how wonderful everything is going, but The truth is, I always end up getting depressed because I see all these incredible young people doing all these wonderful things. And all I can do is stand on the sideline and watch them. And I'm very envious and jealous. And as soon as somebody, Alex, give up on golf, work on a time machine. And as soon as Alex invents a time machine, I will become 15 again.
I don't want to do that. I'm pretty good.
Hey guys, I just had to jump in. That was awesome product. Was that a great presentation or what?
Very nice. He wants him to invent a time machine.
But then if you get a time machine, you'll have to come find us and we'll we won't know you yet.
That's not a problem for me. Trust me, if I become 15 again, it's not you I'm going to be looking for.
I heard that.
You guys had some great guest hosts on too.
And
it was a rock star.
More is coming. We've got more good stuff.
Really?
Daisha, what would you like me to do? Do you want to show a video?
Can you dance? Can you sing? Do you have a...
No, but I've got some videos.
How about doing that?
Okay. Would you like one of the commercial type things?
I think that'd be a great idea. And then if our person doesn't come, we can do the Joe Lennox.
Oh, well, you want to do that? I'm not sure I actually have that in my pile. I don't.
I do, so I can take care of that.
Why don't you show that? It's perfect. It's another example of somebody who just does something. That's great.
Yeah, so let me move my thing here. And here we go.
The date was February 20, 1962. I sat in my fourth grade listening to the radio broadcast, no classroom TVs in those days, of astronaut John Glenn's launch into orbit that was being heard through the school's intercom system. I clearly heard Glenn's vibrating voice announce to the world, "The clock is operating, we're underway." I never imagined that in those few brief moments my life would change forever. From that moment on, I became totally enthralled with spaceflight, and it became a passion that still burns in me today. I couldn't get enough about spaceflight and astronauts, so I began creating a collection of space memorabilia that is today referred to as the largest and most complete private collection of space artifacts in the country. It includes more than 60,000 clippings of every American human spaceflight in chronological order, kept in over 200 volumes, totaling over 32,000 pages, over 800 books, medals, audio and videotapes, DVDs, stamps, records, movies, slides, toys, puzzles, jewelry, clothing, models, and many other types of memorabilia play large roles in my museum. I have received personal correspondence from more than 750 astronauts, NASA managers and administrators, government leaders, space authors, and media personalities. More than 200 spacecraft contractors have sent me thousands of pages of spacecraft and hardware documentation, along with over 70 actual pieces of hardware. I witnessed the launch of Apollo 16 from the VIP reviewing stand thanks to the late George Low, then NASA Deputy Administrator, as well as the launch of STS-133 from the same location. Several contractors have given me personal tours of their facilities, and I have received two very special upfront personal tours of Kennedy Space Center that included going up on the Space Shuttle launch tower when Discovery was awaiting launch and sitting at the controls of Shuttle Atlantis while it resided in the orbiter processing facility. Those adventures were thanks to Mike Lineback, retired Space Shuttle launch director. Talk about a kid in a candy store. NASA Lessons Learned Program Manager Mike Sinelli is a trusted friend who provides advice, guidance, and some very special mementos. Is anybody more fortunate than me? I attended LaGuardia Aeronautical College with the goal of becoming an aeronautical engineer and ultimately becoming a NASA flight controller. As with space missions, the original flight plan doesn't always go as expected, so backup missions are vital to success. After being in college for about 1.5 years and loving every minute of it, I woke up one morning to the discovery that I was going blind. It's not that it was dark and I was sightless. It was blurry, really blurry. When the eye doctor put 2 fingers 2 feet away from my left eye, I couldn't tell that there were 2 fingers there. I was diagnosed with keratoconus, a disease that deteriorates the cornea, the part of the eye that creates focus. It usually affected men in their late teens to early 20s, and both eyes would eventually go the same route about 1.5 years apart. Dr. Levy was right on the money. Thanks to medical science, I successfully received 2 cornea transplants about 1.5 years apart, and my vision was restored, but not well enough to see the small drafting and engineering data I needed for school. It appeared my space dreams were doomed. At this point, I was 23 years old and wanted to marry my wife, so I went down to Wall Street and got a job in the banking industry. My love of the space program and my collecting were still very much a part of my life, however. I read everything I could get my hands on about space science, history, and technology, and kept adding great items and new scrapbooks to my ever-growing collection. And then out of nowhere came the backup mission. When my son began going to school, I approached his teacher. To this day, I really don't know what made me do it, and said that I knew a lot about the space program. Would she like me to come into her class and give the students a presentation? She jumped at the idea, so I went in with cardboard boxes filled with models, memorabilia, and all sorts of items. The kids seemed to really enjoy it. I kept their attention and didn't embarrass my son, so it seemed like a successful experience. The next year, she asked me to come back in, and my other son's teacher asked me to come to her class too. One thing led to another, and word got around about my programs. Today, I give about 50 presentations a year on many, many topics concerning space science, history, and technology. I was even on the staff of the Gifted Child Society, where I taught 3 10-week classes to students of all ages. I taught those classes for over 15 years. I am now retired from the banking industry and can dedicate much more time to my space presentations. I had a very successful banking career, but teaching about the space program is my true calling. I presented schools, scout groups, museums, summer camps, civic groups, libraries, senior centers, and many other venues. Now things have come full circle, and I go into my grandson's classrooms. As you can see, I actually did reach my goal of being a part of the space program, and I honestly think I enjoy this more than I would have as a flight controller. I really love teaching and seeing the excitement in the children's eyes when they hear an amazing fact or see a very special memento. Some NASA space members support my efforts with special items, documentation, and teaching aids. I close my presentations with a short version of my vision story to show the participants, especially the children, that you should never give up on your goals and dreams, because even if something bad or unexpected happens, you can still reach your goals. Maybe not in the original way you planned, but alternative plans are sometimes much better. As I have made myself an expert in space history and am very well versed in the science of space, I also strongly stress the importance of reading. Everything I learned from reading, and the children can make themselves experts in any subject they want through the power and joy of reading. My collecting priorities have changed dramatically over the years. Instead of collecting just to expand my collection, now I want to receive documentation and special items so I can use them in my teaching. Today I use PowerPoint presentations, a computer projector, foam-filled suitcases for my models, and special carrying cases for everything else. Just as the space program has, I've come a long way. I have told this amazing story about my eyes and my teaching, along with how my collection was created, including many seemingly crazy ideas, and a light history of the human space program in a book I had published titled Vision for Space. I have also written a children's book teaching space science, history, and technology titled The ABCs of Space Exploration. I am a member of the National Science Teachers Association, the National Space Society, the Planetary Society, and the Space Foundation. I am a former member of the Selection Committee for the Astronaut Hall of Fame and a past president and director of education at the New Jersey Aviation Hall of Fame. I have appeared on NBC TV, been broadcast on Canadian Broadcasting Radio, and have been the subject of several newspaper articles. The joy of I have received from collecting, teaching, reading, and writing about the space program is immeasurable. My wife of 44 years and my sons and grandsons support my efforts in countless ways, and their pride in what I have accomplished is among the greatest aspects of my life. I have been a very, very lucky man in so many ways. I live a normal life today in relation to my vision. I drive, bowl, play baseball with my son and grandsons, and can read with no problem. Those small details in print still cause problems, but that is a very small price to pay for the fabulous life I've been privileged to lead. So as you can see, my life has been one astronomical ride, and it all started on a cold winter day when I was only 9 years old. Just amazing.
Thanks.
Wow, that was very interesting. He got some great stories and amazing stuff that he's collected. It's wonderful. We have another wonderful presenter coming up, but before we introduce her, I'd like to throw something else up if I can.
Okay.
This is a new program, and let's see if I can get this to actually work. Okay. Are you seeing Invent Future Global?
Yes.
I never trust these things. Okay, great. So here's what's happened. Obviously, this virus is coming around and it's causing a lot of problems. And just as we had heard with other people, you either have two choices when there's a problem. You can either sit down and just wait for it to go away, which it probably won't, or you can create a way of getting around it. You can invent something that will take care and solve the problem. And so a number of people around the world have created something called inventfuture.global. And in fact, that is the URL. If you go to inventfuture.global, you will find their website. And they've created a number of online virtual programs, and they're going on literally around the world. The countries involved are China, United States, Chile, United Kingdom, Mexico, Canada, Indonesia. I'm probably forgetting a few, and Great Britain. I don't want to shortchange anybody. But they started off with a summer challenge. Actually, that brought up a funny story. They all decided to call it Summer Challenge, and then we got Chile involved, and they went, this is not our summer, this is our winter. So apologies to the people in Chile, but we already got the name. And they have a number of different events going on. These are all virtual events. You don't physically have to be there, but it's a chance for students to participate internationally with other students who are doing inventive and creative and innovative things. So the first thing is registration, and it says that the registration deadline is the 11th, which is Saturday. So there's still time to sign up. And very frankly, if you're watching this a little bit after Saturday, please sign up anyway. And there are other events going on throughout the summer. The first one is the Idea Challenge. And this is getting the students to think about an idea. If you remember, we had a previous speaker, Alex, who talked about the inventing process and what was involved in doing it. And the first step was coming up with an idea and talking about the idea. And that's what this Summer Invent Idea Challenge is all about. It's just an opportunity for students. They're going to be given a problem, and they've got to come up with an idea to solve it, and they have to talk about it. And it's an opportunity for them to learn how to express themselves, learn how to identify what is important in solving a problem. They're not actually building anything, but they're thinking about it. And so we have the beginning of the inventing process, which is identifying, understanding, and ideating, actually coming up with something. So that is the first challenge, the first summer challenge, and you can participate in that. You don't have to do the other two, or if you want, you can do all three. Then the next one, there's the Idea Challenge, and that's going to be on Saturday, July 18th. And there will be students from all over the world participating on Zoom in that challenge. Then we have the Inventor Talk, and they're going to be talking about their favorite invention. It could be, frankly, something that they've made. It could be something that somebody else made, like, I don't know, Thomas Edison. But getting them, once again, to practice expressing themselves, giving a coherent explanation of what they are thinking. And this is going to be the same kind of a program. It's going to be on Zoom. It's going to be live. There's going to be students around the world participating in this, and you can join in that. And then the last part of the summer challenge is the actual invention convention. And there is where the students will actually present something that they have made. Once again, it doesn't have to be a perfect working model. It can be a prototype, but now they have completed the invention process. This is the summer. Later on in the fall, there are other activities that are being planned, other events. These are all going to be international events with students around the world. And they're all going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a learning experience. And once again, I know the process in schools has been difficult, but we are not going to sit still. We are going to move ahead, and we're going to be doing wonderful and great things. And that's what the InventFuture.global program is all about.
That sounds great, Jake.
Yes, and I am looking forward to watching all of these. So let me stop sharing and turn it back to Daisha.
So we have another amazing inventor who also is going to be one of our hosts later on. But Gianna, we are glad you are here. Let me pull up your...
I got her.
Do it. Do it.
She's just a minute.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi.
Okay, so Gianna, we're going to really be working you hard because now you're a presenter, and then when you're done presenting, you're not going to leave because now you're going to have to be a host, and hopefully you'll be a much better host. You can't be a better host than Daisha is, but hopefully you'll be a better host than I am. So, but first now we want to hear about your fantastic invention, which is called Blindingly Smart.
Right.
Ooh.
Okay. So this is a Blindingly Smart. It is a board game that all ages can play from 4 years old all the way up. And I created this game because I personally have a blind grandparent and I volunteered at a special needs school. I noticed that the blind students had a really hard time connecting with the other students. So I wanted to create a way for both my grandmother and those students to connect with others and still have fun. So I created this game. And I found out there are 39 million people in the world that are blind. So I figured that as I'm helping these students and my grandmother, I could help all of these people too. So the way that, well, first I'm just gonna show you, this is what I have in my game. I have multiple expansion packs, but this is the original pack that goes with the board. And I have all my instructions that are in Braille. There are regular instructions for people that have sight, and these instructions are in Braille. I also have blindfolds that are included with the game, just in case people with sight want to feel, experience what it's like to be blind and play the game. So the way that you play my game is that you have this deck of cards, and the first player will draw a card off the top of the deck. This card has Braille and the picture is raised, so blind people can read the Braille and feel the picture. So you'll have 1 minute to read the fact that is on the card and feel the picture. Once that 1 minute is up, then you have to give the picture to another player. And then you have 2 minutes to look on the board and flip up as many cards as you can to try and match the picture that was on the card from the deck on the one on the board. If you cannot do that, then you do not earn a point. If you can, then you earn 1 point. You also have an opportunity to earn 2 points if you give one fact that was on the card, because each card has multiple facts about it. And each expansion pack has different topics. So there's one for teens. This original expansion pack is based off of blind people. So that way blind people can learn more about themselves and people with sight can learn about blind people. And this process all continues with the point system until one player earns 10 points. Do you have any questions?
There we go. Oh,
I have so many questions. So how far are you in this process? Like, have you already sold things?
I have not sold anything yet, but I am working on getting a patent. That way I can put it onto the market and hopefully sell it. But I have used my invention with the students at the special needs school and with my family and some other blind families that I came in contact with.
And what did you find? How did they like it?
They all loved the game. I went through a few different prototypes though, because at first I just had these small thin cards that were just on a table, and it was like a memory game and you would try and pick it up. But I found that that game wasn't very fun and the cards were too thin for blind people to accurately pick up and feel the braille on. So I went through those different prototypes with the families and the children, and I came up with this final invention. Each card is 0.5 millimeters thick. That way it's easy to grab and to handle. It's all Velcroed onto the board, so that way you can take off the cards for different rounds of the game or different expansion packs. In the end, after I went through all these prototypes, the families ended up loving the game and the children ended up loving the game. And I really think that it helped the blind students communicate with the sighted ones.
Can you give us an example of what's on the card? What kind of things there are?
Oh, sure. So here's the card that I drew earlier. And on the card, it says that an estimated 253 million people live with vision impairments. So that's just a sample from the facts about blind people. And I'm sure that you saw the eye that was corresponding with the fact that was on the card. And there's the kids expansion pack that I also created. So an example from this pack would be learning Braille. So I just have, for example, a number on the card that's also in Braille. So the kids would try and match the trace number on the card with the one on the board while still learning what that number represents in Braille.
So once they get it right, they go to the board and then pull up the card and then try to read it with their hand?
So the way that they would play the game would be similar to the original game. So they would pick up a card, they would try and trace the letter or the number that is on the card, and then they try to find the one that matches on the board. It's similar to a memory game, except they're not allowed to see the cards on the board firsthand. And then if they find it, then they earn a point. And if they do not, then they don't earn a point. And if they're able to accurately write out the letter, well, more type out the letter because they have typewriters in Braille, then they'll be able to earn another point. So it's very similar to the first game.
So how do you go about feeling around the board? Do you have to move around?
It's a very interactive game because you can just, the board is weighted so that way it doesn't tip over or fall.
Okay.
That way, if you accidentally push it, it won't fall over, and then you just flip up these cards on the board. So it's kind of like a speed game too, because then you just have to go as quickly as you can, feel the cards that are on the board, flip them up, and then once your 1 minute is over, then you have to see if you recognize the right card and show it to the other players.
Gianna, you have fans literally all over the world. I am serious. We've just got a question for you from Mexico, and the person is asking, have you thought of another game? Any other types of games?
Any other types of games? So far, ever since I was little, I've always been thinking of inventions, and I've always loved games. So I have thought of a few other games. I am in Girl Scouts, so I was thinking of making a game similar to that, but also to be catered to different people. So there's a lot of different things that I've thought of, but there aren't any games that I've really put as much work into as I have with the Blindingly Smart.
Do you have an estimated price for this? It looks like it'd be rather expensive with all the different extensions.
It does look like it would be rather expensive, but since I wanted to make it affordable, I just took in all the material costs, and it turns out to be about $12.11 to create and to sell. So that would be the marketing price. It does sound a little bit expensive, but considering the hard plastic and the weighted bottom and all of the cards, and since you have to type it out in Braille and in English, in any language for sighted people, then it would estimate to about that cost. And since there's a higher number of blind people in third world countries, I really wanted to make sure that it would be affordable for them too. That way they could still have fun and play the game.
Gianna, I happen to know that in the United States, they have American Sign Language for people who are deaf. And in other countries, they also have sign languages, but they are different. And even in United Kingdom, where we speak English and they speak English, they have a different sign language. I don't know about Braille. Is Braille more universal, or is it completely different in other countries?
Braille can slightly differ depending on which country you're in, but it's all very similar. So for example, it would be like, not exactly talking with an accent, but there are just certain letters that differ, and some other forms of Braille are very different, but it's easy to translate between the different types of Braille. So it wouldn't be too hard to manufacture for different countries since Braille is mostly universal.
So you could make an English version, you could make a Spanish version, you could make a French version.
Yes.
Wow, very impressive, very impressive.
Well, Gianna, this is exciting. I can't wait to see it out in the stores. My mother-in-law is actually a instructor for deafblind and does a lot of work in this area. So having games that they can play makes a lot of sense. Also, our STEM challenge today was to create a game. So that's pretty apropos that you brought this one in. In just a few moments, we're going to turn you from a panelist into a host, just by virtue of going, ah. So we are excited to do that. Jake, we have a question from Daniel. If you'll look at the chat, see if you can answer that for him this moment. Gianna, what's next for you?
For me, as an inventor, I always loved to invent, of course, like I said previously, and I do think I'll continue inventing. I've been part of an invention program, and I plan to continue with that. I've made inventions in a lot of different areas, and I hope to continue with that too, because there's so many different problems in this world, and I see them every day, and I know I can't solve all of them, but I mean, I'll try my best to. So I'd love to continue inventing for sure.
Well, that sounds great. Well, we're going to let you grab your notes or anything you need for the hosting, because in just a moment we're turning it. We'll be here and we'll smile at you, but you're doing it. So you'll be introducing all of our guests, and our next guest is coming in. So grab your stuff and get ready for your hosting duty if you need to change hats or anything.
But before we do that, Daisha, can I show one more of your wonderful
Yes, so Gianna, you go ahead and get ready, and we'll show a quick commercial.
Okay, it's assuming I can get it to work. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Dr. Drizzle, and welcome to the Global Innovation Field Trip. Today, we want you to try to create a chain reaction. Now, you can watch Mythbusters Jr. and watch the episode entitled Demolition Dominoes. Find some materials around your home where you can create this chain reaction, and see if you can get the end event to turn on the light.
Could you hear that? Or when I mute?
You were typing really loud, so I muted you, but forgot that it was.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So
I'm an amateur. This is why we have people like Gianna, so I mess up. Gianna, don't type. Okay.
So if you'll unshare your screen.
I'm unsharing.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring, so Gianna, you're going to be in charge, and I am going to bring, Daniel's coming up. Somebody grabbed him already. Gianna, do you have the schedule with all the information about the presenters?
Yes, I do, and I took a few notes on.
Oh my goodness! So then you know there he is. There's Daniel.
There's Daniel.
So Gianna, what you're going to do? You're going to be in charge. You're going to introduce him, and it's going to be your project.
Okay. So our
Hágame
next
bien ahora.
presenter
¿Estás
is
mejor?
Miss.
Daniel, can you hear us? No, you're muted. Okay.
Oh, no, I can hear you.
Well, we can hear you too.
Okay,
And
great.
Gianna is the new host. I've been fired. So she's going to take over.
Okay. I'll.
Okay.
So our next presenter is Mr. I apologize for any mispronunciation. Mr. Daniel Armando Di Guillermo.
That was pretty good.
Okay. He's from Argentina and he's representing his company Azteca. I'm not really sure how to say that either.
It's okay.
He's the director and teacher of Educational Robotics Institute, and he is going to present about taking advantage of recycled materials to create inventions.
Can I start?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, as I was already being presented, my name is Daniel Di Guglielmo, and we have in our country some characteristics, and we do not have an advantage of buying easily or at low prices different materials. As everybody must know, when you work with robotics, you use electronics and motors and sensors. Sometimes they get a little expensive. Now, even though they're not so expensive sometimes, there are no parts that we can buy here for specific works. So we have to bring them from outside, from other countries. And most times we have a lot of expenses in traveling and taxes. And even sometimes we don't get the package because they get lost usually in our customs here in Argentina. So my function now is try to teach people to use non-expensive materials. And we found that we have a lot of very nice and precise motors, sensors, and all those stuff we use in robotics but machines like printers or scanners or whatever that are already not in use. Most people throw them away, and they even are bringing some trouble to the planet, I suppose, because we have junkyards with a lot of electronic things. So I'm going to share with you a PowerPoint. I'll keep on talking while we see the PowerPoint. Let me see if it works. Jake taught me, so suppose I found out. Yes? Share. Okay. Can you confirm me, please, if you're seeing a PowerPoint now? Jake, I lost your audio.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is me. The name of my institute is Azteca. I started it from scratch, and I'm director and also teach because I will never stop teaching robotics. What we're going to talk about is taking advantage of recycled materials to create inventions. Doesn't matter what kind of material, even wires. We can recycle wires that have plugs on the end, and we always can take advantage of that. And once again, I see people that are throwing tons of materials and machines away that we can recover at least partially. How to use some recycled materials and different ways in order to teach students from different levels. This is a new idea I started about 1 year ago, where I can get one, let's say, for example, a printer motor. They're very nice motors. And usually it's very difficult to program that motor. Some people don't know how to use it. So I prepare it, I program it, I leave it ready to be used by a small kid that doesn't know how to program. And that way the smaller kids can use it just connecting a battery or a switch or something simple. For the ones who understand, I'm talking about a brushless motor, very difficult to use if you don't know how to program. So next level would be to use the same motor, exactly the same motor, but probably with no electronics in it. So the next level of students should be able to create a circuit board with electronics in order to use the different coils on that motor. Again, all this is a little technique, but anyhow, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. This is how I'm going to explain. This is something like a preliminary about the whole speech. I teach technology, for example, robotics. It's very much fun for children, especially because they do hands-on learning. It's all hands-on activities. So I get the students to learn very difficult or strange things just because they need it. But at the end, the students will be learning by playing. We do have a need of special materials, as I told you before, sensors, specific sensors, and motors, different power of motors, circuit boards, etc. And all that creates a very expensive situation. We cannot afford it, not only because of the money, but also because of the lack of the materials. Besides that, we do help to ecology because we do know the law of the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. And that's exactly what we start doing now. If we find an electronic junkyard, a surplus, they're getting very popular nowadays in big countries. I've seen some pictures where you can see an incredible amount of tons of electronic trash. I don't know if you say that way, but they don't recycle it. They just, I don't know, they throw it somewhere. And it's a real pity because they are very high precision parts sometimes, most of the times. Sensors, motors, switches, axles, gears, screws, leads, heat sinks, and much more. So let me show you an example. This is mountain of printers. It's not mine, but it's very similar to the one I bought about 3 months ago. And it's very common to see these things nowadays, not only printers. Each one of those has literally hundreds and hundreds of different parts inside. I'm going to try to show that in my next video. Unassemble a printer, and there we go. I'll be talking while we see the video. I think it's possible. So you can see some. Excuse me, please. Okay. Now, that's a small, normal small laser printer, only black. So it's one of the most simplest printers. There we find some LEDs already soldered on the board with some switches, very useful. I take them out usually with the cables and the connector, so it's easier to use in the future. A lot of screws, you can see that you're going to buy about 70, 80, or maybe 100 screws. We start getting, I'm going to show you the mouse here, some, well, in this case, it's a coil, and it's called, what's this? Contactor. Well, something like a relay, but it's not making a contact. It's pushing a mechanic piece using the force, magnetic force created by a coil. Then we can see much more gears around here, and we're going to see several parts like the motor and axles. The axles are very useful because they're very high precision axles. They use standard measures like 6 millimeters or 5 millimeters or 8, and they're very good steel. They're completely straight, very high quality, just because the printer itself has to be very high quality, very precise, and gives a nice and neat printout. That's a motor. That's a brushless motor. If I go to buy that motor outside on the street, it will cost me a lot. I don't know how much here in Argentina, but I would say about $10, $15, or maybe $20 in the States. Inside that board, we're going to see it afterwards, a little slower. There are different pieces that we can recover. Now we're touching the optical unit of the printer. We have a motor with a mirror in there that we're going to use for some project. And we also have a laser, the axle. That's the one I told you. And I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Now we're going to go through some pieces that we took out usually of the printer. I'm focusing only in the printer because this would be a longer video, and Jake told me that I could not go past the 20 minutes. Maybe 30 seconds, but not more than that. I remember that, Jake. We have a fan, that's called a cooler, different springs. We have only this one in the photograph. We have about 20 or 30, sometimes more, different sizes and shapes. You won't be able to buy that if you need it, but you can just go around your shop and look the one you're looking for. This is the magnet I told you before. It's a coil that it's magnetized, and it moves this piece up and down, creating some kind of a movement in your mechanism. That's another one, the same coil. And that's a printed board, probably a power supply with capacitors, heat sinks, transformers, a whole lot of things that we can take advantage of. That's the same one. Now we have Metal pieces that also can be useful. I don't know specifically for what in this case. That's another motor, a little bigger. Depending on the printer, you're going to get a strong motor, not so strong, depending on your applications. By the way, Jake, I still have those stepper motors you gave me last time I was at your home. I use some of them, they're wonderful. Then I have a nice board. It has the 6 legs we saw at the beginning with 2 switches over here, and they're ready to connect through these cables. So you don't have even solder anything. Just add it to your project. That's a laser. Doesn't say much. It's very small, but when it works, it's a real laser and pretty strong. It's another motor with a mirror on it. It comes from the printer also. Well, a set of gears, all interconnected, 2 gears interconnected. These are optical sensors. They're used to create I don't remember the name. Well, anyhow, you have an infrared ray inside there, and when something goes across there, you'll detect it, and you can count the amount of turns or just detect a situation that is happening. So that's a sensor called, I don't remember, I'm sorry. These are hard disks. You can get mostly 2 things. The magnets are very strong magnets, neodymium magnets, and the motors over here. I don't know if these are the motors or top part of the motors, but anyhow, they also are brushless motors, pretty powerful and very, very precise. More magnets. These are a couple of pieces of a part of a printer, just showing how many things come out. I'm not going to describe all of them because it will be really long. This is sending a CD reader and reusing its parts. This is a disk drive, no, sorry, a DVD drive. Okay, and in the DVDs, we have a special part, very important for me, that are the axles. Here you can see one axle, where there's going to be another one from the disk drive over here that has like a spiral. That's very useful. It's connected to a stepper motor. So besides the stepper motor is precise, we also have this spinning here that helps the precision. And it has to be very precise because a disk drive, to be read, has to have very, very precise movements and very, very small travel, very short travel. Thank you. This is a laser that's done, power supply with both things inside. This is just a photo of a partially unassembled printer, a lot of pieces in a box, including a stepper motor on the right side over here. Okay, and a lot of pieces of different printers. Again, here you have some rods from probably a matrix printer, and also the rods are very useful, especially the ones come from scanners that are long, because we can make a CNC that we're working now on some CNCs. And you're going to see now as an example, well, here are a whole lot of gears also. All pieces come out from a printer. Matching gears, springs, matching gears, more springs and gears. Now, here you have a CNC or plotter, whatever it's called. In order to build a big one, we need powerful motors. For example, a motor from the printers. But we're going to see now an example where we use small motors. Not this one. Well, we still are with the printers. This is a power supply for a printer. I'm sorry. This is recovering fans. Well, we actually use this because we're people soldering, and as everybody knows, it's pretty toxic to solder. So we built some kind of big fan, built up by 16 small fans, coolers from computers. This is the first example we're going to see complete. It's a 3D printer made by a coffee machine. You have several motors lifting here, all programmed. I did not do this project. It's not one of my students' project, but it looks pretty interesting. I never saw it working. I would like to see it. But anyhow, somebody is trying to design something with reused pieces. This is a plotter. It's pretty neat. It's a big plotter. We have the big long rods, probably from a scanner. And we're not doing all these. We're doing small ones we're going to see in a minute. But anyhow, it's the same concept. We have an XY, XY and Z, XY and Z over here in order to pick up a pen, put it down and make drawings or put a laser in it or whatever you want to do. This is a little bigger one. It includes Lego pieces. This is with all reused materials also. It's a toy. We have another plotter. And now we have a plotter made with the old disk drives, the old 5 1/4 disk drive. You'll have pretty powerful motor and a longer travel in order to have a bigger plotter. You can see now the result. I'm not showing the whole building, it's very long, but you can see here the black structure of a disk drive. Yeah, here you have a gray structure of another disk drive. And now in order to pick up, lift the pen and put it down, we have a small servo motor over here, okay? Here you can see the movement of that spiral axle I showed you earlier. And everything has to be very, very precise, and you can see the result. This is a small drawing, about maybe 10 centimeters, not more than that. But it's really precise because the discs themselves were very precise when they were born. It's a very high precision technology. And we can take advantage of that without paying money, because all these are things that people throw to the trash. They go out to the electronic junkyard. Okay? Okay. Let me see what happened here. Okay, this is a little more advanced. This is a robot that was built mostly with reused pieces. Of course, we have to buy the leads, but we even use some clothings different. So some students of mine built this and are making money now. This is a robot. Let me show you again. Wait about this. It's all programmed with a small computer, a microcontroller. It's inside the robot, and it's used to go to parties and entertainment for people. But it was built the most as possible, partially, but the most as possible with reused materials also. That's the main philosophy that we're using with our constructions. Okay. The only part I did not talk about yet is the teaching part. Even though the presentation is about reusing materials, I think it's very important to teach kids with this philosophy, because we also talk about recycling, and it forces them to use their imagination and to be creative. And usually we have some pieces like the disk drives and some hard disk drives and some floppy disk drives that are pretty difficult to unassemble. You have to take a lot of pieces out. They're very small screws. It's pretty difficult. But my philosophy is to work with the kids in electronics and all those things. And then when I think it's necessary, I create the need of using that part of a machine or that program even, because we also program with different program languages. And once the kid or the person, the student, has the need to use it, they are really motivated. And when they start doing very difficult things, it looks easy because they really need it. They want to have it, so they want to learn it. And you find small kids unassembling things that you say, it's really difficult, and they can do it. So that motivates a lot. I think it's very good for learning. They always learn playing. That's a very interesting part. I know Jake knows about this because we think the same thing. And I think it is powerful. Besides, we did it because we have some strange political ideas in our country and we don't have access to materials. Besides that, it's very powerful to help ecology and to help students learning. That completes my speech, my talk. If there are any questions, I feel free. And
thank you so much for the presentation. It was very interesting. I didn't realize there's so much you can do with different parts of things that people would usually throw away.
Neither did I did it. Neither did I.
I do have a question though. May I ask where you learned all this technical information?
Okay, I know it's going to sound strange, but I learned by myself. I started at 5 or 6 years old, very interested about these things. I did study engineering, but I didn't learn all this in engineering. I learned electronics and the technology part. The need for something forces you to think about it. I never thought inside a printer would be so many, you could find so many pieces. And actually, a year ago, I bought a big, huge pack of about 70 printers. And I said, okay, I'll bring some pieces out. I unassembled the first one and it took me about 3 days until I understood how to unassemble it. And you kept on taking pieces outside and said, how did somebody put all those pieces inside this small printer? I couldn't believe it. But I learned by myself, and I learned a lot teaching also. That is very important.
So may I ask what age are your students, and is there like a recommended age that you would give for people to start inventing with these kind of materials?
In overall, not at the same time, not now, but in overall, we start with 5 years old, and there's no limit. As always, Jake says, we have the students that, well, I knew Jake when I started. I went to the first time to firefighting, the robot contest. And I was curious about the ages, and I said, okay, you have kids from 5 up to kids to 80 or something like that. That was something like his response. There's no limit. Usually they start at 7 or 8. Usually they stop, most of them, about 15 or 16, because they start thinking about other different things, you know, going out and the parties and that. Now, every once in a time, we do have students that keep on going during years, and they get up to 35, 30. They even work on this. I must say it, thanks to our teaching, because first they have to think a lot. They have to really process information and solve the problems. And besides that, they find that they can do it. If we look at the technology from the outside and from far away, you see, wow, that's a good technology. When you start understanding it and working with it, and especially unassembling, not only because when you unassemble, you not only get the pieces, you also get, how did somebody think about doing it, and how did they do it? And that also teaches a lot. It also teaches me every time I assemble any equipment. So we keep on learning all life, Jake, do we?
Is there any special tools for anyone who wants to start working from home? Is there anything that they need to know before, or anything that they should have to start inventing with this?
Well, I had it written down on a paper. I didn't have time to read my paper, but yes, the printers, the laser printers are the easiest of all. They are the easiest. I think the whole thing could be done with one Phillips screwdriver, medium size. Now, sometimes you get different pieces, but you don't need special material, the special tools. So, unless you go to hard disks where you use, it's not so special, but it's a little stranger. It's a screwdriver with a special form, and it's called torque. Torque. The measures go from T6 or T5, that's the size of the torque. And this drives, the bigger one was a very, very old disk drive, was about torque 20 or 25. So if you buy a set of torques from 20 or 15 down to 6, you could almost assemble almost any disk drive. Floppy drives are a little more difficult, and they're a little dangerous because it's a metal case and you can get cut. So I don't recommend that for children. The old disk drives are aluminum. They don't have much thin metal, so that could be okay. And by the way, the older that they are, the disk drives, the better they are. The more strong in the motors, and they're easier to unassemble.
Ah, okay. So
Of course, you use pliers and probably other screwdrivers, but no special materials. Now, if you want to recover electronic things, of course, you need a solder to unsolder things. We don't recommend that for small kids. We always ask the small kids to be attended by attender assisted. I don't remember how you say it, by their parents. But disk drives are pretty safe. They don't have dangerous metals in that thing.
Okay. So if anyone had something that they would like to donate, is there any way that they could reach you in order to donate a printer or an old electronic?
Well, I suppose Jake's has my, somebody in Gift has my information, my cell phone or my WhatsApp or my email. And we even go and pick it up if somebody calls us, but we don't find it so easy here in Argentina. Mostly you have to buy these things, but very, very inexpensive. We don't still have center where the people go and they throw it to the trash. That's the bad thing. And sometimes I cannot go around there looking at the trash, looking for things. I've done it some, if it's a very nice machine, you know, nobody's looking at me and they take it out. But it would be better if somebody calls me. I can even go and pick it up. We have no problem here in Argentina.
Awesome. Okay, so they should probably reach out to the Global Invention Field Trip, Gmail, and then they can contact you from there. For any students that want to start with disassembling and reassembling and they already have the materials, are there any resources that you recommend to help them learn how to do these kind of things?
Well, of course, there's internet, but part of my business here in Argentina is teaching. So before this quarantine we're living, I have an institute. The kids come in here. They don't even have to bring the materials. We give them to them because they're almost for free. But besides that, we build robots. We've been participating in a contest, and we try to give that information to the people. Now, since we are in quarantine, we're not so popular at this moment, but we're giving some classes on the internet. So if they already have the materials, it's easier because we can talk and speak the technical things, and each one has his tools and his materials. And if they don't have it, I try to send it to them. We clean it the most as possible. They clean it again when they receive it. So we try to keep on going during the quarantine. Much less people, but we try to maintain it.
Wow, that's very cool. I'm just amazed by all the things that you can do with this kind of things at home. I do have one last question though. Would you be willing to mentor any other teachers that want to teach their students how to create different things with recycled materials?
I didn't understand. I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Would you be willing to mentor any other teachers who want to do the same thing as you're doing and recycling materials to create inventions?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. I very much enjoyed it. Did anyone else have any questions?
I'm getting ready to take apart an old hard drive when I get home. It's just sitting in the garage, and we'll take it apart and play with it.
Actually, Daniel, if I can add one more thing to what Daniel was talking about. Taking apart is different than breaking apart. And one of the tools he did not mention is a hammer. And you don't want to do that because anyone can take a hammer and smash something into pieces. But what Daniel is doing with his students is they are disassembling it with the same care that it was originally assembled with, and now using all those parts. And it's a whole nother skill of learning how to take things apart. Then they simultaneously now learn how to put things together. It's the same.
In our classrooms in the U.S., we call that deconstructing. So they're deconstructing something to reconstruct something else.
Yes. Very good.
Do I have one more minute, Jake?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
First
I'm
of all,
not the host. Gianna's the host. You have to ask her.
host, may I have one more minute?
Yes.
Okay, I forgot an example. And there's a student of mine here and asking me if I can tell you about this example. We had a robot that was competing in a sumo fighting. You know, the sumo, like the Japanese that push themselves, the first robot that throws the other one out is the one that wins. And they invented a mechanism that I was really surprised. Everybody was surprised. They used an old mouse, one of the old ones, the one that has the ball, little rolling ball inside, and they connected the mouse to the robot in order to know when the robot not only was moving its reels, but also moving. So maybe it could be slipping because the other robot was pushing, and that the robot would think he was moving, but actually he was not moving. So they put the mouse on the back and they read that sensor inside the mouse to know what speed was it moving. Is the speed was accordant to the one that the robot was sending to the wheels, and that way they could know exactly what was happening on around them and also inside them. So if they were pushing and the robot was not moving, immediately backwards and go away because somebody was about to push you. You know, those kind of things were invented again with old things like the old mouse. Nobody would believe it when I saw it, but really, really surprising. That's a nice example.
Wow, that's a great example. I mean, it's just, it seems as simple as a mouse just to be able to do something like that.
Yes.
I would also like to say that we'd love to invite your students to sign up for the September gift that we have. Miss Julie was talking about that earlier, and I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much for this presentation.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity. Thanks, Jake. You too. Thanks.
Wait a minute. I noticed there's somebody else here real quickly. Somebody else has shown up with the same last name. So who is this?
Sebastián? Will be?
Wait a minute. Let's see if we can see him.
We were testing Zoom on another computer, maybe something connected there.
Oh, I wanted to get his video. So who is this?
Maybe, you were testing with Sebastián and my other son in another computer with the Zoom. I had to change computer. We had no audio. Maybe the other computer was connected.
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to give more people credit. Well, thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay, for the invitation. Thanks to you.
Okay.
So, Gianna, we have our next person up. This is someone claiming to be Erin. Do you want to introduce her? And
Yeah, of course. So we have Miss Erin Shaster. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. She is from Canada. She's with the Leading Partnership and is the National Director of Development at the Learning Partnership, a Canadian-wide organization that seeks to inspire and equip today's students and become tomorrow's problem solvers and change makers. She is a certified elementary school teacher with diverse experience in non-for-profit sector. She's passionate about delivering innovative programs with measurable impacts.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Gianna, and for those amazing questions you just posed to Daniel after a great presentation. It was really inspiring to hear some of the hands-on work that's going in other necks of the woods. I'm curious, can I share my screen? I think I can. Yes. Awesome. I'm going to do that. Cool. So, hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I have to say it's really humbling to be able to speak on behalf of the Learning Partnership at the second ever Global Innovation Field Trip. It's very cool to be part of this. So my name's Erin Shachter. You were really close, Gianna. And I'm the National Director of Development at TLP, which is how we call ourselves sometimes. The Learning Partnership is a charitable organization in Canada, and our head office is located in Toronto, Ontario, which is where I live. In Canada, we have a tradition of honoring the original caretakers of our land. And before I dive into some of the exciting things that have transpired in the recent weeks, I wanted to take a moment to recognize that Toronto is located on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And TLP's work spans coast to Canadian coast on traditional territories of even more nations and Indigenous peoples, both recorded and unrecorded. We recognize the presence and the endurance of all Indigenous people, and we are grateful for the opportunity to work together to provide and create inclusive innovation experiences to ensure that our land is well kept and peaceful for all. Today, I'm really pleased to share with you a little bit of background about who we are and what we do at TLP. And I'm going to dive in specifically to a recent experience, shifting our culminating events to a virtual model, which sounds like a bit of jargon that I hope makes more sense in 20 minutes, with an emphasis on how we engaged volunteers remotely. And I'll share some about our experience of launching this new model, as well as highlighting some of the takeaways. So about the Learning Partnership. As I mentioned, we're a national Canadian organization that seeks to inspire and equip today's students to become tomorrow's problem solvers and change makers. Great. I'm sorry. Great. Our problems are designed to reflect provincial curriculum to support teachers in using experiential hands-on learning to achieve the ministry prescribed learning goals. In other words, we train teachers to deliver our programs in their classrooms as part of their core teaching. As you can imagine, like everywhere around the world, COVID-19 had an incredible impact on our programming as schools across Canada were interrupted and education moved virtual overnight. But thanks to the unwavering understanding and support of our partners, as well as some great ingenuity across our team, we were able to implement what we called Operation Pivot, which was a 100-day plan focused on delivering on our vision and mission in a proactive, nimble, and timely manner, despite not having direct access to public school classrooms. To do this, as you can imagine, required innovation, creativity, and critical thinking, which is just some of the skills we seek to inspire in the work that we deliver. Specifically, we cultivate these skills through 3 of our key programs that I'm going to speak about today. There are others, and they're all as awesome. But the 3 I'm going to speak to are Entrepreneurial Adventure, Coding Quest, and iCubed, or Investigate, Invent, Innovate. In Entrepreneurial Adventure, classes are paired with business mentors who help students and their teachers launch a real business venture. A key component of this program is that students identify a charity that they're inspired by and donate their venture profits to this cause at the end of the year. Can you believe over the years, we have donated over $3 million to different charities around the world? Coding Quest is a program in which students create an interactive video game using block-based coding to showcase their learnings on a subject that they've studied. This is a program that is coding to learn, not necessarily just learning to code. In iCubed, students identify a problem that piques their curiosity and they design a solution to solve it, including planning a prototype and in some cases, building that prototype. While at face value, each of these programs is really distinct, they have fundamental similarities. One of these similarities is that each applies a form of the engineering design process. They begin with asking a question or identifying a problem and seeking to understand how others have approached it. Imagining solutions. What are some of the opportunities to solve this problem? Might come in the form of brainstorming. Planning by drawing a diagram, making a list of materials, putting a list of steps into place. Then creating by following your plan and making something come to life and putting that to test. And then of course, the iterative part, which is improving, identifying what worked, what doesn't work, and where's there opportunity to change that, improve that. Another similarity across these 3 programs is that they each integrate the global competencies, which are sometimes called soft skills, 21st century skills. At TLP, we embrace the definition from education thought leader Michael Fullan in Canada, who defines these specifically as 6 C's: creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, citizenship, communication, collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, character, and self-directed learning. These are the skills that educators teach and that employers seek. They inspire deeper learning, they equip students to solve real-world problems, and they prepare them for their ever-changing future. Another similarity across these 3 programs is that each has a culminating event at the end of the year. Traditionally, these are in-person showcases in which students showcase their learnings and their projects among community members, including peers and teachers, and in some cases, even members of the public or volunteers and mentors. So why culminating events? Well, this year we really focused in and honed in on 2 key priorities. The first is an opportunity to celebrate student projects and to provide them with feedback. This is an opportunity for students to actually share their work and interact with people who can give them advice on what's gone great, maybe opportunities for improvements, and engage in their work directly. So in EA, this is sharing a business venture, in Coding Quest, playing a game, and in iCubed, a prototype or a plan for a prototype. Another significant priority when we look at our culminating events is the opportunity to measure success of our program's goals, which is in cultivating the 6 C's. So obviously we weren't able to meet in person this year due to the COVID-19 realities, and leaning into the priorities and objectives we had identified in Operation Pivot, we knew it was time to put innovation to work. While the natural evolution of these programs would have been some virtual face-to-face real-time interaction between students and mentors or audience, given the scope of our reach across Canada and the reality that we engage with so many different school boards who have so many different policies, we identified that this was far too complex a challenge to solve in the time that we had. So instead, we went back to basics. We decided that the key was doing anything at all, and we came up with a static model. We recognized that there were fundamentally two groups of stakeholders that we needed to engage. Of course, the first was students. There wouldn't be culminating events without student projects. But the second really important audience were our volunteers, recognizing that historically, when we do culminating events in public spaces and seek to have these passerbys engage with work, that's where there's real excitement and meaning for our student inventors or entrepreneurs or coders. And also to turn our attention to their role in how we measure impact. So I'm going to talk a bit about how we achieve the second goal. Really smart colleagues of mine last year developed a tool called a success rubric. This rubric was piloted and designed specifically to measure how specific skills or global competencies were demonstrated by our student participants. In the in-person model, this meant that volunteers were trained in using this survey device, and then they were taught also some guiding questions to engage the students in conversation to learn more about their processes. The volunteers would then provide the students some feedback in real time, and at the same time, they would measure the impact or the visibility of these competencies according to their conversations with students. It's really important to highlight that this assessment tool is for our use at TLP. This assessment does not go to the teachers and it does not go to those students. This is really an opportunity for us to understand whether the learning outcomes that we seek to cultivate were evident and opportunities to improve our programming in order to even improve on those learning outcomes. But the students do get that feedback, which we've heard is really, really useful. So step one was reaching out to our network of supporters. And within 2 weeks, we had 51 volunteers sign up for a virtual training session. Admittedly, between us, we didn't entirely know what that was going to look like. At the same time, we also needed to establish how students' work could be showcased. Given in-person discussion or trifold board presentations were not going to be an option. We recognized that it was essential that this invitation was inclusive, recognizing that some of our students hadn't necessarily reached the end of the program by the time that we were inviting them. And we wanted to ensure that everybody knew that they were welcome to participate. Come with what you got, come how you are, whether you're just in the middle, just at the start, we wanted to hear from you and we wanted to celebrate your work. So our invitation to teachers really emphasized that this was an opportunity to celebrate whatever they had done, no matter how far along they were in their processes. And we also really wanted to be sure that teachers weren't overburdened by the request to participate, recognizing that this was a particularly busy year for teachers across Canada as around the world. This was meant to be a solution and an opportunity to continue engagement of their students in these hands-on experiential programs. Recognizing our desire to really take the emphasis off of a perfect or even final product at all, we actually designed a template for how these students' work could be submitted using the guiding questions that volunteers had actually used in conversation with students at events. So instead of asking students to show us their final project, we asked them to show us their process. And the guiding questions that we provided were, where did you get the specific idea for your project? And specifically, what was the inquiry question or problem statement? And why did you think this was an important problem to solve? How did you make it work? What were 5 key steps you took to put your plan into action? And how did your team, if you worked with one, divide roles and responsibilities? We wanted to know, did you encounter any problems, and ask them to provide a specific example of a challenge that they overcame and the steps they took to overcome that challenge. And then we asked them to demonstrate in some way a final product or a key takeaway using pictures, links, words, and or videos. And I just want to emphasize, we told them use pictures, links, words, pictures, whatever it was, everywhere in this, it was up to them to choose their own adventure. And in the case of EA and IQ, Entrepreneurial Adventure, we asked them, how would you market and sell your item, since this would have been an early phase in their process. What was really interesting is that most of the projects we received literally followed this template, but some looked quite a bit different. And it was really important in training our volunteers that we illuminated these realities in this context. Of course, it was really vital that our success rubric also was adapted to model these current changes. So this year, what we did is we just decided to focus our attention specifically on 4 global competencies that we thought might be evident in some way, shape, or form in the presentations that we would receive. One of these was character and self-directed learning. The other around creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Asking, did the students do what they said they intended to do? Critical thinking and problem solving. Applying clear steps to solve a problem, following a plan, overcoming challenges in a process. And this was a bit of a flyer given how lenient we were on our expectations, the communication question. For each competency, and it's really important, I think, to also note that we redesigned this rubric. So it was virtual using good old SurveyMonkey. And under each competency, we had some prompting questions so that our volunteers knew what to ask themselves as they were seeking to assess or grade sort of how these competencies appeared in the student work. And for each competency, we asked them to measure on a 3-point scale, whether it was developing, starting to emerge, proficient, adequately there, all details were included, or exemplary, that they were above and beyond. And then there's the final component of our historic model that we sought to I'm going to illuminate one more time. This is not to go to the students. This is strictly for TLP's learning and for us to inform the evolutions of our programs going forward. But then there is that piece that the students do take, which is the feedback piece. And this was really, really important, because knowing that these students were not engaging with these volunteers in real time, and frankly, in some cases, there weren't even names and definitely no faces involved, how would they know and benefit from this engagement? So we designed what we called a 3+1 model for feedback. And we asked each volunteer to provide feedback that highlighted a specific aspect of the project that was awesome, provide a specific opportunity for improvement or strengthening. And we really encouraged them in those 2 components to use the 6 C's language that we had gone through. And the third, and I think most exciting component of this model, was seeking for them to illuminate one way in which something they observed in the student work could be applied to the world of work. So as you can see on the screen, these are 2 examples from 2 different projects of some of the great valuable feedback that we received. And then the +1 was some sort of celebratory comment. Leave it off on that high note, like great job, as you can see there. Saw lots of have a great summer. And that was that. So just to go over, we recruited our volunteers, we outreached to our teachers and gave them this template and saw all these student projects come in. We did these virtual training sessions for our volunteers, providing background and some technical information, including some overview about global competencies that we seek to cultivate in our work. And the next day, each volunteer received a full guide recapping this training, a link to an online version of the success rubric, and attachments for projects. And each volunteer saw about 5 to 6 student projects. For each project, each volunteer was asked to review the entire project before they even opened the rubric. Engage in the work, we told them. Go play the game if there's a link to one. Have fun. Now, here's the thing. This wasn't a perfect solution. And we actually knew this out the gates. And as part of our process, what we thought was really essential is how can we use this group of volunteers to learn how to make this better for the future. So one thing to highlight, first of all, is that our student data and all the assessment tools and that sort of stuff isn't available yet. That's currently under review, and you can stay tuned. Our impact reports will be posted on our website later this summer, early in the fall. Exciting stuff. But we actually had a unique opportunity this year, given how it all unfolded, to assess the efficacy of this assessment tool in measuring global competencies. Because so many volunteers were able to review each student project, we're going to be able to see the consistency of those ratings across the student work, which there might be some cool learnings from, and I think is kind of cool and meta. And in the spirit of innovation, as I mentioned, we were really looking for opportunities to iterate this process moving forward. One that we identified right out the gates is that there needs to be a way to engage in live time or real time mentors and students. And we're really in process of figuring out how to make that work, despite the complexity of the challenges we face. Another place we saw an opportunity for improvement, or a problem that we had to solve, was that in our outreach to volunteers, we may have neglected to recruit French-speaking volunteers, despite the reality that we do have French students using our programs across Canada. And to our delight, we saw a great input and submissions from those French students. So the way we problem solved that actually was that among the volunteers who came to our training, we asked who spoke French, and lucky for us, we were able to identify sufficient bilingual speakers to cover that work. And so some key takeaways or highlights. First, I'm going to start with stats. One stat that I get particularly giddy about is that out of the 51 registered volunteers who came to training sessions, 46 completed this whole process. And I think that is awesome. I also want to note that for each student project, they received feedback from minimum 4 volunteers. And universally across the board, there was abundant gratitude from the teachers and the students who saw this feedback and thought that it added value. I also want to highlight that according to our post-event survey to our volunteers, 45% of these volunteers didn't even know about TLP before they came on to participate. And despite the imperfections, 88% said that they would rate their overall experience in this virtual culminating event as above average or exceptional. 90% of them said they'd come back, and 100% said they'd refer a friend to participate next time. So here's the key takeaways that I draw from it, and I'm sure there are many others. 1, right now, there is an exceptional spirit of innovation. Most of the feedback that we heard from teachers and from volunteers was applauding the trying of this, just taking a step forward and figuring out something to do, and demonstrating resilience from the students submitting their projects, and quite last minute, to TLP stepping in and trying to find a way to connect people. There was so much celebration of the fact that we tried to problem solve and we invented some solution. I thought that was cool. Another really important takeaway is realizing that virtual doesn't mean far away. In fact, in some ways, as we're seeing on GIFT, I think, using virtual solutions makes the world and totally makes Canada a more connected and smaller place. We were able to see when we reached out to our network that there was incredible appetite for virtual opportunities for employees to volunteer, and a universal willingness to jump in and join us in this innovative, messy, iterative process. We saw a lot of collaboration, and we saw collaboration that actually pushed boundaries that would have been in place if we were dependent on in-person events and models. So looking ahead, while so much is still unknown about what school's going to look like in the fall or into next year, or who knows for how long, or what the world is going to look like, this little experiment has made it mighty clear that innovation and iteration is going to help us navigate ways forward, and that the global competencies like collaboration, creativity, critical thinking are all key to unlocking our potential. So that's what I wanted to share today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you for that presentation. It just blows my mind how many statistics and different modules that you presented and what you're doing with your company for all students and young innovators. I just find that really awesome what you're doing.
Thanks, Gianna. And it's young folks like you who absolutely inspire and energize us to keep doing the work we do.
Thank you. I did not have any questions. It's just everything. You provided so much information that I don't even have anything that I can ask. I wasn't sure.
I'll ask a few things. Aaron, what I see the biggest benefit besides the kids getting this is what you have prepared for other agencies. Sorry, it's already out there. They're probably going to grab onto this and try to use some of your ideas. And I know as educators, that's what we do, right?
That's right.
We share. We don't ask permission. We usually ask forgiveness. But I see just the idea of feedback and the whole idea of getting the volunteers in on the very beginning. It really is going to be something great for other organizations to do. You know, the best form of flattery is taking your ideas from you. So I love what you've done, and I love that other kids will benefit outside of your organization because you've created such a great template. I also love that you are a data nerd. I mean, I'm assuming you are.
Totally. I mean, we really hang our hat on evidence-based user-led design. And so data is the best way for us to really understand what we're doing and how we can be better at doing what we aspire to do in our mission and vision. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I actually would love to highlight partnerships in our name. And for us, partnership is really about working together and collaboration. So I would really highly encourage folks who are curious to reach out. I did have a slide with my details on it. My name's got lots of CHs, but I'll make sure that you can find me via the GIFT network. I'd be very happy to share all of our resources. And I mean, I think that if nothing else, we could benefit from each other's data and seek to make this even stronger as a unit. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, Aaron, I know in the beginning you mentioned that you're a Canadian charity, and we call that a nonprofit here in the United States. And I hate to mention money, but how are you supporting yourself?
That's a great question. And in fact, that's a really key inspiration to volunteer engagement. A significant component of how we support ourselves is through partnership with corporations. And so in fact, the relationship building with these volunteers, the fact that we met 45% of our participants who didn't even know who we were, means that we have new champions for TLP. And that's really exciting. Of course, we also have a lot of gratitude to some government agencies who give us funding, as well as some individuals who are very generous in supporting our work, as well as some private and family foundations. And as always, we are looking to work together to achieve our impact and help young people thrive. So reach out if you want to talk about how we can do that too. Thanks, Jake.
Well, I just want to again thank you, and also, and I'm sure you will, thank Gianna for being an amazing host this last hour. If nothing else, it just gives me this moment of sitting back, like Jake said, and just appreciating so much our youth and what they are doing. So Aaron, you're working hard to mentor our youth, and Gianna is working hard to say, hey, you're doing a good job, because here I am doing a great job. So Gianna, thank you so much for being part of this. We can't wait for you to come back in September, and put that on your calendar now. I'm actually going to turn over the official host duties to Julie, who is going to be the new, or actually Jake, you'll have to do that. I turned it over to you. And I'm going to step off for a couple of hours. I've done my 4 hours and I'll be back at 9. All right, so thank you so much, and
Thank you. And big congrats, Gianna. Thank you for showing us what that the future is bright.
Great job.
Gianna. Very good.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We have a slightly new crew here, new, different, but hopefully just as good.
Look, I'm surrounded by all these really smart people now. Look.
Julie, obviously you met before, but we have Jim Bruner, who's our new co-host / host, and now we have our new presenter, Tim Hotchkiss. And Tim, this is really annoying. We asked for an introduction, and you know what the introduction you put down is? Tim. That's the introduction. That's it. I'm getting sick and tired of all these modest people who aren't talking about all the incredible things that they're doing. So, Tim, it sounds terribly boring, and Tim is many things, but he is not boring. From Pomfret Community School in Connecticut, which is in rural part of Connecticut. You actually have to drive past cows to get to the school, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think cows outnumber the people in town. Along with squirrels and coyotes and stuff.
Wow. So, Tim, would you like to start? And please tell us what makes you not so boring.
Oh, I don't know about that. The first thing I want to start with, Jake, if you remember last time you had a person from the Have a Heart Project or the Connecticut Connect Heart on the last one. So I just quickly, do I hit the share or do you?
You hit it. It's a green button at the bottom. It says share.
Yeah. So I just want to show you this real fast.
You're sharing.
Which we just got started up. We received hundreds from that STEM project. Or not hundreds, but about 70.
70 what?
And we're 70 hearts.
Oh, it's hearts. Oh, hearts.
That's the Community Heart Project. So kids all over Connecticut were putting those together. So basically what I'm going to be talking about today, I just wanted to give an update on that. I would like to, you still see my screen or not? Okay. I want to talk about Jason Learning. It used to be Jason Project, started years ago, 1998. It started with Dr. Ballard, who found the Titanic. I have a short film that he put on about this. And the reason it started was that after he got finished discovering the Titanic, he got a lot of letters from middle school kids. And so this is how this project started. And I met with him and his group back in the early 90s when I had a job up at the Capitol in Hartford. And they came in and they were talking about it. But this is, gotta move this. I guess it's not gonna show. So we'll just start with this. Trying to move the screen out of the way. Okay, this is the website. Teachers in the state of Connecticut at this point get this for free. They're having their national conference this week and next week. It's a virtual conference, first time they ever had one because of all the issues going on. So when you first, so this is just an overall of the website. So a teacher going on here for the first time, we'll get this opening page. And what they've done over the last year or so, they've gone heavy into STEM. So let me just log in. So once a teacher has an account, they can log in through Google, which means they can upload everything to Google Classrooms. This is the way I usually do it. Log in with Microsoft, or they can just log straight into the website. So anything that they do, they can upload it to their Google Classrooms. You can manage the students. You can manage the classroom. Since I have all mine in Google Classrooms, I have 4 classes in the other classroom. The kids really like this website. I had kids before the end of the year that lost, when they were home and I was doing remote teaching. They were contacting me, asking for the passwords so they can get on and use it this summer. Usually Google Classroom, Jason will cut it out part way through the summer, and the kids can't get back on there until their teachers give them a new account. But from what I understand, a lot of the kids are still able to use it. So what they did since COVID was that they put together grab and go lessons. These are open, these are on the other page. These are free for the public as far as I know to use. And then they went heavy into STEM. They have their pitch. So example, here's it's going to open. So design and pitch for STEM. They have people from the public, so there's short films, so they can have an introduction to this. And then they have challenges, which is what I'm going to be using this year. Is I'm going to have the kids pick which one that they really think that they'll enjoy. Like, let's say, Operation Lifeline. So they have real life things that they're going to be dealing with, and they're still putting these new ones together, as far as I understand. So this is about emergency response. There's usually a video that goes on, resources that they'll be able to use, going into what natural disasters are. And they usually start off with a short film. And then they have other links in here to show them other disasters. And the goal of this towards the end is to come up with a first aid kit that they're going to market. So they got to come up with the way to market it, how they're going to sell it, their investors. So let's go back to there's one for building. There's one for pollution. Let me know when I have a minute, Jake. My timer didn't start, and I don't want to go over it like last time. They also go into math, some cutting edge things. This one is dealing with getting service for kids and computers in a rural county in Virginia, West Virginia. This is curriculum cutting edge, where they're asking for, rather this one, they're asking for teachers to send stuff in. They have an innovation sandbox, engineering in the workplace. Like I said, most of this stuff is all new, and they're constantly working on it. I use what's called the waves with my 5th graders, even though this is meant for middle schoolers, a little bit older. So it will start out with career models. And so I usually start it with a hook like this. The kids will watch this, we'll discuss it. And then we go into missions, and I will change some of these. This website is not meant for you just to use this website. They want you to expand. So I use a lot of PhET from the University of Colorado, which is an interactive site, like Light and Optics, which is what they would use in designing, which quite a few of the kids use in Parallax. So they're learning about the basics of light. I put movies together for them, like using this cube. This is a short, I'm not going to show the whole thing, but you can see how the colors break up. Then I turn it around, and then the kids are discussing it. I have questions at the end of the film, and I add another one to it to see how it works. So we talk about ways we look at it. We do experiments in the classroom. They come up with their own ways of studying it, and materials that they're going to need. And the other one for sound is, a lot of times I'll use a slinky, or we'd use music. We do actual waves. I mean, I'll get the kids out, we'll go down the cafeteria, and they'll all do, we'll show different types of waves. And a lot of the materials that you're using when you're doing this stuff is simple and easy to get your hands on it, like glow sticks. The kids will take these, we'll put a bunch in the freezer, and then they'll take them out, and they'll have to discover why the ones in the freezer remain bright, will be brighter than the ones that they had out. And some of the kids went ahead and they decided to stick it in hot water and see what happens. And we get into talking about atoms and how they slow down as they get colder, so they're not giving off as, the energy in this stick will last longer. Any questions?
Tim, is this available for the general public, or is it only for school teachers?
It's available to the general public. They have a whole setup here. If I can get this down, they have a whole thing set up here for families, parent engagement. And as I said, once the teachers put the kids in there, they can go and explore any of the resources. There's games on here. There's links to other websites.
So Tim, what's the general URL? What's the starting URL for this? I'm going to put it in Facebook.
Okay, it'd be Jason, it'd be just jason.org.
Okay, thank you.
That's pretty slick, Tim. I have to say, I'm impressed.
I'm impressed with this. I've taken workshops from these people, and they're probably some of the best workshops. They're those set of workshops where you leave at the end of the day and you don't want to leave. You're upset it's only one day.
Yeah.
And they keep that. It's really pretty incredible stuff. And they do encourage, in fact, during these workshops, they'll show other websites. Like the next time I take one of these workshops, I'm going to show them your website, for innovation.
And a passionate advocate for STEM. What is your favorite success story that you've seen from these kids? Come on, you can pick one. Gianna, by the way, the previous presenter, is one of mine. So pick one.
Congratulations. Congratulations. I was listening to her. Bright young lady. Very bright. I think one of my success stories would be, actually, I had a group of girls, and one year, one of them won at the Connecticut. She was an 8th grader. Even though I teach 5th and 6th, I do a lot of this stuff with older kids. They come in after school and they want to do this stuff. And she made it all the way to the top, where she got to go out and she had dinner at the Wadsworth and received an award. And hers was real simple, just a dog bowl that you push up on the bottom and the water would refill. It's a travel dog bowl.
Okay.
Another, real quick, another girl she didn't win that year and she was all upset. So she went and worked real hard and she came up with how to defrost meat at twice the rate, just using copper. So she did a whole bunch of scientific experiments with different types of metal until she found one that worked. So you put the meat on there like steak and it'll defrost twice as fast, just because of the way copper will draw heat out.
Actually, since Tim is so modest, it's driving me crazy, Tim. I'm sorry, I have to butt in. I just want to tell a few stories, not about Tim because nobody cares about him, but about his students. One of the things he mentioned, and he just brushed by it real quickly, he was talking about some activity and he said, this is for middle school students, but I'm doing it with fifth graders. This is what Tim does a lot. 2 years ago, he was involved, last year, he was involved in a project with another company, and they had said, this is for high school students. And Tim says, but I'm teaching fifth and sixth graders, and my kids can do it. And his kids did it, even though it was really designed for high school students. And I think the lesson in that is give the kids an opportunity and give them this backing and the support that Tim gives them, and they can do this stuff. They really can go beyond what that label has. Oh, this is elementary school, this is middle school, this is high school. I've seen that in Tim's classroom over and over again, where the kids do things that they technically weren't supposed to be able to do.
So I'm raising my hand to be polite.
Yes.
But that is absolutely true. The moment you allow a kid, and Tim, you know this to be true, I can tell from your face. The moment you allow a kid to be a subject matter expert, they will be the best subject matter expert ever, because they crave the ability to change the world. And that's what most people, adults, don't understand. You give a kid a chance to change the world, they're going to do it. They are going to do it, and they're going to do it with style.
And if you do it right, like my big thing is, failing is the first attempt in learning. And as soon as I build that culture up with every new fifth grade that comes through, I don't have a problem with any of the kids, even when they show up from eighth grade. The teachers up in the upper grades may have it. But I was teaching a lot of fourth graders this year too, for dissections and stuff. And they were worried about failing. I said, hey, look, if you fail, it's squid's just sitting there, you know? Tell everybody you meant to do it.
Okay. Well, Tim, this is exciting, but once again, you've gone over your time.
Hey, I asked.
I know you did. I know. But I want to get on because we've got some more great presentations. But thank you very much, Tim. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Tim, I hope
Jim,
we meet again.
it was great meeting you. It was nice seeing you again, Julie.
Thank you, Tim.
You guys be good. We'll talk soon, Jake.
Jim, you're now the host, so do you want to introduce our next person, please?
Well, I can, but I am not as prepared as my Gianna was. I don't have my email open. I apologize, Gita and Melissa. I am not prepared. I was so involved in watching the video, I forgot to pull things up. I'm so sorry. No, I'm working.
It's okay, Jim, because I'm promoting them, the people that are supposed to be, so don't worry about that part. But I might have missed somebody. I'm going back to look.
Melissa should be soon here.
Yeah, I think I already did that for her. Hold on a second. Are we waiting on Claude as well?
Yes, Khalud and Emily should be joining us as well.
Yeah, I had already promoted Melissa. She's on there. She's just, there she is. Hi. And Emily should be on just a
Jake, I'm so sorry. You said promote and not introduce. I'm so Thank you, Julie.
No problem.
Not a problem.
Okay. So are we missing anyone from your team still, Melissa?
We're just waiting for Emily and Khulud if they're not on here yet.
Well, Emily is on here. She just hasn't started her video yet.
Okay.
And I have somebody else sitting out there, but I'm not sure if they're using a different name or not. So that's Daniel. We've seen Daniel before. I don't think I have somebody else for you right now, Melissa.
Okay.
Emily is the only one missing for me too, Julie. So my fine ladies, Geeta and Melissa, do you need Emily to start?
Do yeah.
Well, she's on there. She just doesn't have her, she might be having issues because she's still muted and she hasn't turned on her camera. I don't know if you have a way to reach her. So Jim, do you have the piece that you can use for introductions?
Yeah. Hey.
Sorry.
No, that's why I'm trying to open it. I'm watching and trying to stay on top of everything, and I didn't open the right thing. I'm opening it now, though, because I'm adaptable.
Okay.
So anyway, this is, oh, we just lost Emily. Okay, so this is part of the incredible crew of the STEM Discovery Education System, okay? And they've got an incredible curriculum and development team. Are we looking at that curriculum and development team now?
Yeah.
We are? Okay, wonderful. And they've taught almost 1,000 students aged between 5 and 18 over the last 2 years. And in the last year, they have trained 200 plus school teachers to incorporate this educational robotics program into the UK national curriculum. Now, this is very interesting because of the COVID, we're doing everything, a lot of stuff online. And obviously we know you can teach math online, but clearly you cannot teach robotics online. It cannot be done. And we know that for a fact. I've been told that actually. So why don't we hear this presentation about how it cannot be done?
Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa. I'm just going to give a little bit of a background about how we got to this point with this educational robotics program, how we got to this point where we had this problem and needed to put it online. And then I'm going to hand you over to the really important people. So Discovery STEM Education has been doing hands-on, practical, cutting-edge STEM education for about 6 years now. And in the UK, we're very aware that we need to make sure that the children here in schools are trained to a high enough level to be able to fit those jobs for the future and be the innovators of the future. So we're always looking for ways to better do that and help to bridge that skills gap. And a couple of years ago, I decided that alongside our usual STEM program that we were doing, I wanted to see what was happening in the rest of the world and make sure that we were getting the UK children to be working at the highest standard possible. I wanted to see what other countries were doing to make sure that they were bridging that skills gap. Countries who were becoming a lot more advanced in technology than the UK. So I started to collaborate with lots of other organisations across the globe. And I came across groups of people from China, Singapore, Mexico, and about 60 other countries who were doing this really advanced educational robotics program. And we'd done a lot of robotics in the past and we tried all sorts of different programs, but then this was the most advanced educational robotics program that we would ever come across. And just the volume of children across the world who are taking part in this was just unbelievable. And the level of skills and the sort of the challenge that children are put through really does prepare them for the jobs of the future. So we took on this program, World Educational Robotics. We started to develop it in the UK alongside other countries who are doing it in the curriculum in their own countries and training teachers to do it in their countries, happening just about across the whole of China, in almost every school in China and almost every school in Mexico. And in the last 2 years, we've developed our own program here, and we've taught children this hands-on practical robotics, but then we've also trained more than 200 teachers from across the UK. And about a quarter of them have managed to get their own kits, and they've started to develop the program in their own schools. We've had 2 global events in the UK where we've had children from across the world come to the events. We've had Rolls-Royce and other companies sponsor UK children to go to countries and to do big world events with children from all across the world. So they're practicing global collaboration, and they're also practicing really high level innovation. So I'm just going to show a really quick video of the last event that we had in the UK, and you'll see just how practical it is. And then you will just be amazed when you find out from our important people about how they've managed to continue doing this kind of program online. So am I okay to just share my screen? Can everybody see my screen? Can you see that? Excellent. Okay, and hopefully you'll be able to hear this as well. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear this?
Here.
And you will recognise some of our important people who you're going to hear from in a minute on this video as well. These are the Mexicans who came to the UK. These are the Chinese, 50 Chinese children. Very excited UK children who ended up in China.
We declare that the WER 2019 European Open has begun.
Okay, now I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to pass you on to the important people who are really heavily involved in the curriculum development, teaching and teacher training development. So if you guys would like to introduce yourselves, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you.
And I will start to share the PowerPoint presentation that you need.
Thanks, Melissa.
And can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, guys, if you want to introduce yourselves and then tell us about the amazing tips that you have for other teachers out there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geeta, and I have a PhD background in pharmacy and a PhD in medicinal chemistry, and I'm really passionate about STEM education. And Discovery STEM education is the best place you can be if you want to pass on that passion to the young generations. I'm really glad to be here today to talk about our approach to teaching world educational robotics, and that too not face-to-face, but online. What I would like to, should we introduce everybody else, or shall I continue with my presentation? Sorry, Melissa, you're muted, so I can't really.
Melissa?
If you want to carry on. Yeah.
Okay, I'll carry on and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues. So I would really like to start with a quote. So we could move on, please. Right. So I would really like to start with a quote from Oscar Wilde. What seems to be as bitter trials are often blessing in disguise. And the present scenario certainly presented us with such a challenge. And I'm really pleased to say that this has turned out to be a blessing in disguise for us. We have embraced this challenge, and together with my colleagues, I'm here today and we are going to discuss our approach to virtual learning. what I'm going to talk about is how the lesson planning stage varies from the face-to-face teaching to virtual learning. And I'm going to focus on three main aspects. The first aspect is the changing nature of visual cues. So in a normal face-to-face teaching, let us consider the start of the activity. The facilitator would lay out the resources. So the visual cues would be in front of our learners. We'd really like to be hands-on. The learners like the hands-on approach. And then we follow it by question and answer, open the field to the learners, get them intrigued. But now that moving on to the virtual learning, instead, we can't really hand them the robots or the maths, but instead we would still provide the visual cues through PowerPoint slides, or in some cases, we might use question and answers. And the learners would offer solutions, offer their answers. Moving on, let's come to the main part of the activity. Let's look at how the ownership is changing from face-to-face learning to who is in control. So the facilitator would describe the task at hand, encourage learners to get started, point them in the right direction, and the learners instead would get started, get engrossed in hands-on activities, collect data, even plot some superb calibration curves as these. But now in the virtual environment, the facilitator is in the driver's seat, but all the instructions, the driving instructions are coming from the learner. This, if you think about it, this requires a quite high level of thinking. The learner not only has to think about the approach, but they have also required to articulate it and convey it to the facilitator, who can then act upon it and drive around. And now the same task, even the collecting data and processing the data, the task is in, the ownership is with the facilitator, but we are not in control. All the inputs are still coming from the learner. And finally, let's look at the end of the session. During the session, the facilitator would be monitoring, having discussions with the children, with the learners, and through visual cues, they would be assessing how the learner is progressing and what are the challenges faced by the learner. And the learner, on the other hand, is fully engrossed in hands-on experience. Moving on to the virtual learning, the facilitator is still gathering the feedback, but that is mostly based on the auditory responses, the response that the learner is passing on, the higher order thinking and processing of information, the way that the learners are interacting. And the other thing that we found is we do need to have another level of assessment. And usually we do it by having a quiz or a poll to bulk up the assessment. So to sum up, I would just like to revisit the three main aspects. The first one is the changing nature of visual cues. Second is the changing in ownership of activities. And the last one, changing in feedback and assessment mechanisms. Thank you very much for listening. And now I'll pass it on to Khalud, who will take you through the next aspect.
Yes, hi, Thank you. Hi, my name is Khulud Ghanem, and I've got a master's degree in electrical engineering, and I am proud to be a STEM facilitator at Discovery STEM Education. As my colleague Geeta mentioned, that it's really hard because it's a practical session. Most of the kids don't have the robot or the any equipment in their hands, so it's really difficult to keep it practical. We've got really nice ideas to put sessions that got not just testing coding and testing the code, but doing a bit of science and research. Melissa, can you?
I think actually these are Emily's slides next. I think Emily's supposed to be next. Emily.
Okay. Yeah.
And Khalud will come to your slides in a minute.
No problem. Yeah.
Thank you for introducing yourself, Emily.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily. I've just finished my third year at Sheffield Hallam University studying chemical engineering. I've been working with Discovery STEM for probably about 2 years now, and I've been teaching robotics just for the one. And I've been really heavily involved this year in putting together these amazing, innovative sessions. It's been so exciting watching children learn and have their skills increasing. It's been absolutely great. So obviously, we rely quite heavily on practical based sessions. I'd say about 90% of the session is practical based, about 10% discussion. So it became quite clear when we started our Zoom sessions that it could become quite monotonous and kind of lecture-like, and our children would become quite disengaged quite quickly if they weren't doing anything. So we started moving on to how can we kind of increase the practicality in these sessions? How can we get them doing things on their end without any kit? So we started off with these calibration curves, and we were working towards calibrating curves for the angles that a robot turns and for the speed, distance, time graphs. We kept repeating how high skilled this was, how we were using this in A-levels, GCSEs, how I was using it at university, really to encourage them into putting it together. They actually put together their own experiment, and I was collecting the results via my robot here, but they were telling me exactly what to do. It was all them, and on their end, they were producing their own calibration curve, which we do use in pretty much every session from now on. And it's been really, really exciting to see them to use that. And then when we started moving on to the 2020 map and the engineering, the solutions of the task models and the coding, we always started our sessions with probably about 15 minutes dedicated to engineering. So we'd give them a task model of the week, and we give them an introduction to it, how it works, how they should solve it, where it could be on the map. And then we'd show them an example of the pieces of kit that they would get if they were in a classroom. And we would go with a pen and paper, draw a solution. And they would have 10 minutes to draw a solution. And when we're stuck in a classroom, I think we find that they bog down with one idea. They'll have an idea in their head, they'll stick to it, and they will tinker with it all lesson. And it might not quite work right, and they can get quite frustrated. But when we were using our Zoom sessions, we kind of had the benefit of they draw their solution really quickly. We didn't know if it worked, didn't know if it didn't. But then we go create more, innovate it, improve it, adapt it. Can you do it a different way? Can you use a motor? Can you use it without a motor? And they started to get really confident over the weeks in producing maybe something more out of the box, and they were getting more innovative, more creative, and they were wanting to show these different ideas and what they'd come up with. And it was really exciting to see this confidence. So when we did that, I always had a box of kit next to me, and we would then build these task models based strictly on their instructions. I would give them no help, and we'd then be able to test it on an actual task model to see if it would work, how we would improve it, and we'd have a full discussion. We would keep everyone in the session, no matter how many was, really engaged, see if anyone had a suggestion. It would be really exciting. And then when we moved on to the coding, we were able to utilize the chat box. Usually when we're in our lessons, only about one student per lesson would have their own robot or the VJC program downloaded. So when possible, they would test their robot, show everyone how to do it, and they'd be able to, other people would be able to be peer assessment. And that was really good. It broke up kind of the lesson. But for the others, we were able to use private chat, and they would send me a message. No one else could see it. And they would send me a message with their code, and they would be able to get independent feedback. And I think increase their confidence in their coding, because some of the kind of more shy students probably have a bit of anxiety in showing off their code in front of the class. They're quite a lot of perfectionists, so they will never share work. So by having that private chat, they were able to get the feedback that they might not have in the classroom, and it was really, really exciting. I was then able to use the share screen. Oh, Melissa, can you just come off the share?
So we need Emily to be able to share a screen now.
Yeah.
So if I take mine down, should Emily be able to share? Yeah, if I stop sharing, there we go. Okay, go for it, Emily.
So we were all of our teachers had the laptops with the VJC program downloaded, which meant that we could share our screens. And if they didn't have kit at home, they would tell the teacher exactly what block to use, exactly what to put in it, and we would be able to test their exact code, and we would be able to have a discussion on whether students thought this was right. We were even able to see the C programming that came alongside it. So with all this time that we had in our Zoom sessions, we were able to start teaching some really high level skills. So we really were teaching C programming to children from the age of 9 and up. And they really started to use it when we got back in the centre last weekend. So hopefully I downloaded some code onto a robot, and they would have their code, we would be able to download it, and we'd have a map next to us at all times. And we would be able to see how well it worked, if it needs any improvements, and we'd have a discussion on how well it was. To be able to see the actual movement of their robot, wasn't quite there, but close, to actually be able to see what their code would do, it would excite them and want them to carry on. So it's all been really, there's been a lot of improvements. I've seen the skills increase, and they've become so much more confident and innovative. When we were back in the centre last weekend, I was seeing them try brand new routes to positions that I've never seen them do and create whole new solutions. They were so innovative and creative, and these Zoom sessions have actually been a blessing in disguise. Like Geeta said, they have been amazing. Off to Khulud.
Could you, have you stopped your sharing, Emily?
I have.
Thank you very much. Thank
Further.
you.
That was amazing.
Amazing. There we go. Oh, we can't hear you, Khulud.
Yeah.
Now we can. Oh, we can't hear you again, Khulud. You're on mute.
Okay. Now, can you hear me now? Yes. So, for example, if the challenge was to get your robot to position number 1, some of the kids take like 1 minute to do it, and the others like 5. So there's like a gap, and you always have to keep them busy all the time. They need to keep their mind busy and working and creative. So I always ask them, why don't you think in a creative way? Think out of the box. You don't have to follow the black line. You can go in a shortcut that will give them a second task or additional task. Sometimes, yes, Melissa, sometimes, can you have the next slide, please? So sometimes you can see that some of the kids are really not on track with us. So I call them by name. I ask them question. Did you get the challenge? Are you able to do this? And yes, as Emily said, we've got a kit with us, everything, and we've got extra pieces in case of we need more explanation and demonstration. Sometimes when the kids, when some of the kids are not understanding, so I let the other explain, like the others do their demonstration, especially when they've got their own kit with them, so they feel that they can be proud of themselves teaching their friends. Yes, Melissa? Yeah, and at the end, our aim that to make the kids happy, motivated, and inspired. So whatever they are doing in the session, we try to summarize it and make them feel that they've got the idea and they can do a practical application, like Geeta was explaining about the calibration curve. So we've got this quiz time when they have to use their curve to answer this question. So whatever they are doing during the session, they have now to think about it, how we can apply this to a real practical a question. And yes, and can you and sometimes when they are done with coding and we test it on the robot, the excitement and the cheering and the shouting when we successfully get the robot to position, that's really rewarding. They are always excited when they get to the end and get the robot aligned with the task model. It's rewarding for us and for them, actually. And when you give them a chance to sometimes present their work and finding and explain about their code, that improve their confidence and yes, improve their confidence and make them really satisfied about the session. And I don't know if Melissa mentioned that we at the end of each module we give them online certificates, and they are always proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Khulud. Thank you very much, everybody. So these guys have got loads and loads of hints and tips, and we've developed 12 online classes that have been used by 8 different groups of children, and schools in the UK are now starting to use those online classes as well. And teachers who do their teacher training in the UK, their World Education and Robotics teacher training in the UK, are able to access updates to the curriculum that we make. If there's anybody here watching who is a teacher from the UK, either in a school or in a STEM organisation, and they'd like to know more about how they can get access to funded World Educational Robotics teacher training and to get access to these curriculums and lesson plans, they can go to www.wer.org.uk. If there's any teachers or leaders in STEM organisations from any other countries other than the UK, you can go to www.wergame.org, and there are email contacts on there where you can find out information about how you can get involved and who the local person is that you can get in contact with to get schools in your country or STEM organisations involved in World Educational Robotics. We've also got Facebook pages and Twitter pages that you can access from our UK website. And if you've got any questions, we'll do our best to answer anybody. And robotics, we really feel, is one of the great ways to innovate, help children to innovate. Although they're given problems to solve, they really do have to be innovative in the way that they solve them. And World Educational Robotics, as well as having those problems that children have to solve, that we're now starting to see more invention challenges, real innovative invention challenges coming in. And the Abilix platform that we use is now developing new kits that are specific to innovation and invention. And we've started to test them in the UK. Children have started innovating and inventing with them. So there really is a really, really good opportunity here for supporting children to get into global innovation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. That was excellent, boy. And once again, you've proved me wrong. I guess you can do robotics virtually online. Thank you very much. I hate to cut this short because I'd love to continue this conversation, but we do have to move on. We have a schedule. But thank you all very, very much. And
thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Can you unshare your screen?
There we go.
Unbelievable.
Okay. This is very exciting. Oh, let me move something.
You want me to take this?
Yeah. You want to?
I'm looking if I have Vera's information. I do. I'm good to go.
Oh, good, good, good.
Vera?
Vera, first of all, thank you very much for being patient. We had a little bit of a mishap. I made a mistake with the time, but Vera has been very cooperative. Thank you, Vera. We appreciate it. Okay. All yours.
Hello, I would like to introduce my new colleague, Vera Wilder. Vera is a 3rd grader who is going to introduce her Delaware, Ohio invention. She's part of the Ohio Invention Convention, which I'm part of. And I've met Vera, and it's nice to see you again, my dear. So you're going to tell us about your invention, and you're going to be courageous, brave, and charming, yes? Boom, you're on screen, love.
My invention is called the toothbrush brush. The reason why I invented it is because I was having this problem. After I brushed my teeth, I tap my toothbrush on the sink to remove any extra toothpaste, and it splatters all over the sink and mirror. I figured out this was a problem because my mom had just cleaned the bathroom, and after my brother and I brushed our teeth, it was a giant mess again. My mom was not happy, so I knew I had to find a way to help. I wanted to know if other kids had the same problem, so I asked my mom to do a survey on our local mom's Facebook group. The question she asked was, when your family members are cleaning off their toothbrush, do they get toothpaste on the sink or mirror? 299 people said yes, and 9 people said no. So my mom and I did a Google search and Amazon search and checked Google Patents to see if there were any other inventions that solved my problem. There were no similar products, however, we found some things that solved a similar problem. There's a UV toothbrush sanitizer. It kills the bacteria, but doesn't remove the toothpaste. And there's a toothbrush protector. It protects the toothbrush from getting dirty, but it doesn't clean the toothbrush. We found a lot of different versions of the toothbrush sanitizer, though. When I came up with my first design of my invention, this is what it looked like. So there'd be a Y-shaped PVC tube with a bumpy material glued to the bottom of it, so that when the water was sitting, I could rub my toothbrush against it and it would clean the toothbrush. But I didn't know what the glue or the bumpy material would be. So I went shopping at Home Depot in the dollar store and rubbed my disgusting toothpastey toothbrush on a bunch of stuff. And we ended up buying 4 different things: a paint tray, a pet brush, a hairbrush, and a massage roller. So when we brought the materials home to test, I needed to glue them onto a surface to test them. I was also planning to use this glue to attach the material to the PVC tube. However, this was harder than I thought. I tried gluing them down with Elmer's glue, hot glue, Gorilla Glue, and PVC glue, but none of them worked. So then we went back to Home Depot and went in the glue aisle and found this Fuse-It glue that stuck them down, and then I was able to test them. So I put them on this board, and the massage roller and the paint tray, they didn't get far enough into the toothbrush, and the pet brush was really spiky, and I think it would break the toothbrush. And then the hairbrush one I thought was perfect because it wasn't too spiky and it got far into the toothbrush. After testing all the bumpy materials, I decided that the hairbrush bristles cleaned it best. However, when I put it into the PVC tube to test, the bristles scrunched all up and it didn't work at all. I thought my invention was ruined, but then I realized I could change the design a little bit. Instead of putting the bristles inside the tube, I wanted them to go through. That's when I asked my grandpa to help. So we went to his workshop and I used this tool and measured the hairbrush bristles to see what size of gel that we needed. Then we took the back of the hairbrush and put it on the PVC tube so we could see how far spaced apart the holes we would need to be. Then my grandpa helped teach me how to use a drill press, and then we drilled in the holes and hammered in the bristles and put a plastic cover over it on the outside so they wouldn't fall out. My solution is I created an enclosed toothbrush brush that allows me to rinse my toothbrush and remove extra toothpaste without creating a mess. And then here's my final prototype. The water goes in through the top, and then I rub my toothbrush against the bristles while the water is hitting it so it cleans the toothbrush. I thought about selling my invention, and I think lots of people would like to buy it because parents don't like cleaning bathrooms and kids don't like being yelled at. Also, people have become much more aware of the need to take care of their teeth in recent years, which has caused the oral care industry to grow and allow for new products to be sold. My invention could be produced and advertised by top oral care companies such as Crest, Colgate, Tom's, or Oral-B. It could be sold in grocery stores, pharmacies, or big box stores in the oral care section. Also, thanks to recently winning first place in the Ready, Set, Innovate competition, I'm getting to work with Carmine at Inventors Launchpad to create a market-ready prototype, which I'm really excited about. I hope you enjoyed learning about my invention, Toothbrush Brush.
Bravo, Vera.
Yeah, awesome.
You killed it.
Jim, is this unbelievable or what?
I know. Vera, can you give me a thumbs up if you know how confident you are? Boom. Absolutely. I love it. Carmen, you did a great job. Vera, you did a remarkable job. Thank your granddad for us. So, are you proud? Vera, I'm talking to you. What was the hard part for you?
I think when I was trying to figure out how the solution for putting the bristles in. At first I had no idea what I would do.
Why didn't you just give up? What kept pushing you?
Mostly because like I had all the ideas for it, and like it was kind of too late to like make a new invention or something.
Okay. You had already started work and you didn't want to stop.
Yeah.
How many years do you have this? How old are you, love?
7.
7, and you don't know when to stop. I love it. I love it. Carmen, do you have any questions for Vera?
You know, Vera's, I've heard about her product a couple different times, and each time she just unbelievable. It's better and better at explaining it. And Vera, you know, we've talked about the product before. Can you let people know, I mean, how many iterations you went through? I know you went through the brushes and things, but as Jim said, you never really gave up. What is the main goal with your product? I mean, I know that it's to clean the brushes and things like that, but is it just to really show people that persistence? I mean, you've really come a long way with this product.
You got this, love. Answer the question.
Tell them how you started. As my first idea, like I would just like take a drill and like attach it to the toothbrush, and then it would like spin around and get all the toothpaste off, although it would still like splatter everywhere. So then I thought I could like put it in a bottle, but then like it would be very hard for like a kid to like use a drill and like have it, and it would be like really heavy. So then I thought like we also needed like to put water in it, and like instead you could just like rub the toothbrush on something.
So, Carmine, you actually have met Vera, correct?
Yeah, I've spoken with her a couple of times just on Zoom. Yeah, it's just amazing.
I have held this invention.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah. I judged her over the summer last year at the Ohio Invention Convention. One, Vera is as charming in person as she is on video. And it is really a cool invention. So what are you going to do, Vera?
What are you going to do next?
I'm making this invention called a coat tote.
Ooh, don't tell us anymore, or we'll know. You have to invent. All right, well, we're almost out of time, love. Will you do me 2 favors? Will you say your name again so the world knows who you are?
Vera Wilder.
And will you say thank you to your parents and to your granddad for helping you make this amazing invention? All right. We love you. Good job, my dear.
Wow.
Anybody, do you have any questions? We have a few minutes.
Just awesome. Just awesome. You know, again, as you have spoken with Vera in a sense, is this something, Vera, that you want to put out on store shelves, or you want maybe dentists to supply to their patients? What do you really see with this product going forward?
I think maybe at the dentist's office, because like people go there a lot.
Wow, that's so great. It's so great. And do you have any other inventions that you've come across?
I've made an EpiPen holder.
That's right. That was in 2018. I remember that.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
I know. I mean, she's shocking. To meet Vera in person at all 1 meter is absolutely remarkable. I'm sorry to make your head big, but you really are an amazing human being, Vera. So I'm giving you credit where credit's due.
Hey guys, did anyone read all these YouTube comments about Vera? Here's one of them says, what a great job, Vera. You are fabulous, and I could listen to your ideas for hours. The other says, hey, Vera, would you hire me? I'll do all the heavy and messy work and learn from you. Wow, you're a great innovator.
It does say that, Vera.
Bravo, love the invention. Toothbrush brush. Woohoo. And what's your next invention? So you're getting quite a bit of publicity out here.
Yeah, such a great idea.
Good job, Vera. All right, we are going to be introducing someone else. Vera, do you have any last words that you want to say to the world?
Not really.
Okay. Well, then we love you and thank you for being so patient and world class. You did a great job. All right. We're about to bring Abdullah Mubarak on, and I'm going to promote him up. And he's promoted. There he is. Hi, Abdullah.
Hi, how are you doing?
Jim,
can you say your name?
Jim, we have to also bring up a new host. We have Alex, Rob, but
that's right. Go.
Turned off my hosting ability. I can't promote him.
I'm bringing him up now.
Thank you, Carmine.
Somebody threw me in the trash.
So somebody has their YouTube on while they're sitting there on Zoom. That's why you're hearing that.
Hey.
All right, you got to mute YouTube.
Alex.
Hey. Hi, Alex.
Jim, we got some great people on, isn't it? It's awesome.
This is why I do what I do, Carmine.
I know you from. I know you from somewhere.
Which one?
Me?
Somewhere. Yeah, I know you from somewhere.
Yeah. I live in Panama City.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a small STEM world.
Yeah.
So, Abdullah, do you say your name Abdullah or Abdullah?
No, Abdullah, you said it correct, yeah.
Rock and roll. So, welcome. And I'm going to introduce you here. But first, I have to stop fanboying everybody and get your information up because I'm just thrilled. I can't believe how lucky I am. So, you are coming in. No, we're backwards. You are invented the play-per-view bike. Tell us about the play-per-view bike.
Okay. Are you ready? Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You are the co-host, sir.
Okay. So hi, my name is Abdullah Mubarak, and I invented the play-per-view bike. We have a huge problem in our society today where children and teenagers are spending numerous unhealthy hours on electronics. And in fact, according to the American Heart Association, more than 7 hours a day on average are spent looking at screens. This electronic addiction has many negative side effects. Physical, social, and emotional healths are being damaged, and it creates lack of family interaction. And it also hurts me personally when I see my own friends and family members wasting their precious time on electronics and being damaged by its harms. So that's why, to solve this problem, I invented the play-per-view bike. It's a fun, kids-friendly, stationary bicycle with 2 seats that generates electricity. But now you might be asking, if you're against kids spending time on electronics, then why are you providing for them electricity? Well, that's because I'm not trying to stop them from using electronics, but rather so they can earn their time by generating the electricity. So now a parent could tell his child, okay, you know, if you want to play on your bike for, if you want to play on your Xbox for 1 hour, then you have to go and bike for X amount of time. So it sets a limit to the child's screen time, not like how it is now where their screen time is unlimited. And it's not so much so that they generate all the electricity needed for their device, because they might not be able to, especially if it's like a TV that requires a lot of electricity, but at least they feel like they deserved their screen time and they earned it. And as you can see, the play-per-view bike has 2 seats. Now what this feature does is it helps promote the social health of its users by letting them bike together, as you can see here. And these seats can hold child or adult, so a parent and his or her child can bike together. So it helps bring the family together. And as you can see, the seats have backrests for people who need back support. And the play-per-view bike will come with a baby seat attachment if a mother wants to watch her baby while pedaling. And there's another key feature of the play-per-view bike which helps make it fun and interactive. This feature is what makes it stand out from other bicycle generators, which is an app. The play-per-view bike will have an app that does many things. And as I said, its purpose is to encourage its users to pedal more. And its main feature is that it displays two bicycles on the screen. These two bicycles will represent the two users and will mimic their speed. So what this does is it creates a competition between the two users, because the one pedaling slower will see his bike behind. He's gonna want to pedal faster. So then it creates a competition, friendly competition between the two users, and it will encourage them to bike more, and it makes this motive. And if it's just one user, of course, there'll be like a computer programmed bicycle next to him. And there's another feature that's similar to this that I made during the coronavirus, which is if you don't have your actual physical buddy next to you, whether it's due to social distancing or whatever it is, then through the app, you'll be able to virtually bike with each other around the world. So this app will have a global program that will bring pay-per-view bikes around the world together. So if you're in California, you can play with someone like in North Carolina. And so, and this will also help make a motive, not like other bicycle generators where you just pedal and it's not as fun. And also the app will have other features, like it will show the amount of electricity generated, pace, speed, distance traveled, calories burned, etc. And I will put this information as a history, so you can look back and see, oh, last day I did this, and that, and you'll be also able to set a goal. Like this bike ride, I want to generate enough electricity to charge my phone 2 times, for example. And I interviewed many people about my invention, the pay-per-view bike. And number one, I interviewed engineers and professors specifically experienced with electrical and mechanical engineering, both local and not local. They helped me with the with the fundamentals of my invention, like the mechanics and the circuit and all that. I also interviewed children and teenagers from my school and out of my school. As you can see, here's a piece of my survey. And what I thought would be kids' reaction is, no way, why would I have to pedal to like play on my Xbox or my phone? Why don't I just plug it in? But actually the results were surprising. Most kids, they liked the bike and they wanted it because they liked the idea of having to generate electricity for their Xbox and for their phone by pedaling. It makes them feel responsible. So most of them said yes. And I also interviewed mothers and fathers, and of course most parents, they wanted this bike for their children. They felt like there was a need for it. And here's a schematic of the circuit, like how the pay-per-view bike generates electricity. If you want, I can show it to you through, I have a camera. Let me see it. So yeah. So as I said, there will be 2 bikes or seats and pedals, and each pedal will be mechanically connected to a motor. And I only have 1 motor. You can assume this is another motor. And so what the motor does is it acts as a generator by generating electricity or converting mechanical energy into electrical energy. As electrical energy, it will be used to, will be stored in the batteries. But before it goes there, as you can see here, and even in the schematic, there will be 2 blocking diodes, 1 on each red or positive terminal of each motor. Now, what a blocking diode does, you can think of it like a water valve. It makes sure the current goes in one direction. So if without the blocking diode, the electricity would just go from one motor to the other. So you just see the pedals spinning by themselves. So we don't want that, right? So the blocking diode will make sure electricity goes out of the motor and not into them. So the 2 pairs of wire will become 1 pair here. And the electric current before being stored in the batteries will be regulated to make sure that the output is 24 volts, just enough to charge the batteries. And now the users will be able to access the electricity through the USB, which is direct current, or AC sockets. I hope you can see it. Is it clear? The AC sockets. So many people ask me, why provide both direct current and alternating current? Well, the reason that is because the device that's most used by children and teens is mobile devices like phones and tablets, and those require direct current. However, as we know, many children and teens use like TVs and Xboxes and desktops, PlayStations, all those require alternating current. So instead of them having to get an inverter and buy one, do all the hard work, the inverter comes with a pay-per-view bike. And so there's an inverter here that inverts the direct current into alternating current. And here's a USB adapter. Which, you can also see all this in the schematic.
Abdullah.
Yes.
I'm absolutely positive we have at least 19 questions for you. So you have 2 minutes left here.
Okay.
Close it because I have questions.
Okay. So do you want me to continue or?
I want you to finish your presentation so I can ask you 1,900 questions.
Okay. So the pay-per-view bike will be displayed on billboards and advertisements, so people know about the pay-per-view bike and its numerous benefits. And my main target users are families with children, especially those who are addicted to electronics. However, to increase my market size, it could also be marketed to schools, organizations, gyms, adults who want to exercise, etc. And what makes it different from other bicycle generators, there's so many things. It has an app which makes it fun. It can be used by anyone. It targets kids that are addicted to electronics, provides both AC and DC electricity, and so much more, and stores electricity in batteries. And the cost for the pay-per-view bike is not set yet, but of course the cost will go down as more and more are built. And I designed different models that range in cost, from the simplest model to the most advanced, depending on what the customers want in the bike. And I have a lot of future improvements. There are some primary ones and secondary ones. The primary ones are more important. So yeah, I could use a screen or make the batteries portable, make seats customizable, design it in a way so people with disabilities can use it, and put facts about electricity on the bike itself. And so the next step is to sell. I can see the pay-per-view bike in Walmart and Amazon, Best Buy. I have a vision. I can see it in stores. I feel like there's a big need for the pay-per-view bike, and it will really benefit humanity, and it will help make the world a better place so we can socialize and exercise and energize. Thank you.
All right, hold on. Print screen. I got to capture this image, Abdullah. Don't go away.
Okay.
Boom. All right. Alex, you are my co-host. Carmine, do you mind if Alex asks the first question?
He's the man.
Go for it, Bubba.
How did you develop the app? Did you make the basic code, or what'd you do for that?
Well, actually, unfortunately, the app is not yet developed, but the idea is there. So I still didn't develop it, but I have the idea and I know exactly what I want in it.
Carmine, how do you feel about that?
It's okay to get to that point. Obviously, at some point we have to have a physical product, but this is an amazing product. It's going to take a while to get to that prototype stage, to get to that actual product where you can get on it and brew it. But yeah, you're on the right track here with this. Is an awesome product.
Oh, thank you.
While you were talking, Alex and I were talking smack to each other about how hard we could use this device and how much energy we could develop.
Oh yeah.
I think that is a brilliant marketing strategy, and I think this is a genius idea, especially when you sold it as someone pedaling in California, competing with someone in North Carolina. Yeah. I mean, that sells itself, dude. This is
thank you.
And you did a really good job of differentiating what your product actually is and what your markets actually are. And I think all our guests need to hear that sophisticated analysis of what you're inventing for. It's really important. And I'm my hat's off to you for thinking about it in that way. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, what is the next step with this? Like, how far along are you to getting an actual working prototype?
Well, I'm not sure, but I just hope to get a patent soon, or to just you know, ask, like, I want to interview people. What would you want in the bike? Like, does this feature sound good? Does this feature and especially like big electrical engineers that are experienced with like the generation of electricity to help perfect my circuit, make it, you know, cheap and simple but also durable. So that's
So you need a little bit more feedback. I have.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And from
Yeah.
You know,
Well-
it's funny you mentioned that durability would be very important in a product like that because it is
Yeah.
going to get used a lot.
Oh, yeah. And you mentioned schools. I was all about it. Can you imagine? This is the future of PE in COVID-19.
That would be
Things
great. Just
great power. Abdullah, that is amazing.
Thank
Amazing.
you.
Yeah, so
Thank
cool.
you, son.
It looks like and Abdullah, I don't know if you have other inventors that you are working with, but it seems like that's kind of the story, right, Jim? A lot of people are trying to give back in some way to the environment, to save the world, or make better electricity, make more energy, reorganize. I mean, it's a great way that the world's going. You know,
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think it's great. I think it really is. And if Abdullah, if we can help in any way, you got a lot of people on these panels, and people that can help you. So don't ever feel bad to reach out to us, to anyone, and ask for help, ask for questions. No one knows what they don't know. So please, always, if you have a question, reach out to us.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, my friend. Thank you. And so, Alex, do you have presenter information up, or shall I introduce Emilio?
I do have the information up.
¿Hablas inglés?
Yes.
Sí. Bueno. All right.
Hello.
So, you want to introduce him?
What? I didn't listen to you. I can.
I apologize. I'm talking to my co-host. Do you want me to introduce him or you?
I can introduce you.
Can you?
I can. So, Emilio, bienvenidos to the gift. We're happy to have you here today. You are going to be talking about your car station with us.
Yeah. So the first idea we had, and that's what I put in the gift, was to make a kind of car station, but we decided to do something according to the situation right now. So I decided to make a little robot. I'm going to show you closer right now. But this robot is based like in, well, you may know robots are really useful for a lot of things. So we designed this one to make like presentation. Right now, the Da Vinci is making you a little presentation. I'm going to show you from. So right now it's a really simple programming and circuit, but this can reach a lot of things. Like we can do presentations. Now in the new reality, we can do like presentation that seems more real with that. Right now we cannot see like a lot of motion and movements. And if we have like something like this in a presentation, it's going to be, I think, like more real experience, you know? So right now I can show you how we programmed the robot and how the circuit works. If you want, I can share you my screen.
Do it.
So here we have the circuit. It's a simple circuit. So basically it works with an Arduino Uno, and each arm has 5 servos, as you can see, 5 of these servos. Okay, so each one moves as the way I ordered it, and we have a little servo in the claw, so you can move it. And so basically we just we just made a simple circuit. We connect the servos, and then we make the program. This is a basic program. It's not the one that is running right now. This one, it will just move a servo. As you can see here, this is the Arduino IDE. That's what we use to program it. So first we need to include the servo library to control the servos more easily. And then we can control it by degrees. As you can see here, I have 180 degrees and 50 degrees for the wrist, and or whatever you want to move. And that's so. Also, I decided to do this because I think this expresses the things I've been learning during the past year. So last year, my team and I, we made a prosthetic arm for a girl that didn't have an arm, and we 3D printed and we gifted to her. So these are some of the things that I put in here where I learned it in that project, and I think that's great. This is some of my knowledge expressed in 2 little arms that we were working like for 2 days now. And also I really like to work in other programming languages. Like right now I'm trying to learn Python and something like that. And it will be awesome to, with this knowledge, like right now this robot is doing some things that are simple, but in the future I really want to do some things that can impact our society and do really cool things, you know. And one of my dreams right now is to get an enter to like a university like MIT or something like that. Right now I am in 10th grade. Well, I'm going to be in 11th grade in some months, and I think I have the capacity to get into one of these universities. Right now I'm really getting into these kind of things. As I already said, this is some simple stuff, but I think I'm getting better and better every day. And thank you so much for receiving me in this meeting.
Hey, Alex, do you have any questions or anything you want to talk about?
How long did you spend on the coding process for the Arduino?
So the coding, we built the arms and the circuit. Then like coding was about like 2 hours or so, I think.
A little while ago, I got an Arduino myself, and I've been trying to learn how to do the coding, and that is amazing how you just take it and do stuff like this.
Thank you.
Hey, Emilio, real quick question. It might be simple to you. What do you mean when you say a servo?
Okay. Sorry for that. Servo is this little thing right here. So as you may know, there are the normal motors. So those motors just stay spinning like forever as long as you give them voltage. So these ones only do like, as you can see, like this, and it stops. It don't go like a whole, no 360. So it just do this, and it stops. It has like a bump. So it can go all like this, And normally these ones have like, you can, for example, these ones have a torque of like 3 kilos.
Okay.
That's quite a lot for this thing. I think the servos are really cool. They're really different from the normal robot, from a normal motors, but they work for specific things like this, for example. Because like that you
That's
can
a good
also
question.
tell me.
Carmine asks a really good question because most people don't know what servos are. Alex and Carmine and I know what we do because we are immersed in this. But it's good to remember as you move forward, Emilio, that sometimes your audience doesn't know the technical language. And it's impressive that you have so much technical language in 2 languages. That's impressive. I could not present this in French, which I'm fairly fluent in, much less Spanish. So my hat is literally off to the fact that you did such an amazing job describing.
Thank you.
And so you're in 10th grade, so you have two more grades to complete?
Yes.
What can we as an audience and as a community do to help you find your position at a great university?
Well, that's a tough question. Right now, I'm trying to get a lot of knowledge. As I already said, I'm trying to learn new languages like Python. And well, the next that I will be learning, I think I will be, the things that I really like is like AI, machine learning, all of that stuff. And right now, I'm also working in a little business with my mom. Is based on we want to build a little, like, I think where you can plant your food, like vegetables and all that stuff. But here in Mexico, we don't have a lot of that. So a lot of people do it, but it's little like ugly, you know? And we want to do one that's really functional and also beautiful and automatic, like with automatic water and all that stuff. I think that's a project that we will be ending like in 5 months or so. I think that would be really cool if we do it well.
Are you familiar with Growbot?
What?
Growbot. Growbot.
Ah, yeah.
They're doing a lot of work in that space. I think you could leverage robotics far more efficiently than they can. You're very, I think you can make that work.
Thank you so much.
Does anybody else have any questions? Wait, let me check YouTube real quick because YouTube's been asking some good questions.
Hey.
No, I'll just cheer for you, sir.
Hey, while he's looking at that, Emilio, and even Alex, if you could help me answer this, me being older and not really getting into the robotics issues when I was in school, we didn't even have the internet, let alone hair. But question being is that as this robotics grows and you're talking about coding and things like that, are there going to be different types of engineers that you guys are going to have to work with? Or is it something that somebody's going to have to do all the things, electronics and coding and building the shape of the body? You know, is there going to be a lot of different types of engineers or basically one group?
So I think when I think about the future, I really think about like not a lot of hardware, you know, like I look at at services like the one that Google already made, that Google Stadia. I don't know if you already heard of it. It's you can play video games in your phone, literally video games that weighs a lot and needs a graphics card. So now you can play real video games with real good graphics in literally anything. So I think when I see to the future, I really see like a lot of these kind of services, like streaming services, but like I see less hardware. That's all like these pieces and more software, you know? I think right now, and also for the health of our world, I think we should use less hardware because obviously all of these things contaminate our world and pollute it. And I think we should, as humanity, we should focus on AI as in the cloud and all that kind of services. I think that has a lot to give us right now.
Yes. Emilio, when I was a young man your age, it was possible to get into the internet and you had a job, and Carmine, you'll remember this. Your job, if you ran the internet, you were the web master. And that was the thing for a minute. And then people realized, wait a second, there's money to be made on the internet, and one person didn't run it anymore. So I think your instincts are dead on the nose. Small amounts of power doing certain amounts of things. And one person that can do a lot of things well is going to be extraordinarily valuable in that market. And that one person is you.
Thank you.
I think you've got an enormous amount of skill sets that you can apply easily.
Yeah,
Thank you.
agree. Yeah. How about you, Alex? Do you see different types of engineers working together, or most of it's going to be cloud-based?
I think it's going to end up eventually AI is going to do a good majority of the things, but I can see multiple engineers working together later down the line.
Yes.
Yeah, as you said, like as Jim said, engineers that can cover a whole spectrum will be very, very worthwhile in the near future, right, Jim? I can't even say the future, the near future.
Very, very near future, for sure.
Very cool. All right, well, very good, man. This is so awesome. We're getting some great stuff. Everybody's congratulating Emilio on YouTube. We're getting a bunch of watchers, so you did a great job, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Indeed. So we're waiting for our next guest from Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah,
so Emilio, do you have any questions for us?
So as you asked me, like, what do I expect from like to new engineers or different types of engineers? What's your vision in technology from five years from here?
That's a great question. It's going to be something called, what is it? I want to say slippery, but that's not the right word. Seamless. It's going to be seamless. Your devices will all be watching you and interacting and anticipating and you know I'm right, that's why you're smiling. It will be very, very seamless, the technology will be. But I believe in 5 years, there will also be devices that we wear where we can determine which thoughts we want to be public and which thoughts we do not. And that's where you're going to make a name for yourself. You have to be able to differentiate what you want to be private and public. I want you to think about that, and I'm going to reach out to you personally, and we're going to talk about that. But now we need to introduce and welcome Jackie from Boston, Massachusetts. Emilio, #rockstar, dude. Great job.
Great job.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye, Oscar.
Great job.
Welcome, Jackie.
Hello, thank you.
How do we find you today? Are you well?
I am well, yeah, definitely. Ready to get going?
Indeed. Well, I have read your bio, and I am prepared to introduce you unless one of my co-hosts would like to.
Nope.
I'll try. Jackie is a rising engineer in Boston, MA area, who is passionate about STEM education and engineering students and interactive learning. She's connected to organizations using her school's STEM education club and the Math of Lexington Career in STEM. And her regional workforce board's youth program committee.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So before I start, I'm just going to share my screen really quick.
Go for it.
Okay. Share screen. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is a slightly different type of presentation from Emilio's, and I just have to say that was a great presentation. I love the questions at the end about the future. So as Alex said, my presentation is about the importance of STEM education, and as I've observed it through my work with various companies and organizations that he listed in different STEM disciplines and in career development. So today I'll be sharing my presentation on the importance of a STEM education, 6 reasons why a STEM education and providing access to all can change the world. This is my findings from at least 3 years of observations, internships, and other work. And the diagram on the screen you see here will come up again very soon as we look at the benefits I found in my research from STEM education. But before I start, just want to go over my experience really quick. So on the screen here, we have the 4 groups that I've worked with most closely and which have shaped my research the most. So the first one is the STEM Education Club, which I co-founded in my freshman year of high school, as I'm currently a junior. So this club really develops and presents STEM lessons that are interactive at the elementary school level, and we have both online and in person, and we use YouTube and our website. Since March, I've also been involved with Career in STEM, which is a company that provides STEM career resources for teens, and it introduced me to this. So for that, I'm grateful. My most recent addition to my work is the MassHire Metro North Workforce Board Youth Committee, which is a very long name, but it's very helpful as it provides workforce development for youth programs in my area. And the organization that you see in the bottom right, which I've been with for the longest, is the Math Club of Lexington. I started as a student there in 4th grade, which is a very long time ago, and I've been a teaching assistant there since 9th grade. And beginning in last November, I became the co-owner with my mom after the passing of its 23-year teacher and founder. So these 4 were really the fundamental experiences that I've used to shape my research. And it's really helped me because working with young students on the teaching side of STEM has been invaluable insight for my research into what students really learn from their learning experiences. So, and if you want to learn anything more about any of these, I'll have all the links on my last slide to their websites, but let's get into this project. So about this project, I usually describe how I came about looking into STEM education and what my project is with this paragraph on screen. So I'll start with that. So it says, my research in STEM education began with my own interest in a future major or career in STEM. I became fascinated with the unquantifiable benefits of a STEM education and how providing access to this type of education can change the world. So the important thing that I would have you all take away from that paragraph is that I'm really interested in focusing on the unquantifiable benefits. And a quick internet search, of course, can show you all of the statistics about STEM jobs and majors, which are very important, but I'm more interested in the outcomes you can't easily measure. So let's see what those outcomes are. So this is the STEM education benefits circle, which you might recognize from the first slide. It's the outcome of my research and the 6 items that I identified. And to clarify quickly, I would say that how I define STEM education in my research is any portion of a student's kindergarten through 12th grade education that contains STEM-related classes, which ultimately provide those students with the 6 benefits you see here. So the 6 benefit categories of STEM education that I identified were skills, opportunity, exploration, innovation and understanding, applicability, and new perspectives. We can go through each and see why they're so beneficial to STEM students in the classroom and beyond, and how I identified each. So let's check it out, starting with skills. All right, first important benefit of STEM education is obviously the development of important skills. I think that it's important not only to learn the facts in STEM classes. A common example I hear is that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but also learning the learning strategies and the skills that students can use across different disciplines. So STEM skills like creative problem solving and communication can definitely be used in future academics or internships and careers that don't have to be in any STEM field. Another Even an English major or a philosopher uses skills that they learn in STEM, like evaluating data or critically reading an article, and those can be learned from exploration in STEM. The other noteworthy skills that you see in the second and the third bullet points include math, scientific analysis, teamwork, technology use, and how to deal with failure. These skills come from lessons that you learn from real-world connections and from activities that really make people think. And I believe that the last skill on the list, especially overcoming failure and mistakes, is really important to learn in STEM. So the next benefit was opportunity, and it can give opportunity to students to pursue a subfield of STEM. For example, a student could want to enter mechanical engineering, and there are ample opportunities for that student to find a well-fitting and high-paying job in that field. So this is the example that I see most online when I look up why STEM education matters or why STEM matters. And there are many statistics that show how STEM jobs offer higher wages than the median income, and that there are many positions open for qualified STEM job seekers. These are obviously important, and these are the quantifiable benefits of a STEM education, certainly helpful in the long run. But with so many of these new STEM jobs opening, there's a greater need for a STEM education that provides the unquantifiable skills, as they're necessary for any STEM or non-STEM career, or in general, really, living one's life. So my favorite part of STEM education, or STEM in general, is exploration, because there are so many different subfields and careers that you can find and explore in STEM. I really learned this working at Career in STEM, where I learned how many different careers can suit students' interests. And not only are there a vast number of careers, but also resources in STEM. At the STEM Education Club, we found that providing students with post-lesson exploration, as we called it, which is basically non-required homework, it helps students to learn more about the lesson's topic if they were interested in it, and to advance their knowledge that they maybe use for a future career. So the ability to just simply explore something that a student enjoyed in STEM, because there are so many different fields, it really helps students expand their horizons and really love STEM. So that's what I love about it. The next one is innovation and understanding. And of course, this is the Global Innovation Field Trip. So innovation is very important. And we know when it comes to fixing and solving problems, innovators are always the first ones to jump in and take on the challenge. And the mindset of improving the world around you by creatively solving problems is something that students I work with definitely take away from STEM lessons, and that's really important. So the mindset of how to solve problems and definitely jumping in and just trying your best to solve them, it's going to create the next generation of innovators and inventors, and who might even one day present here. And I specifically learned this when I was teaching a recycled art and ocean acidification lesson with some elementary school students in my area, because there was one group that we were making recycled art. You could make whatever you wanted, and they teamed up to make a water filter for clean water. And I was just so blown away by how at such a young age, the innovation and problem solving, it just shaped their whole experience, and it was very beneficial. So the understanding part of STEM here, in innovation and understanding, of course, comes from viewing the world through a different lens. And this came to me just walking around, and I noticed that everything around me was somehow connected to STEM, and I could see the innovation and the work behind each element of my world around me. And that was just mind-opening and life-changing. So STEM really provides the tools for your creative mind to just start thinking and taking action in those individual ways to improve the world around us. So that combination of understanding the world around you and then innovating to make it better can really change the world, and I'm sure it will. But where does that understanding of the world around us come from, and how do we teach that? That's the point of applicability. So in my experience teaching for the Math Club and the STEM Education Club, which I would say was the last 3 years or so, I found that the most effective way to help students connect to the real world is to just connect it to the real world. In math, that means solving a word problem or an equation that has a specific connection to maybe building a skyscraper. And in science, it means looking closely at the world around you and making observations that help solve problems. So on a lesson by lesson basis, you connect things to what students see around them, and that makes a great STEM lesson. And the final and arguably most important benefit of STEM education is that it provides an outlet for people of different backgrounds and perspectives to
Luckily, she didn't say the most important part. Hey, Alex.
Yes.
You hear anything?
I do not.
No problem. We'll get her back on. We'll get her back on. Hey, Jim, this was unbelievable, the amount of information that Jackie was presenting.
I know. It's totally germane to my day-to-day world because I work with anthropologists and ethnographers about how people learn. And she is dead on. I was taking screenshots and sharing them with my colleague at the Past Foundation. This girl's got it going on. Alex, how did you feel about her notion of failure? Because it's super important, right?
Yeah, it's so not necessarily surprising, but it is amazing how she can notice all of this in the world around her. And
yeah, I was talking to a young inventor just a couple of days ago, and I asked them to use 3 words to describe themselves, and they said excited, stubborn, and failure-proof. I'm like, okay, why stubborn? And what they actually meant was they were willing to work and not give up. Like, well, then use another word. And what do you mean by failure-proof? And they said, I'm not afraid of failure. So Jackie, don't unmute yourself. We're talking about your brilliant insight about the true role of failure in applied STEM.
Yeah, sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out for some reason. I'm not sure.
We're all dealing with new technology here.
Yeah, we were just it was kind of good in a way because we got to talk about how great your presentation was.
Oh, thank you.
It was amazing when Jim asked how old you were. I mean, you have enough information to be 100 years old, but you're clearly not anywhere close to that, right, Jim? It's crazy.
Well, thank you. Yes. It's been a lot of fun collecting the research and everything.
Jackie, I was sharing with Alex and Carmine that I work with a group of anthropologists, sociologists, and ethnographers. And the data you're presenting absolutely blew my mind. And the way, I mean, you have done an amazing job at dissecting the motivation for applied STEM and applying it. And I hope people watching on YouTube are absorbing that because there was some real beautiful information embedded up in there. I hope we get the opportunity to share that with them because that was really amazing work.
It was. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Jackie, do you share that presentation with any groups anywhere or anything? Is that available for other people to utilize? I mean, that was a professional presentation. I mean, it was awesome.
No, that's actually my first time using that presentation that I made. So
of course it was, right?
Good job. Well, think about us the next time you present it because it was way good enough. And the next time it's so much better. So much. Brava. Well, thank you, Jackie, for joining us. And I get the great pleasure of saying goodbye to the amazing Jackie Schlesinger and her data and saying hello to Kostov Mohanty. Hello, Kostov. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. So tell us about Smart Enablers and why you chose the group of the elderly, amputees, and anyone with any social or physical hand disorders to tackle everyday tasks. What motivated you to come up with that solution?
Yeah, so I would like to share my screen to show you my presentation.
Share away. You are co-host.
Okay, so as you explained, my invention is called the Smart Enablers. So basically, I chose the age group of the elders or people who have hand disorders or amputees, so that because they can struggle to do everyday tasks like cleaning dishes or dispensing salt or pepper or cleaning any surface in general. So a couple of years ago, I read a couple articles from the US Census explaining how the world is changing, and it's the amount of elderly people are starting to increase. And like in 2019-ish, we were around the halfway mark where it was 50-50. So the main the main motivation for me were my grandparents and great grandfather. So they really motivated me to start it. So the inventions include the Smart Gloves 3.0, the Smart Wand, the Smart Pepper and Salt Grinder. And I also added a couple more through the invention process. So I actually put these in the invention convention, and I participated in the Connecticut State Invention Convention, as well as the National State Invention Convention last year. So I explained how I was inspired by my great grandfather and grandparents. So 2 years ago, 2017, I went to India, where my family is from, to celebrate my great grandfather's 100th birthday. And he's extremely independent, and he just wants to do everything himself. But he struggles to do a lot of things, like a lot of elders do. So I decided to make the first edition of the Smart Enablers in 2017. It was called the Dishwashing Gloves 10,000, which you're going to learn about later. So the pieces of the puzzle I used were a couple cleaning materials, motor, a glove, as well as an ESP82 unit, which is how it connects to Google and Alexa, which you'll also see soon. So the purpose is to never struggle washing dishes or any surface with hand disorders. And this is how I made it. Basically, I bought all the items, then attached the batteries to the motor to make sure it spins. Then I connected the wheel and other material. So I repurposed materials from cars, RC cars, and I attached that to the motor so that it would spin. And then and then I attached the cleaning material to it, which was attached with magnets so you can change them. So as it spun, the cleaning material spun along with it, and you could clean the dishes. So the first one I'm going to show you here is sorry, 1 second. I'm really sorry about this.
It's okay, take your time. We'll just talk about you a little bit.
We'll talk smack about you.
Oh, he's back. He's gonna hurry up now, Jim, because he said that. He's like, oh no.
Life happens, Gustav.
Sorry. So I used all those materials, and then this here is the model. So as you can see, the wheel right here.
Wow.
Then this is all the electronics. The ESP82 wireless unit is the green right there, and then it's all wired up to a portable battery used for charging phones, but I use it to power this. So it uses Google and Alexa. So I'll give it a go. Alexa, turn the Smart Gloves 3.0 on. Did you mean pepper grinder? No, Smart Gloves 3.0. Sorry, I didn't find a device named Smart Glove 3.0. Alexa, turn the Smart Glove 3.0 on. Did you mean pepper grinder? Smart Glove 3.0. There we go. Okay. So, Alexa and Google have a lot of technical issues where it sometimes mishears you, especially if you have an accent.
Do not fret. That was amazing to watch.
Yeah,
do not fret.
Thank you.
I can't even get my TV turned on, let alone something like that.
So as I explained, I use an ESP8266 Wi-Fi unit board to help it use it with Google Mini and Alexa. So this is the description. If you want, you can read it. I'll just give the basic gist. I made the smart enablers, smart go through panel, the smart salt and pepper grinders, and smart wand. Smart wand is a bit too big for me to show on a Zoom, so I won't be able to show that to you.
Wait, it's not Alexa's fault. You've invented so many things. Alexa doesn't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Own that. Own that. That is the truth.
So yeah. So basically the way the ESP8266 Wi-Fi board works is through your Wi-Fi unit, home Wi-Fi. It goes to your carrier, which then goes to Google and Alexa, which is shown through this diagram. Next, I guess I'll show you the smart pepper grinder, also powered by a wireless portable battery. The pepper is located in this unit. This is a motored pepper grinder. Usually you would push a button on the top, but I rigged it to have a ESP82 unit on top. Okay. Hey Google, turn the pepper grinder on.
Sorry, I can't reach pepper grinder right now.
Okay,
Please try
yeah.
again.
Google has some issues. I think it's related to the amount of people using it.
Google doesn't like pepper.
Turn the pepper grinder on. Okay. So I'll put it into my hand. Okay, I cannot show you, but yeah, I don't want to spill it all over my computer.
I think Google needs to pay for your college education.
Yeah, Gmail has always had some issues for me in this time, so it's something with Google. So I also made a smart mitten in case elders could not really bend their hands to fit the accommodations for the glove. So it just uses an oven mitt so that the hands can stay a bit more straight. And this is for like surfaces, for dusting. Alexa, turn the smart mitten on. Okay. Okay. And then finally, I made a smart shoe polisher. So if you want to polish your shoe, what's happening? Okay. So this is the shoe polisher, and it's just going to spin so you can polish your shoes. Alexa, turn the shoe polisher on. Okay. And then you put your shoe there along with some shoe varnish.
Question. Gustav, it's going to stop Google from allowing you to hold your little brother down. Turn shoe polisher on because I must torture him now. How are you going to anticipate that use?
So Google and Alexa do have voice recognition at some extent. Yeah.
They won't turn.
So funny.
And the smart wand, it uses an extendable paint roller. You can extend it with a button, and it'll extend. And then I just attached a motor and the same rig as the gloves, and it'll spin a duster, and you can reach hard to reach surfaces like ceilings and walls.
All right, we have 4 minutes. Okay, dog, we're going to finish this up.
Yep. So during these times, this can really help. So elders and amputees might be like stuck at home with not a lot of help. So with smart assistants, they can clean surfaces and walls and things without having to get help from others to help with social distancing. And yeah, that for these times in COVID-19. So now I'm in the last 3 minutes, I'm just going to explain the timeline. So in 2016 to 2017, fourth grade, let's see if I can zoom in like I did before. No. Okay, no. Okay, I just went back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I started in 4th grade, where I made this dishwashing gloves 10,000. It was just a clean material attached to a glove with a lot of other materials on the fingers to help you without having to run or scramble around finding other materials. Then last year, 2 years ago, 5th grade, I'm turning 5, I made something very similar to these inventions with the gloves, where you just push a button and then it would start spinning. Then this year was the first year I added other things like a shoe polisher or pepper grinders, so that it would start spinning and you could grind them along with the gloves. So yeah, that's basically it. And then I also made a website. I'll show in 2 minutes. I also have a YouTube channel.
Can I share that on YouTube?
Yeah. Can you see
All right.
the website or?
Not yet.
There we go. That should be it. Can you see the website now? It should be
yes.
smart. Okay, good. So I made a website on Google Sites. It explains the mission of the invention, all of the inventions, descriptions, smart mitten, smart pepper grinder, and all of that. You can email me if you have any questions, and this is the feedback for the website. This is a history that I explained at the presentation. The purchase site is not yet available because I have not gotten to that stage yet. Frequently asked questions, none has been asked. My email is kmorigami@gmail.com if you want to ask any after this. And then the YouTube demonstrations. Can you see the YouTube page or?
Slowly. Got it.
Okay. So this is my page. You can see the demonstrations of everything. I also made a smart water dispenser, but yeah, I made one of these. I didn't want to risk spilling water onto the computer while holding it up, so.
Good choice.
Hey, so Costa, real quick while you're doing that, how old are you?
I am 12 years old.
You're 12 years old, and you've made these products already?
Yes,
Wow.
I made these in 6th grade when I was 11.
Yeah. I think I made a bird feeder in 6th grade, and it probably didn't even work. Alex, what do you think about this stuff, my friend?
Just how you take ideas from what people need, and you just take that and make it.
The empathy, Kostov, your empathy is off the charts. You really
in 4th and 6th grade, no, 4th and 5th grade, I ran me and my friends ran a system where we would help teachers after school because the students would usually leave a mess in the room. We would help them sweep and everything. And yeah, that was really fun. I just like helping people.
Wow, awesome. Awesome, Costa.
All right, so we have a few house cleaning things to do here. Alex, we're running out of time with you, aren't we?
Yes.
You're only on here for an hour. That's a bummer. I really love hanging out with you on here. You're an awesome.
Yeah. And I mentioned, Alex, if you want to hang around, you can. You're awesome. Great job co-hosting. But if you want to hang around and listen in or help out, you certainly are welcome, my friend.
You're most welcome. Kostov, thank you. I hope everyone on YouTube watching this follow Kostov's website. My boy is a genius. And without further ado, I want to introduce our new friend, Kathy. Hello, Kathy.
Hi, hey everyone.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm great. Thank you.
All right, so I have your data up. I'm really curious about Wasted, especially the way you spelled it. It's an all-in-one digital application created to educate youth about the importance and consequences of global waste. Seriously important issue right now, and ways they can take action. And it's a web app or a phone app?
It can be, it's available on tablets, phones, and laptops, maybe even in the future. And I'm still working on the prototype right now, but yeah.
Wait, you're free to share the screen.
Yeah, okay. Do you see voting? Do you see the slides?
We do.
Okay. Thank you for having me today. My name is Kathy Dahl. I'm 14 years old, a grade 8 student from Toronto, Canada. I'm super honored and excited to be here today to share with you my invention and my inquiry process. And to get started, I wanted to show you this photo. I'm sure that many of you have either seen or heard of this sea turtle with a plastic straw stuck in its nostril. And waste is just such a big problem right now. It's a universal issue that needs everyone's awareness and support to solve it. And as we are causing serious negative impacts on the environment and all life on Earth by incorrectly sorting waste, throwing away perfectly good material that could be reused or donated, and most importantly, people are not aware of the entire issue and its serious consequences. And as a member of the Eco Club at my school, I've noticed that many students are still disposing their lunchtime waste into the wrong bins. Students are not taking out straws from juice boxes or rinsing out dirty styrofoam plates before disposing them into the recycling bin. And oftentimes people acknowledge these environmental issues, but are only seeing a very small part of it. For example, plastic straws are just a very small fraction of the ocean plastic problem. In fact, even less than 1%. And to solve that, I created Wasted, Don't Waste It. And this is my invention aimed to educate youth youths about the waste issue and how they are able to make an impact. And the goal is for every youth using this app to correctly sort, reduce, reuse waste, inspire others, and to care about the planet. And I also aim to inspire educators and parents to further continue this education with their children. And as I've said, Wasted is a digital application available on phones, tablets, and possibly even laptops in the future. It's built for youth as well as educators and parents in Toronto. And I am hoping to expand Wasted to other cities in the future. And I created Wasted because I have always been super passionate about protecting the planet. And this opportunity to invent something was just so exciting. I focused especially on educating youths about the topic of waste because I wanted to fill the gap in that area. And this app, this idea is different from the other ones because it's an all-in-one app and it's suitable for all age groups. It has more content and resources and a wider variety of info from facts, tips, to even how to build your own campaign. It can even be a platform for sharing, and all features are customized so that each age group can learn new things and be engaged. And
We're getting some feedback from YouTube. People are fascinated with your project, but you're not loud enough.
Oh, really?
Reach in, make your voice louder.
Oh, I think it might be my microphone. Okay, yeah, sorry.
You can accommodate and adapt. I believe in you.
Okay. And I also have an interactive prototype that I will be showing you. Let me just share my screen. This is my prototype, and I'll be giving a short tour of this. So by clicking on this profile button, you can create a profile, and this is also where you sign in to your account. And if you want to learn more, you can click on this more button where you are able to change settings like music, volume, and language and get more info. And this app is divided into 4 different sections, one for each age group: preschoolers, school-age children, tweens and teens, and educators and parents. First off, we have the preschoolers section. And it's very important to start educating youth about this issue from a young age because it's planting a seed to develop their sense of the importance to protecting our environment. And to do so, I have an easy to understand game that teaches the basics of what goes into waste sorting. And I have created a demo for this game.
Wow.
Oh no.
Look at this.
There's a timer, a superhero story as well. So they're engaged and they have to catch the correct waste items that go in the compost bin as they fall from the sky. Oh.
Wow.
Thank you. And I also received a trophy. And speaking of trophies, we have a section where you can collect trophies, and this is to engage, encourage, and motivate the kids to continue playing. And new waste items will be added over time, and they go here, which is a reference page for each of the bins. And it's divided into compost, garbage, and recycling. And next we have an info area as well as a tips area for each of the age groups, but the content is customized so that it's suitable for everyone. This is info, and we have tips as well.
That's impressive.
Thank you. And secondly, we have a school-age children section. There's also another game, and it's, let me find it. Oh, it's a video demo.
So wait, Kathy, you created all this content?
Yes, and I gained some inspiration from other apps.
You should be aware that YouTube is blowing up right now. People are freaking out.
Wow.
Love it.
Thank you, thank you.
Keep going, love. Keep going.
I'll continue. Welcome, superheroes. Drag all the waste items to the correct bin, keep the earth clean, protect the planet, and let the game begin. Tomato. Good job. Paper. Way to go. Plastic straw.
If Gustav was here, he'd say Google compost.
Remember that you should try paper straws or other alternatives instead of using a plastic straw. Apple core. Good for you. Tissue. You're correct. Paper napkins, towels, and tissues without chemicals go into the green bin. Foil wrapper. Great job. Keep going. Plastic jar. You are correct. Tin can. Great job. Eggshell. Good for you. Plastic cup. You're correct, but try to use reusable containers next time. Woohoo! You did amazing. You earned a trophy. Yeah. And that is the game. And continuing on, we have this map button leads you. This is where you can see all the levels of the game. And we have a new feature here where users are able to browse through DIY craft tutorials from the app itself, or share original creations shared by other users, or even share their own. And of course, all of the crafts are created using recycled materials. And next, we have a section for tweens and teens. I'm focusing more on getting them actively involved in the community. And we have a trivia game and another short demo of this game. First question, how does improper disposal of waste contribute to global warming? Takes up space, creates methane gas, or smells bad? It creates methane gas. Do computers go in the garbage? No, they do not. Where should you dispose of batteries? Recycling bin, drop-off depots, or garbage bin? You should dispose of them at drop-off depots. Where does hair go? They go in the garbage bin, actually. And my score is 4.
So I have a quick question. Hair technically is a protein and a polymer, but it can't be recycled?
It can't be recycled, and it doesn't go in the compost either, actually.
Wow, I wonder why.
Usually when it's something from an animal, for example, you have like meat, for example, it goes in the compost, or at least in Toronto. But hair actually, human hair actually goes in the garbage, which is an interesting fact that I'm sure that not many people know.
No, I did not.
So that's why.
Well, so Kathy, here's the deal. Is there any way that we can share out the work you've done so other people can see it? Because we have, I mean, I'm watching myself on YouTube freak out about your app right now, and it's making me laugh. Can you stop sharing your screen for a moment? So if you had to finish this out and we were to have you back, which I'm pretty sure we need to do, because you have a lot going on here and you needed more than 15 minutes. What would be your closing remark?
My closing remarks, I guess they would be that what you've seen right now is still not the final product, because my inquiry process is actually not over yet. I'll keep working on this, and I'll keep improving my prototype based on the feedback. I'll continue to test it, and I'm really hoping that it's going to be a real and impactful product in the future. And
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Well, so here's the thing, and Carmine, I know you have a question. I'm just going to ask one more. I learned 3 things during your presentation that I did not know. 3, that kids for preschoolers, or games for preschool kids, can be really fun. I loved that. I could totally see my grandson and my nieces and nephews playing that. 2, you can't recycle or compost human hair. That freaks me out. That just freaks me out. And 3, that there is definitely a place in this world for an intellect like yours. We need more of you. We need you to inspire everyone around you to be as amazing as you are.
Thank you so
Carmine, do you have anything?
No, I kind of cover what you said. I mean, I love learning those things, but learned it on such a level where it was easy to understand. And I love how you break up the age groups. And as Jim said, we would love to help or see you get this out. It's such an important tool, even right now. I know you want to get it out too. What kind of time frame do you think you have to you be able to start sharing this content with people?
I actually haven't decided yet. That'll be for my next steps, actually.
So Jim's going to decide for you. You better watch.
I think the world needs this. And Carmine, I think you'll agree with me. Your title, the product title, is absolutely genius. Waste Ed. I love that. It teaches you about waste. That's clever. That was very clever.
Great job, Kathy. Excellent job.
Thank you for having me.
Please, it was a joy.
Yeah, we'll be talking to you again. No doubt about it.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, YouTube, watch all of that. That was amazing.
Yeah,
so, without further ado, we need to introduce Annalise, who is a friend. I've met Annalise multiple times. So, bummer. I just lost my information about you, Annalise. Had it up. I got excited because I'm excitable. That's just the way it is. So, you being a grown woman, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Annalise Roach, and I am currently a 3rd year at Ohio State University in chemical engineering. So So my presentation, it's a little out of the ordinary. I was actually asked as a favor to do this by Jake because, so I asked him for some advice on life in general. And so he asked me in return if I could come and give a presentation about my approach to my problem. And so to start, my problem, like many others around my age, is that I have no idea what I want to do with my life. And entering my third year of college, I realized that some of my passion revolves around prototyping and mechanical engineering. But like I said earlier, I'm a chemical engineer. And if I change pathways, I would be looking at 6 years undergrad, which was not ideal emotionally and financially. And so I took a hard look at my facts. And so I think the aspect that Jake kind of wanted me to stress and that I wanted to stress to people who are also my age, who also have no idea what they're doing, is that the important thing is that I didn't do nothing. And so I took it upon myself to reach out to experts in multiple different fields that revolve around my interests. This current summer, I have an internship at a startup company where I'm doing a lot of 3D prints and prototyping work. So I actually have talked to multiple CEOs about their standing and how they've came to be and what caused their success. And then I also reach out to professors in the areas of research that I would like to get involved in. I also, of course, talk to my academic advisor, who I highly recommend if you are entering college. They are such a key player in helping get you situated in your major and really helping you out in general. And so I talked to all of those people, and then I talked to family and friends. But in the end, the choice was mine, since this is my life. And so between all of the facts and all of the, I guess, data that I accumulated, I made a decision of that I will finish my undergrad in chemical engineering. And then Ohio State has a BS-MS program. And so I will be getting my master's in mechanical engineering, and I'll be doing all of that in a 5-year frame instead of 6 years undergrad, if that makes sense.
Logical.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So what advice, Annalise, do you have for young people like you, full of potential, but don't know exactly what road to take? What would you tell them?
Yes, great question. I would tell them to just keep an open mind and just get involved with as much as you can while you're young. For example, coming into college, I had the mindset of, I hate coding, I don't like coding. But then when I was introduced to it in my internship, I actually have really enjoyed implementing code into an actual product that gets used by people every day. And so I would just say keep an open mind and just try a lot of things that you can, join a lot of clubs. And then also keep your options open and network. Network is number one.
Network. So talk to me about the role of friendships you've made with people that think differently than you and you may have met in clubs or through networking. How important has that been in your decision-making process?
Great question. So one of the people I actually talked to, one of the people I actually talked to at my internship, his name is Anjan. He's CEO of a company, of a partner company, and he explained engineering from his point of view, which I found was very interesting. And he said that there's two types of engineers. There's either a pirate or a ninja. And so a pirate is someone who really likes learning something, and once they learn it, they move on to more challenges. And then a ninja is someone who stays in one place and then creeps their way up to the ladder into executive positions. And so it was very interesting just to hear a different side of things and how he perceived different people like who he has come across. And so from that conversation, I took a hard look at do I want to be a pirate or a ninja? And while I don't know that yet, I thought that it was a very interesting take on how people kind of led their career.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, very, very cool way to explain it. No doubt about it. And Elise, what's great about what you're talking, and this could be useful for so many people, even myself, I still don't know what I want to do. But the great part about it is because at the age you are at now, you're able, and people are scared to use the word mistakes or failure. It's okay if you do things that don't work.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so great about where you are. And it seems like you figured that out. I don't know why people are scared to say, oh, I tried this and it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to do that, right? I mean, is that kind of the things that you're doing now? You're trying some things out, and if you don't like it, you don't have to do it.
Right. No, I totally agree with that. And I think that failure is actually kind of what shapes you and is how you learn about yourself and where you want to be. And so this is my first internship this summer. And like I said, I work at a startup, and the people I'm around, the energy is just so vibrant, and they're all entrepreneuristic mindset, and they all go head in, and they like an idea and they invest in it. And so that has really rubbed off a lot on me, because it's kind of like, if they can do it, I can do it. And so that working with these people who are so energized and so passionate about their ideas and their work has led me to, I guess, a new path, and saying that, yes, I can make my own path.
Now, when you say prototypes, are you talking about software prototypes, hardware prototypes, business prototypes? Can you drill into that a little bit?
I can.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yes. So what my company does is we automate kitchen appliances. And so by prototypes, I mean I use 3D modeling software like SolidWorks. And from there, we use a 3D printer, and then we print those parts out, and then we kind of experiment with how they look, and then we make edits. And then on the coding side, the other intern, Corinne, we all work together to make it smart. And so putting the coding knowledge in there and using Raspberry Pi, etc.
You make it sound easy, right?
It's not easy. Yeah, I definitely learned a lot, though. I'm very thankful for my company.
So just out of curiosity, because now I'm deadly curious, which do you think you're going to gravitate towards, a pirate or a ninja?
That's a great question. I've thought a lot about that. And
because I just shared that on YouTube and people are going crazy. So you started.
Yeah. So just how I want to live my life, I think as of right now, I like to move around and I love to try new things. And so I think it would be nice to be a pirate and kind of set foot in one area. And then once I've kind of mastered it or done what I feel is accomplished, and I move on to the next.
Okay. I could see you being a pirate a few times and suddenly become a ninja and just twist, change on a dime.
Hey, Annalise, are you working for any companies now or anything specific that you can talk about?
I
hear through the grapevine you're working for a pizza.
Really?
Yeah, just so like I said, my company, we just automate kitchen appliances. So basically what we do is companies come to us and they're like, can you do this? Can you automate this task? Make it smart, make it so we can get some data to analyze it and improve the process. So basically what we do is we take that and we think, design, prototype, and then come out with a final pilot.
So I got news for you. You're an entrepreneur.
Thank you.
He's not wrong. It's totally true.
You can call yourself whatever you want, but what's awesome about it is you're an entrepreneur and you're going to be real successful. It's awesome. I could just tell just by the way you're talking, it's going to be great.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot.
And Elise, I have to tell you that Carmine and I do a podcast every Wednesday together. And most often it's K-12 inventors, not always, but a lot of K-12 inventors. And every single week he's asking them for pizza. So I sent him some information and said, all right, pizza man, this is your opportunity to talk to somebody in the pizza field right now. And he totally just skirted around it and he didn't even bring it up, and he does it every Wednesday. I told him you were working on making some flying pepperoni machine.
Yeah, we do work a lot with pizza appliances.
Oh, with Edge. With Edge.
I don't want to put her on the spot, because it's very secretive stuff. Pizza business is very competitive.
His stomach is growling. Don't let him fool you.
My stomach is always growling at work.
I have to say, before we have to go to our next guest, Annalise, I applaud your restraint and your instincts to keep the things that are important close and the things that are universal open. That's a really good instinct for a young entrepreneur to have. You know when to talk and when not to talk. And I have to applaud you on that. That's something it can't be given to you. You either have it or you don't. You have confidence, intelligence, and instincts. And that's killer. Carmine, there's your topic for next Wednesday. How to develop be a killer.
Yeah. Great job, Annalise. Anything closing you want to mention to people that are listening? Because you've given them some good advice so far.
Yeah, I would just say the best time to experiment with who you want to be is when you're young. And because you can afford to make these mistakes, you can afford to invest and fail. So I would just say, take advantage of your youthfulness and just do honestly whatever you want and whatever you can and whatever you're interested in.
Right.
Great job.
Bravo.
Excellent job. So
you made us all very happy with that. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bravo.
We appreciate you, Annalise. Thank you very much. We're going to check in on you soon and see how things are going.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow. I tell you what, we've got some great stuff here. I mean, I'm so glad we're doing a recording on this because this is really good.
I seriously can't believe it's 6:30 already. I have had a blast. This time has just flown by. So what we need to do now is we need to introduce our next guest, who is Arushi Nath. And she is here to talk to us about the implications of locusts and other swarming pests in Asia and Africa, and how she went about developing a drone to scare them away. Arushi, are you ready?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. Confidence. Let's go. You're on, love.
So, hi everyone. I'm Arushi, a grade 5 student from Toronto, Canada. So I imagine lots of you guys would like painting or drawing, or maybe some of you guys would even like sports. But I like making. I love making robots. So a couple weeks ago, in my free time, I like to make robots. And as the COVID-19 lockdown, I had lots of free time, I decided to make a robot. A couple weeks ago, I saw a YouTube video that talked about insects. And one thing it said surprised me a lot. It said that dragonflies are the most efficient hunters in nature, even better than lions and sharks. While lions only have a 25% accuracy of catching its prey, sharks only 50%, the dragonfly has a 95% chance of catching its prey. So I wanted to make a dragonfly bot. I read about what made it so quick, because I wanted to know why. And I found out it was because of the neurons. Like all animals, dragonflies had many neurons, many millions of neurons, but it only had 16 visual neurons. So it would quickly take its information from its eyes and quickly process it to its wings. So I wanted neurons in my dragonfly bot too. So I decided to use logic gates. So one is right here.
Wow.
So what are logic gates? So let's say there's one chocolate and there's two kids. If one of the kids want the chocolate, they can have it. But if both of the kids want the chocolate, they cannot have it. That is an example of an XOR gate. So now came my favorite part, the making. I love making. As I love making, it was my favorite part. So basically, first I used a body. For the body, I used a water bottle. There was a problem, because if I wanted to use logic gates, there had to be inputs and outputs. But what should I use those inputs and outputs? So I wanted this dragonfly to be like us humans, or dragonflies. And how do we interact with in nature? We see, we hear, we feel. So I wanted my dragonfly to be able to see and to be able to hear. For that, I used two sensors, the ultrasonic sensor and the sound sensor. So how does the sound sensor work? Well, the sound sensor is used for the eyes. So it's just like a resistance. So this is the sound sensor. So let's say you put a light on the sound sensor. Then the resistance would decrease. If you block the light, the resistance would increase. So that way you can see if a prey is coming, because if it came, there would be a dip in light, meaning that the resistance would increase. That for the ultrasonic sensor. The ultrasonic sensor is measured to see the distance. So it's just like us humans. We hear, we talk, and then we speak. We hear. So we talk and then we listen for a response. So this sends a signal. If there's an object in front of it, the signal will bounce back and will receive it. But if there's no signal, it will continue going and it won't receive it. So if you see how much time it takes for the signal to come back, you can find how far away the objects are. So now that I had my inputs, I needed an output. I'm sorry, this thing just keeps on going on. But yeah, so now I needed an output. So for an output, I used servos. Yes. So now
servos. Carmine, it's the servos.
Go again, servo.
Go for it. Keep going, Ruchi.
So now I had the inputs, the servos. I had the inputs for the sensors. I had the decisions from the logic gates, and I had the output from the servos. Now it was time to code it. I coded it using Arduino, a programming language. Okay, so now let me show you guys a demo. In this demo, I will imagine that its prey is a locust, made of origami here. Yes. So now the locust is here. First, the light sensor detects it. But, first the light sensor detects it. But then, it's not supposed to move because the ultrasonic sensor hasn't detected it yet. I'll just wait for this to move. Stop moving. While I wait, I forgot to add a detail. So this is how the circuit of the logic gates look like.
Hey, Arushi, while you're waiting for that to stop, is there any way that you could show a picture of Jake, our other co-host, and make it go after him? All right, go ahead.
Good plan, though.
So these are the three NAND gates acting like an AND gate together. Okay, so now the dragonfly is here, but now the locust is here, but the dragonfly is not moving because the ultrasonic sensor, the distance, hasn't detected it was close enough. But when it comes close enough, the ultrasonic sensor detects it, and then the dragonfly starts moving. So some of the challenges I faced was that I realized that each NAND gate chip had 4 small NAND gates inside it. But when I tried to use all 4 of them, what happened was that it did not work. I later on realized that that was because some of the NAND gates inside the NAND gate did not work correctly. So then I used a multimeter right here to see which ones are working. Now I'm satisfied with a robot, but I would like to do more. In the future, I would like to improve my Dragonfly bot by using machine learning to detect locusts, because I don't want it to go after any object, because if I just put my hand in front, it still moves. I want it to only go after the locusts. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Merci beaucoup.
I'll speak for myself. I enjoyed your presentation a great deal. That was very, very interesting. I mean, what is your next step, Arushi? What are you going to do now? What are you going to do with this product, I mean?
Well, after improving it a bit, like using machine learning and maybe making it actually fly instead of just moving its wings, well, I'm not too sure yet, but it could be used to fly because there's locusts eating crops in Asia and Africa. So this Dragonfly bot can go after these locusts and then chase them away from the crops so that the farmers can eat.
What would you do with the locusts would you scare them away or capture them? And what would you do if you captured them? Would you use them for food?
Well, I think there's too many locusts to actually just capture them all, but scaring them away would be a next step.
Okay.
So, Rushi, I'm glad your device isn't going to be coming after me. I appreciate it. But I have a question. You said you were using NAND gates?
Yes.
How did you learn how to use a NAND gate?
Well, so I had been taking a course on logic gates, and there it told about each of the logic gates, how you can combine them. So actually, this is the truth table of the NAND gate right here, if you can see it. So if the 2 inputs are zeros, the output is a 1. If the 2 inputs are zeros and ones, then the output is a 1. If the input is a 1 and a 0, it's also 1. And if it's a 1 and a 1, it's a 0.
And you said you took a course. Is this in your school?
No, my school doesn't teach logic gates, but as COVID-19 lockdown was coming, it's an online course.
Okay. Do you have a lot of the logic gates? Do you have the others, the NOT, the NAND, the ANDs?
I have a couple of them, yeah. Like I have the NAND, I have the OR, I think, and the XOR.
Okay. I know somebody who will give you as many as you need for free. So later I will contact you and he will mail you a pile of gates.
Huh, sounds great.
The great part about it is he collects Lotus.
Okay, that's only funny to us. Arushi, a Lotus is a type of car. It's a very high-end sports car. Jake's being silly, but it's funny. It sounds like locust.
Yeah.
Wow, young lady, I am really impressed. Not only by your ability to speak in public without flaw, and the fact that nothing phases you. Your robot starts coming alive, and you're like, it's alive. And it came alive when you mentioned the sound sensor, which I thought was amazing. Tell me the difference, because I know that bats use ultrasound to echolocate, and that some birds use sound to echolocate. What's the difference between the sound sensor and the echolocation sensor, in your opinion?
Well, so the sound sensor, well, it just looks at the sound. But wait, what was the second sensor that you mentioned?
The ultrasonic.
Oh yeah, the ultrasonic. So the ultrasonic is used to measure the distance, not the sound. So what it does?
Oh, it's a wave. Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, you are so intelligent.
Wow. That's...
My goodness. I'm floored. So that's impressive. All right, my dear. Do you have any questions for us?
Nope.
No? Okay. Because you don't need us. You're 95%.
She's scared we won't have the answer.
I don't think we do. I don't think we do. You know, Arushi, my favorite part of your presentation was, and dragonflies are 95% efficient in nature, and it comes down to the neurons. Like, you had me, it comes down to the neurons. That was, I'm so animated right now because I'm full of life. That was a brilliant presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's. Hey, go ahead.
I want to see what's happening on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. While he's looking, Arushi, do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I have a brother.
Is he older, younger, and does he invent things?
He's 3 years older, and sometimes we make projects together, but this one I decided to make on my own.
Wow, that's awesome. So great. So as Jim and Jake said, very impressive, super impressive. I know for a fact we'll be seeing you in the future, right, Jim? I mean, this is unbelievable.
I read that on YouTube. Someone just said that on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
We will see you in the future. So, boom. Good job, Arushi.
Yeah, thanks.
Bravo. All right, and this is my last person that I'll be introducing today. And I'm very excited to introduce them as well. A fellow Ohioan. Lila, are you online?
She is there.
Yes, she is.
Yep.
Here she is. Hello, Lila. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Very well. Full disclosure, Lila and I live in the same state, and I have been both a judge and a mentor to Lila in the Ohio Invention Convention. So we have met multiple times. She's lovely and charming and extremely talented. And I am really looking forward to hearing what she has to say today. So Lila, do you want me to introduce you, or do you want to tell people just from the gate what you're going to do today? Up to you.
I can introduce myself if that's okay.
Do it. I believe in you.
Hi, my name is Lila Yeager. I live in Perry, Ohio, which is a little town outside of Cleveland. And ever since I was little, I've known I wanted to be a doctor, and I've wanted to help people with everything that they were going through. And so now I decided to help little kids understand what's going on in the world with the pandemic. So I decided to write a book called The Adventures of Aubrey and the Virus to help kids understand what's going on in the world. So that way they're not too scared to leave the house and they'll just stay in their bedrooms, and they're not too uninformed that they'll go out and play with their friends and touch them and end up getting sick themselves. So this was kind of my solution to help people now, and instead of waiting until I graduate med school, and can help people then.
Cool. Very cool.
Do you have an example of the book there with you, Lila, that you want to share?
So this is the book.
So this is published.
Yeah, it's published through Story Jumper, but we're working on getting a bigger publisher to help actually publish the book.
Oh my God.
I love the
sideways. Is that a virus on there?
Yeah, I like the little virus on there.
So this is a virus that you can move throughout the book to show how the germ spreads. So for example, on one of the pages, you can see that they are wearing masks, so that way they can stay safe. But you can also see that the germ will attach here, so you can see where it is in its journey. So I wanted to have an interactive touch into this book, and that was my solution to help kids understand how the germ spreads.
Wow. Okay. How long did that take you to develop?
It took me about a month to write the book and get it printed to my house and to make the germ itself. I definitely struggled to write the book a little bit with writer's block and not knowing where I wanted to go with it. But eventually I kind of found what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. And once I started, I didn't want to stop. And it just felt so good to get it done and to help whoever needed it.
So was it difficult to find a publisher who would not only publish it, but put the Velcro in as well? In the various...
Right now we're working on finding a publisher, and Story Jumper went through and published the book, and we put all the Velcro in there and attached the germ to it and made the germ itself. So it might be difficult to find a publisher willing to do that, but I'm hoping we can find somebody to do that for us.
Carmine, do you have children?
I do.
You had books that have like textures. They make kids books like that, right?
You know they do, but this is so innovative that you can switch it to each page, and it's so timely that it's amazing. I spoke with Lila earlier about this, and it's amazing how I just love the little virus. Yeah, you get to move it through pages.
This is cool. It's very cool, Lila.
Thank you.
You blew me away when I saw that.
Yeah, and I could see, some publishers taking their time, because obviously the virus may be a timely thing, but it's also going to be around for a long time. So I could see the book being utilized for, many years to come, right?
I think you should go out on a limb one step further, Lila, and not only talk about COVID, but also talk about hygiene and hand washing in general. Because kids always need, and Carmine will back me up, and you know this, Lila, kids hate to wash their hands before they eat or do anything, right? So, I mean, it's just a quick pivot, which every good innovator knows you need to be able to do. You need to be able to turn on your idea and do something else. And I know you know this because I've had this exact conversation with you, and you've told me exactly what you would do. So you can't hide. I know you're a genius, and I know you're already thinking about this. So, I mean, I agree with Carmine. Find the publisher that wants to be timely and needs a book that parents would buy to teach their kids about hygiene. What's the public think? YouTube, if you're following on this, post a comment and we'll get to it. But what do you think, Lila?
I definitely think that kids do need a little help understanding that they do need to wash their hands before they eat and after they go to the bathroom so they don't get other people sick. And a way I explain that in the book is glitter. If you have one speck of glitter, it could go on anybody else. And if the glitter was the germ, it could get the other person sick. And I felt like that was a very good way to understand, for kids to understand that that's kind of how germs spread. And it's very easy for them to spread.
Yes.
Hey,
wow.
Lila, real quick, I know that had a lot of proofreaders. Whilst everyone was stuck in the house, you were able to utilize the time to kind of corner proofreaders, probably to help you in the house. Have you have any groups or people that you've gone and read the book to, or done any readings, or letting other children read the book and getting any feedback?
Yeah, I let my sister read the book. I let my younger cousins read the book virtually because they all live a little bit further away, but we got to send them a virtual copy, and even my sister's younger friends that live in our neighborhood got to read it, and they all really enjoyed it, which made me very happy that they understood now why this was all happening.
Yeah. And it's a great feeling to have something printed, something you worked on. I mean, when you hand somebody a book, they don't realize the time that goes into it, right?
Right.
No, they don't, do they, Lila? I can only imagine. I can only imagine, my dear.
And you're giving a part of yourself when you give somebody a book that you wrote. You're hoping obviously they like it, but you put your mind into that, part of yourself into that. It's so cool that you've done that at such a young age. Do you have plans to maybe write any other books or any other kinds of subjects?
Yeah, I definitely plan on doing this for future invention conventions and helping kids understand different topics. Like, you know, washing their hands, so proper hygiene, or even bullying or something like that, so they can understand the world. And by the time they get to somebody my age or older, they can understand all these things on a better level, so that way they're not confused whenever they're older as well.
Yeah.
Great.
I agree. It's great that you notice that, because there is a real nervousness with young kids, because they really don't know what's happening, and putting it into a book form, and like you said, the little virus that they could play with and move around. It definitely, I could see it helping them, calming them down, or just saying, okay, well, we can learn what to do.
Yeah.
Lila, I think you should do one on fear of failure and why failure is actually a useful thing. I think you'd be perfect.
It's a really good idea. Thank you.
All right.
Just like
so, what's that?
You know, a book is like an invention. You know, you think of a book, you have to go through the prototyping, you have to go through, make sure it works, and let people look at it, colors, and, you know, the proofreading itself. You know, when I did my book, I'm such a bad speller that the proofreading took forever.
Oh, yeah. Indeed. Well,
yeah,
thank you.
Jake, you have a question or anything?
No, I think I'm okay.
No, very good. The other part is the children's book industry, and not saying that it's a bad thing, but you are able to make money with books. The children's book industry is really, really growing industry, and I love to see children with books in their hand. You know, I use audio books and things like that, but I love to have a book in my hand, so it's kind of great that you've picked that age group even to write other books. It's a great industry.
It is truly a great, I mean, that's a great opportunity.
Yeah, it really is. You know, so when the Today Show calls you to bring your book on, you know, make sure we, you know, to throw in our name, we mentioned it.
I'm chatting with right now. Sorry.
No.
People are,
what are they doing on YouTube? Anything happening there, Jim?
Yeah, people are, Lila, across the board, people are just loving you for your empathy and the fact that you wanted to connect on a very human scale or way with kids. They love the idea of a book on failure. Everyone's going nuts on that, by the way. That's something to go. And bullying, and you mentioned bullying already. So both of those are really hot on YouTube right now. No specific questions, because everyone knows that you're doing something that's never been done before, and that's never easy. But yeah, I don't think you're going to give up anytime soon. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Lila, you could do some virtual book readings if you wanted to just put it out there on social media that you're going to do a book reading for young children and you could read your book and get them interested. And then when it is published, they could probably buy it, or even local libraries are probably doing virtual book readings or virtual meetings, you know. And again, just to build up interest in the book, I think that it's a great service. I think, you know, just getting the book out there, and I don't know about you guys or Jim, but Lila read a few pages of her book on a podcast we did, and she was great. So yeah, I think she had a great voice to read through it.
I think you have two opportunities here, Lila. One, taking Jake's advice and doing an audio digital version of your book, but also selling the virus so that kids can listen to the audiobook and have the virus, but they don't necessarily need the book. And the virus is just theirs. And they need to identify with both the potential danger and reality of this virus. And if it could stick to their coat, that would be amazing. Can you imagine reading the book and sticking it in places, and places that it doesn't stick are clean, places where it does are not? And just getting them to realize that. Think outside the box. This is where you thrive. As I've known you for the last couple of years, this is where you thrive. So there's some really interesting ideas here that you need to think on.
Lila's like, oh my God.
I know, I just wanted to talk about it. I wanted to do an entire new strategy on invention. Well, welcome to life. All right. Is next. I don't see our next guest on here yet. Lila, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you have
Great job, Lila.
Here, but somebody took away my co-hosting privileges, so I can't promote them.
Hang on, Jake. I'll get you right now, Jake. There you go, my friend.
Okay, great. Now
Oh.
I can actually do some work.
Oh, I see. We have an attendee in waiting.
I'm going.
Oh,
You know,
is Daniel joining us?
This is going too smooth, right, Jim? It's going way too
Oh,
smooth.
Daniel's been watching all day.
Oh, Daniel's a genius. I
We're
love his
waiting for
presentation.
Brian. There he is. I see Brian.
There he is. Welcome, Brian.
Hello.
We hear you, but we don't see you.
Brian's a magician. I don't know if you know that about him.
How come you don't see me?
No, we don't.
What's with the video? Let me see.
Anything
Let me
covering
check.
the camera?
No.
On our end, it says your video is working. We just don't actually see it, so it must be on your end.
Are the lights on in your room, Brian?
Yep. I'm still sleeping.
He's not really here. This is like Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
What is this?
We're going to adapt because that's what we do here.
How come you don't see me?
That or Brian, while they introduce the new co-host, why don't you go back off and back on real quick and see if that resolves it?
Who is our new co-host?
We have two of them.
Well, it's me.
Aaron and Deborah?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited. Hello, Aaron. We need to put you back.
That's why they were showing up. Never mind.
I had put him back. Did somebody keep changing him?
My fault. It's my fault.
Okay.
There's Deborah. Hi,
Yeah,
Deborah.
Hi, how are you? This has been amazing to watch. Great to be.
Hi, Aaron.
I'm back. Hi, good to see everyone.
All right. Well, I'm taking up very, very prime real estate here.
Jim, you are leaving big shoes to fill. You've been doing such a great job.
I have two big pieces of advice for both of you. Have the schedule up. Don't listen to the kids because you get sucked in and then you forget you have hosting duties because these kids are amazing. And two, have fun and it's going to fly by. I had a blast. Jake, Julie, Carmine, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure and I hope you'll consider having me back. And without further ado, I'll get out of your hair.
Thanks, Jim. Bye. Bye.
Have fun. Aaron, I hope we get to talk soon.
Definitely. Cheers. Take
Bye,
good
Dad.
care.
Bye, Julie. Bye, Jake.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And for some reason, Brian, we're still having trouble.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Brian, did you drop off and back on?
Yeah, he did.
No, I'm still here.
Well, drop off and then
Okay.
click on the link again and let's see if that
Okay.
clears it.
Okay.
You've got a great intro for Brian.
So I know we're recording all of this, and you guys in Canada are going to have some prime video to be showing people.
Absolutely.
You really need to show this and say this is what can be done, and these kids are absolutely amazing. And like I said, I know Jim just said how much he loves doing this, and I'll be honest with you, I said this before, I hate it. Because I end up feeling so depressed at the end of the night thinking these kids are doing so much.
Right.
I'm sitting here pushing a button and feeling, I'm important. And
Admittedly, I was watching Kathy present and I was left with one question, which is what can't she do?
Brian.
Brian.
There he is.
There we go.
All right. We're in business.
So we're in business. So let me quickly introduce Brian, and let me start off, Brian, by telling everyone that you told a story about yourself, and I cannot get it out of my head. And
I don't know which one it was.
So it's the fact that your name, it's Brian, and then it's Freed, right?
Oh, so you like when I make fun of myself. Thank you.
But if you misspell your first name and mispronounce the last name, it becomes Brain Fried. And I was terrified that I was going to call you Brain Fried during this whole time. So you've ruined my entire week.
Listen, you wouldn't be the first, so that's okay.
So anyway, Brian is known as the Inventor Coach. He's a successful inventor and entrepreneur himself, with many of his products reaching market success in big box retails and home shopping channels. By the way, I looked for your egg device at Marshall's and I could not find it. So was it Marshall's or Target?
Neither could I. I asked also, it may be sold out. I'm waiting for the next rounds of orders, but they did order these, and I found these there. These are my whole place. They were in TJ Maxx and Home Goods this weekend.
Okay. You tell them the market wants your product. He currently mentors and represents inventors at all stages on how to commercialize their inventions and license their ideas to earn royalties through his company, Inventor Smart. He has also founded and serves as president of Inventor Clubs in New York and executive director of the United Inventors Association. Wow, that is interesting. So, Brian, the floor is yours, and I'm sure Aaron and Deborah will be wonderful hosts. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hi, Deborah and Aaron. Hi.
Hey, Brian, welcome. Great. Greetings from Toronto.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like I'm in the presence of inventor royalty. Brian, I know.
Are you asking about inventors and earning royalties?
Yeah.
Answer that one.
So I noticed that this is an Ask Me Anything opportunity, and I'm curious. You were generous enough to post your email on the schedule. Did you receive some questions in advance, or Jake? Did we?
I think I did. Jake actually had several questions. I don't know if you have that sheet or Jake, if you want to run those that people send in, or I can just talk about.
Well, actually,
go ahead.
Brian, I think we're having trouble hearing you. At least I am. Are other people?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an audio problem now. It sounds like we either get
closer.
Your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Keep talking though.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you have something to present, that's great. If you just want us to ask questions, that's great too. It's your stage.
No, ask questions. The last time we did this, I ended up giving a presentation. This time, if you'd like to ask me any questions, or I can help you with discussing the most active questions that I'm given all the time.
Great. Why don't we have a good plan?
Well, you all have been kind of going through this. Are there any questions at any stage of the invention steps that you'd like to ask?
Okay. Well, I have a question. Brian. I would love to know, as we've been hearing from our young inventors, we've heard a bit about their journey, and I would love to know more about your journey to become the Inventor Coach. And you talk in your background a bit about the different stages, but I'm curious about when you were like, how old were you when you thought invention is cool?
I'm still a big baby. So I don't remember. It's all the same to me. It's just a blur. I don't know. It's age. It just creeped up on me. I'm 46 now. What can I say? But when I was younger, I realized that I was like looking at how things were made and how things were done. And I was always curious about it. It's not that I'm an engineer. I'm a design, I know how to draw, I can draw a chicken scratch and stick figures, but just thinking about problem solution of the world and the way, different environments and how people do things. And maybe it's that certain things annoyed me and I try to find a solution to it, or I see something that somebody's having difficulty with, and maybe I can come up with a better way to do it. when you catch that I want to say, I'm scared to say the word virus or bugs or any of that stuff, but when you catch that itch, I don't even know if that's good to say these days. I might, never mind. But I'm just saying, like, when you get into the groove, I like that. That sounds cool.
Groove is good.
But when you get into the groove of, like, just knowing that when you come up with something that could be something interesting and something that can help or make things better or come up with something new, and you go through the routine of starting to do it, it gets easier as you go along. So my job is to be able to help people to figure out what to do first, second, third, fourth, fifth. And a lot of times also, Deborah, I help them to realize that they should move forward at all. And that's okay too, because you can go on to your next idea. So is it something that you want to work on, go in a big circle and end up where I can help you see it clearer from the beginning? And that's what I just did before this call, is I helped some people who actually have a patent in Canada and filed in the US, but they want to work on their idea and they're fine. But I was saying, like, first come up with the idea, capture it. So use somebody that, you know, like you see things and you're like, whatever. Or use somebody that says, you know, I see these people at the airport. I see these people at my job. I see these people, all the students that are listening. I see these things happening in the classroom. So what if it was done this way? So are you somebody that just lets that go, or do you stop and you capture it? You're gonna write it down, you're gonna text it to yourself, you're gonna send yourself a voicemail message. What are you gonna do? So who are you? Are you a follower or are you a leader? Right? Are you an innovator or are you somebody that watches innovation happen? So these are things that you gotta capture that moment. And then there's many people that do that. And then they say, okay, well, I'm not doing anything with it because I don't know what to do with it. And I don't know where to go, where to start. So they scour the net, or they're pulling up things on TV or whatever. They don't know what they're doing. Or they end up coming to different inventors groups, and some like to do research and figure things out, and some do it on their own, some get help. So that's the part that I love, is to try to catch people from the beginning and help them to realize if it's something that can make the money. And I've almost like, you know, I showed you these pull ties, for example, and I showed this to the first session that we did a couple of weeks back. So if I showed you this product and I said it was for bread, so you take the bread bag and you put it through and you push the button and you close it and it seals it tight, okay? So, you know, there's twist ties and the plastic tabs that are on bread. So we can talk about bread all day long, but you might not even eat bread, or you don't really care about the twist ties and the plastic tabs. You're like, as much as I eat bread, whatever. But then I started to say, how about cereal boxes that are left open, the bag in there? What about in your pantry? What about the freezer bag we get from the club, the big club stores, and you buy that big bag of French fries, and after you open it, you're not eating the whole thing. How do you close it? Rubber bin? So now this is freezer safe. It's dishwasher safe. It's reusable. You can use it in the pantry, bed, this, that. How many people have a kitchen? Now everybody wants it, right? So what I do is I help people to figure out what their window of opportunity is, to decide if it's something that's going to make the money or not. So if you're talking to me about a golf ball, there's a gazillion golf balls out there, and there's a lot of solutions to different things. But how many people play golf, right? So these are the type of things that I kind of navigate through with people to figure out if it's something that's going to make the money or not. And listen, sometimes it's something brand new, and I don't have the answer. It's not fair to anybody to say they have the answer. I don't know who people think they are, like magicians, right? Like you called me before. But it's a matter of like trying to figure out like the best shot of success, making educated decisions and doing the right steps and having the right people to help you and get the right information. So a lot of people I also speak to, where they go, I started step 9 and 10, and they didn't take a particular step in the beginning, which is one of my biggest things that I have an importance of, is to do a patent search. So how much does it cost you to do a search on your own online? 0. So put it in descriptive terms. I helped an inventor yesterday that I shared my screen, told me his idea. I wrote the description in the computer, I hit images, and all of a sudden we saw the same thing as what he was coming up with. So if he didn't do that, he would have been talking to somebody or saying, you know what, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to do engineering and prototyping and doing all this stuff. And he didn't take the first step to do the search. So start by yourself, the cost is zero. Then take what you find and give it to a patent attorney or agent and have them compare what you found online and compare what you have and see if it's something that's patentable or not. If you can get a patent, I'm a believer that you should try to get a patent. If you don't, then as long as you're not infringing on somebody else's intellectual property, you can keep making it. So there's a lot of steps along the way, but that one is ultimately like really, really important. And just because it's not patentable doesn't mean that you're done. If it's something that's in the public domain, so a utility patent lasts 20 years and the design is for 15. So after the patents expire, they don't renew. So it becomes public domain. So you can make it and I can make it. We can come up with different names and we can still sell it. So is it something that is expired and you want to keep going with it? Is it something that you can get intellectual property on and you can kind of call it your own exclusively for those 15 to 20 years? Design 15, non-provisional or utility 20. And then you can take it and then you can possibly make it yourself. You can license it to earn royalties. That's what it is, you know?
Keeps unfolding.
Right? So it's like you have the idea, then you have the person. So what's best for you? Well, what's best for you may not be best for somebody else. So what I help people do is to figure out what you want to do and how you want to do it, if you can do it at all. So do you have a full-time job? Is it something that you have the time to manufacture? Is it something that you can get on the phone and make cold calls, or is it somebody that you're going to hire to be able to make those calls to try to get a licensing deal? Like, I can speak to a gazillionaire that has the money that can manufacture a product 100 times over, but is it something they want to get into manufacturing? Do they understand that particular product that they came up with to manufacture? So that's why I help people to figure out, based on you and your product and your financial situation and who you are in your time, maybe, you know, like these different variables to determine what might be a better decision for you.
Nice, nice. I get the feeling. I'm guessing Erin has a burning question. I can read her.
You know that. And admittedly, this is a bit of a self-serving question because it's something I've meant to look into, but it seems like I've got the right guy on the case. What's the difference between finding a patent in Canada versus in the States? And given that this is the Global Innovation Field Trip, like what are the differences around the world? Like,
what are the differences around the world as far as bringing your product to market, or just the mindset? Because I really have a chance to speak to people all over the world. Like I'm working with several people from Australia right now. I'm working with people from Canada. I'm just looking around. There's somebody from Guyana. I mean, there's people all over the place, and they do look for the U.S. to try to make things want a better life for themselves.
I'm sorry, Brian, your sound is a bit choppy for me.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
It's probably those massive gears up behind you. There.
Can you hear me?
No, you seem, I'm sorry. Maybe it's not.
Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Sound check. Can you hear me?
That sounds good.
Better? Okay. Erin, how are you doing?
Brian, it's still pretty choppy. Do me a favor, turn off your video for a second, give it about 2 seconds and see if that helps. Sometimes the bandwidth is an issue. Okay, now try talking. No, I mean.
I guess doing this for 24 hours, can you hear me?
You sound good, so you might have to
much
do that
better
again in a while.
You've become a Zoom master doing these 24-hour rendezvous here.
They call me Oz. I'm behind the curtain.
But she hasn't done 24 hours yet, so she's not a master. She's still a novice.
There we go.
Oh, stop.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Brian, I have a question now. This is a question that people are constantly coming up to me with. They have an idea for something, but they physically don't have the ability to make it. And they want to go to somebody and get it to make it, but they're afraid when they go to somebody who's going to make it, that person's going to steal the idea. Do you have any thoughts, suggestions, ideas?
Well, can you hear me okay?
It's breaking up, but we hear.
Okay. All right. Aaron, are you okay with I didn't really answer your question, but innovation is all over the world, and a lot of people do try to get into the U.S. market to be able to commercialize their ideas. But you know, it's always important to try to make sure that you're able to get some sort of intellectual property when you're taking something from another country and bringing it into the U.S. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, no problem. I didn't want to leave you hanging. So Jake,
sorry, Aaron.
One thing I could.
He hadn't answered your question. I apologize.
That's okay. So Jake, the ladies I just spoke to before this call, they had the same question because they are looking for making a prototype and going through their step of their invention. I told them, they said, well, do we need an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement to all these people that we show to? And I said, sure, you can have a non-disclosure agreement and send it to them before you disclose your idea to them. You filed a non-provisional patent application, a utility patent ready. So that basically puts people on notice that you already filed and they shouldn't be working on your invention without your permission. And they certainly shouldn't manufacture your invention without your permission because they're going to get sued or they're going to have different issues. So if I go to an engineer and I start having them work on my invention and they come up with some new twists and turns and things that it should do that maybe I didn't think of, it's still my invention, okay? They're work for hire, so that means that there is like anything that they do is part of your invention, okay? I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you that that's my experience. That's the way it's been, and you know, you have a non-disclosure agreement, have a provisional. Sometimes you didn't file anything yet because you don't know what it's going to look like or how it's going to work. So why should you file something? So yes, ask them to sign a non-disclosure agreement and start with that. And also, before you hire somebody, it's always important to get references. Ask people who has used them. Just like I think I mentioned this in the last session, is to say if you're going to hire somebody to build a house for you, you're probably going to get a couple estimates. You're going to want to find out their reputation. You're going to want to see what they're about before you start asking them to, you know, before you send them a check to start your project. Same thing here. Just because your idea is something that, you know, like you're disclosing it to somebody, doesn't mean that you're committed or obligated to them. It's ultimately your decision. And I always say one thing, Jake, like I say a lot of things, but one thing that's really important is that when you come up with an idea, it's like an emotional, like, oh my goodness, I just came up with the most amazing idea. And you feel like this feeling in your gut, you're so excited, you know, like this is gonna make you $1 gazillion, whatever that is, but you're just really excited. And what happens is that you start to do the steps like I told you. So you're gonna go do a search and you're gonna search online and you're gonna search with your eyes closed because you don't want to find it. You want to keep going. And you're gonna start like being hidden about it. You don't want anybody to know about it. But what's going to happen is you're going to start and then you tell somebody about it and they tell you it's going to cost X and you don't want to go anywhere else because they told you how amazing your invention is. The thing is that you're making emotional decisions and that can get to you. So in life, you make emotional decisions based on your gut feeling or you can base it on fact, and you can do a little more research before you make that decision. So I always tell people, whether it's inventing or in life, to make business decisions if that's what you're going to do. If you're spending money somewhere, it's business decisions. If you're making decisions based on how you feel, that's emotional decisions. So separate it, especially when you're going to start putting time and money and energy and effort into your invention or into your idea. Be real with yourself and your idea. And if it's not this one, it's the next one. But make a smart decision.
Brian,
You're a smart guy, Jake. You'll make smart decisions.
I was just gonna say, Brian, I really love that about, you know, that taking it from your gut feeling into sort of checking it out and doing research. And I know there are a lot of young viewers with us today. And I'm curious, what are your thoughts for them when they come up with an idea, but there's so many challenges and how do you overcome that frustration of how do you stay the course? Do you have any advice for them on that front?
Well, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's frustrations in anything, especially when you don't know what you're doing and navigating. When you come up with an idea, it's brand new territory for you, right? So what do you do? Well, if you have the steps like we're discussing tonight, to be able to start with doing an online search yourself, going to the stores where you visualize your idea to be, doing a professional patent search and getting a patentability opinion, being real with what all these things are, that will help you to start and navigate through what you should do next. So what's the frustration, Deborah? What part of the process, like coming up with the idea? Sometimes if you force something, it doesn't come out as good as being empowered when it naturally comes to you. So as long as you're aware of your environment, where you are, and how people are doing things, and how you're doing things, and how you can be better, or how you see things that could be done a different way, those are the times that you capture it. It's not something that you can turn on and off. Maybe it is for some people. You can brainstorm things and have one focus. If I have a company that comes to me and says, Brian, I want you through your, all the vendors that to come up with this widget. And, okay, well, we can think about it and you can force to make it happen, or it can naturally happen. So frustration can be a lot of different variations here, but as long as you have the right guidance, what all of you are doing this evening or all day, morning and night, and every part of the day, then these are the type of things that people need to be able to help them not be frustrated and how to make decisions. I had the chance to work with a 9th grade science teacher in Long Island, New York, for a whole year. And he took his class, he took a part of the class, and he dedicated it to invention. So I helped him to build a course that he was able to use year after year. So I went in the first year 4 times during the year. The first time was to help the students brainstorm. So they got into groups and they all found the common ground. So 3 of them played sports, and another group, 3 of them wore makeup, and another one took the bus on the way to school every day. So they found common ground, and they decided upon the things that work. Oh, okay, let me pause my video 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
That's better. That's good. That's good.
Okay, thank you, Julie. So it came up with some common ground of what made sense for them to and the sports girls, they came up with something that when they get hurt, like a new ice pack. I'll just give you an example. So they had a brainstorming session. Then I went in again, and we talked about how to do a search. So they did online searches and stores and everything else. And then I found the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office website. It went on their Google Patents. I went through that motion. And then from there, some of them were patentable, some of them weren't, or like maybe it was too close to another thing, but we let them keep going to experience what it was. And then they learned how to make prototypes. They have 3D printers in their classrooms, so they learned CAD, like basic CAD files, or had somebody else do CAD files for them, and then make prototypes. Or they took pieces of things that already exist and made prototypes for themselves. And then after the prototypes, then they talked about what manufacturing might look like in the manufacturing process. And then after that, they talked about commercializing it and selling it. And then after that, they came to my inventors group and they presented their inventions to my inventors group, and all their parents were invited, and then had some legislators come down and give them proclamations for their work. So it's possible for young innovators to just stop when you see something, or you're involved in something, you don't like how something's working, you want to make it better, you see a niche, you see like some gap or something that can do something different or better, or process or app or whatever, and take it to the next step. But be real with yourself, make smart decisions, get help to help, so you don't have to make the mistakes that somebody like myself made when I first started.
I'm sure that experience has served you well, but I know from the young students that I've worked with that's such amazing advice to keep at it, and it's not easy. Like, to be an inventor is not just a spark. It's about consistent work and practice and questioning and finding your way forward.
Right, but everything brand new is not easy. And coming up with a new invention every time is not easy either, because everyone has its own path. But like anything else, if you try to eliminate the mistakes and the trial and error, then and there's things out there that you can use that already exist to kind of take it to the next level, or to take you on that path. So, for example, Deborah, when I was working with, when I speak to the young entrepreneurs and inventors, whether they're in second grade or third grade, what I've done is I've taken enough. I'm sorry, I gave away some of it already. I take a big skin football, and then I bring a manual yo-yo. Just 2 examples to start with. I'll share with you now.
And we just
Brian, sorry, I just wanted to mention we're actually out of time. So I wanted to say thank you so much for your wisdom and ask you what you wanted your departing words to be, because you have such smart things to say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, hopefully you can hear me without getting chopped up, with my voice chopped up. But all I can say is be smart, think about things, be aware of everything that's going on around you, and keep on inventing. And if you need me, you can go to my website. One of my websites is brianfried.com. BRIAN, F as in Frank, RIED.com. Not Brain Fried, but Brian Fried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Aaron and Deborah, our next presenter is Arturo Mendez. Do you have the information about him, or
I sure do. Okay. And really excited to hear from you, Arturo. Thanks so much for being here. How are you doing? Good, great. So Arturo is coming from Mexico, beaming in from Mexico. He's a science and technology teacher at Prepatec, Tecnológico, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish, Tecnológico de Monterrey in Monterrey, Mexico. A chemical engineer, he has worked in different industries and sectors and found a real passion and calling in the education field. As a lifelong learner, a maker by calling, a problem solver, and causer, everyone watch out. He's a tech buff and passionate about humanics, science, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So Arturo is going to talk to us about now what, and really looking forward to hearing from you, Arturo. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin.
Bienvenidos.
Gracias. Gracias a todos. Yes, it's quite exciting to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I want to share my last screen. I suppose it's being shown, right?
It's blank right now, but.
Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm gonna start this talk. I'm gonna like flip really fast on a bunch of support slides, and because right here I'm gonna try to address the now what phenomena that I have in my long stride along my short life. I have learned about this. I'm going to show a piece of a video. I do not own the rights. I hope that there's no problem with this. It's just about 30 seconds that actually illustrates the feeling that I wish to share with all of our viewers and all of us. It's from one of my favorite movies.
Just so you know, we can't hear your sound, Arturo, but we can see the beautiful animation.
Okay, so now what? This is one of the most striking animations that I have seen in movies because it illustrates this moment in which all of the fish that were a community during this motion picture, they were trying to plan a way to go back to the sea where they knew they would find like a better life. So after a lot of efforts and these crazy plans, they pretty much jump off the window, cross the street with a lot of traffic, jump into the sea, and then now what? So that's what I want to speak about today, about those now what moments. And I am pretty sure that many of our participants that are like brilliant participations that I've seen today have lived or are living this now what moments. This is my family, is one of my most expressive and beloved now what moments. And the now what moment is those moments in which you're like really working hard for something. You really prepare yourself. You really try hard. Sometimes you fail once and again, and then you achieve it. And then you feel like, okay, I'm here. Now what? So to all the GIFT community, I am Arturo Mendez, and I am your biggest fan. This is me in one of my now what moments, as I was right before puberty. This is my brothers and sisters. And there you can see me here, ugly as a pre-teenager. And then I didn't have like a picture for me like around college. So I asked my mom, could you send me a picture for me when I was young? And she said, like, I don't have one, but here's one. So one thing I learned, like mom, like I think she thinks I'm handsome or something or famous. So, but well, when I was a teenager, I wanted to be a youth football coach, and I achieved one of those early dreams. That's me in the middle. Then I wanted to play football with the best team in the country, in my university, and I achieved that. I'm this guy paving the way out for the running back in a semifinal, and one game after that, we became national champions after like a lot of years, and that was a really now what moment. So I achieved to be like a team captain for my team, which was also a now what moment. I had the luck of playing in the national team for a couple of years. You can see me here, number 53. And then I also tried to be a luchador. No, that's not true, but I always wanted to be a luchador. And a singer, but no, that I'm not a professional singer. I don't even sing, but karaoke is fun. And well, actually, I began to realize all of these now what moments that I have lived and how I have learned to identify them and to put them behind me. This is Radio Shack TRS-80 Model 1. It's a computer that was sold before the personal computer. My father was one of the first persons to digitize his business here in Mexico, and he wrote the software behind this. That Christmas, my younger brother wanted a console, a video gaming console, which is nothing like the video game consoles that we have today. For Christmas, my father insisted on a computer and said, like, why a computer? He said, well, why do you want a game console? And my brother said, because I love video games and I want to play in the TV. And so and then my father said this beautiful phrase that pretty much caused a big now what in my life. He said, like, well, with a computer, you'll be able to program and make your own video games. And said, like, what? And for about 35 minutes, he started punching some keys, and he did some very simple video game with text characters, but it really looked like a Battlestar Galactica, which was like one of the sci-fi series back in the years. I was like about 8 years old then, and I said, like, great, and now what? So I got this computer then. It's a Radio Shack color computer, and when I dominated that, I got one of this, an Apple II, which is the now what of personal computer, because this computer is pretty much the grandmother of the Macintosh. So this is the computer that actually through Apple computer, and you can see some Macs behind there. I still have my Apple II and it still works. And I started to see like technology as a way to solve problems, specifically the problems that I cause. So I try to solve more problems than I cause. And then I eventually got the chance to study at Tecnológico de Monterrey, which is the same university I work at. And this was a great now what moment in my life, because I worked so hard to be there, to eventually graduate as a chemical engineer, then work for a big company, international company. And every time I achieved this big struggle moment, I came to now what? So I started to evolve professionally until I came into this big opportunity to work at my alma mater in the high school division. I said, like, okay, now what? So I started to find ways to, because these things appeared back in the late 90s. So I started to say, like, hey, this is great. I wanted one of these toys. And the only way at my age those days was to try to make a curriculum about, you know, robotics education with teenagers, which hasn't been done back in the days in Mexico. So I started to get involved. Then I was invited, actually, with our next speaker, she was in this team, to design and build another campus for our university in a beautiful place with a complete model aimed towards the 21st century. And when we built it, another now what moment happened. So I started to get, have fun, like, be speaker in conferences, then go into huge robotics events and have fun and start to witness that my students were having their own now what moments. And what is a now what moment? Well, a now what moment leads you into a bunch of choices that are not linear, choices that are all tangled, choices that sometimes you need to like survey what is happening around. This is the controller for the first game console, the Atari 2600, back in the late 70s. It only had one stick, one button, and that's all we got. This was for the Mattel Intellivision, which was the next generation. And then we had this. It's not a Nintendo DS. It's something Nintendo called the Donkey Kong digital clock that had Donkey Kong embedded. But you can see that Nintendo was having this now what moment at showing us, like about 20 years before, what a Nintendo DS would look like. And then, the competition started, evolution started, and then all of this mess, controllers start to get more buttons that we have fingers in our hands, and even get controllers in which we control technology without a control, interacting with technology in a way we didn't imagine. So this brings me to some math concepts, which is about trends, about the linear and exponential trend. The blue line is the linear trend in which the growth has a constant rate. And the red one is a rate in which every single step in the x-axis, the value in y duplicates. So initially we can see that there's a shallow growth, but then it explodes into something that is unbelievably steep. So we have seen that human history actually shows also that that behavior, and we have seen some examples with companies, the way we use and the way we our resources, the way we transform them, the way we do tools, the way we use technology, the way we come up with products and services. And I still remember that when it came about in communications using technology, the 25 seconds of anguish. This is how we used to connect to the internet. So the telephone would try to make a handshake during 25 seconds, and if everything went okay, we would get internet. We used to have these things that we used to get pictures of people, and then we have to carry this small cylinder to see our pictures, and if they were not well taken, there was nothing we could do, and now we don't need to care about that. And what's happening here? Like, it is expected that 40% of Fortune 500 companies will disappear within 10 years because everything is moving so fast. Everything is moving into new technologies, new environments. So computing, networking, artificial intelligence, robotics, synthetic biology, the digitalization of medicine, additive manufacturing and 3D printing, and nano biotechnology. All of this is stuff that our participants are starting to show and starting to push beyond like 5 years ago.
Arturo, I'm just going to let you know it's one more minute if you don't mind.
That could be possible. Not to say, okay, yeah, I'm close to finishing. We didn't imagine that a 10-year-old could do those amazing things. I could bet you that energy is going to be free in a horizon of 30 years or less because of all of this process. Like now we can land rockets, we can reuse them, we can land them like in the cartoons. Medicine is going to be individualized. So you as kids, as students, start to create all of these things like the now what moment of the Global Innovation Field Trip. So what are you supposed to do? Well, when you get that now what moment, be ready to make choices for the next one. This is a friend I made at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He's Kobe Boykins. He pretty much, you can see the Curiosity rover behind him. He's one of the engineers that worked on building the Martian rovers. And I shared all of this with him. He said, like, if you keep doing that in your job with those kids, amazing. I cannot just imagine what's going to happen in about 10 years from now. So believe, create, because a dream becomes a desire, and that desire changing into a plan, an action, a reality, that's going to bring you memories and repeat the cycle. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? That's Spanish for what are we going to do then? So there's a shiny new horizon for all of you kids, all of you guys, all of you inventors. So take advantage of those now what moments and make a change. So thank you.
Oh my goodness. That was fantastic, Arturo. I wish we had more time because I have many questions for you about your now whats, but I look forward to seeing you on further gift adventures so you can share more of your now whats. Muchas gracias.
Of course, yes.
Now
Muchas
I
gracias a
hear.
ustedes. Thank you.
Lots of hope.
That was phenomenal. Wow. So our next guest that we have is a very special woman, Yelania Iruegas. ¿Es correcto?
Hi, my name is Iliana.
Iliana.
Yes.
Iliana. And Iliana is the founder of 3325 Bakery House and franchisor of Arbor Spot. Is correct?
Arbor Spot.
Arbor Spot, a social development SME. So we look forward to your presentation on about a woman opens a social development SME in Mexico.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with you, sharing with you my experience.
Bienvenidos.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to talk about a little bit about what being a woman in Mexico, especially my age, how difficult it is for us to be recognized as innovators or as how could I say it? Many people have said that I have been disruptive, and many times they don't like women to be disruptive. But I have to tell you that I think that's one of our best assets. So I'm going to tell you about how I did it and how many people have been surprised through these 6 years of very, very, very hard work. I used to work in one of the most important universities in Mexico, in one of the most important high schools with Arturo, our last speaker. We founded Prepatec Cumbres, one of the most beautiful high schools in Mexico. I had been teaching there for more than 20 years, and I discovered that in Mexico, when you're 65, you're allowed to retire after 65 when you're 65 years old. And I said, well, I'm 43. What am I going to do? I've been a director for more than 17 years. I have done many things. I have already published books, many projects, important projects. So what next? Arturo's question, no? And I said, okay, I like baking. I like everything that has to do with food. I love it. So I started studying as a baker and as a pastry chef at night. And it took me 2 years to graduate as a baker and as a pastry chef. And one day in 2014, my high school generation, there was a reunion with my high school generation, and my best friend came from Mexico City. She's an architect, and she said, you know what, Ileana, I would like to take over my family's business. Her family produces coffee. Her father was a very important man in coffee in Mexico. And she said, I want to start working with coffee and with the communities. And I said, well, that's beautiful, because that's a great project. You get the opportunity to work with communities to help them produce the coffee. And the question is, how are we going to move the coffee from the communities to the rest of the world? And she said, okay, that's one of the best questions that I have ever heard. So let me think about it. And we were enjoying the meeting. And I said, you know what? What if you design a coffee truck? In that way, we can move the coffee truck from one place to another, and the coffee from the producers can be more accessible for people. And she said, oh, that's a great idea. That was in 2014. I was still a director at the high school. a language director. I studied literature. So in February, Rosie, my friend, she called me and she said, guess what? I already created your coffee truck. It's on its way to Monterrey. So let me show you my coffee truck, the one that she designed for me. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Let me see.
Oh, I love your logo.
Thank you. That's Arbore means tree in Portuguese. Here it goes. Where's the?
I saw it. It was there. I saw the green truck.
Yeah. Let me see.
Like it's
here.
It's a very fast truck.
It's a coffee truck. I don't know if you can get to see it. Okay, that's my coffee truck. And here's the tech where I used to work. We usually have it there. And here's another university. So you can close it up and you can open it and you can take it anywhere. That's it. And it doesn't contaminate. It has its own energy source. So we only use biodegradable implements, and then we recreated another coffee truck.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so this is a coffee truck. Okay, so she sent it to me, and I had my another now what moment, because I didn't know how to make coffee. I had to learn how to become a barista. And then I said, well, how are we going to use all of our expertise and knowledge to help others? So we sat together and I said, we have to create a project that has to have a strong social development basis, because it's the only way we're going to help Mexico become a great country. Mm. In 1984, from 1984 to 1986, Mexico was the 4th place in the world with the best coffee in the world, one of the best countries to produce coffee. Then something happened that we stopped being one of the most important countries that produce coffee. So Mexican coffee is in crisis. The coffee in Mexico is in crisis because people don't pay what they should pay for a pound of coffee. They pay less. But when they buy it at a coffee shop, they pay 300 times more to the coffee shop than to the producers.
Wow.
So what we said was, we have to change that. What are we going to do? That was a great question. The what moment? What moment that we had to think of? Okay, so here is the model. We went to a cooperative, a group of families that produce coffee. But this group of people, there are 152 families, and it is mostly run by women. Women are the ones who produce the coffee. It's called agroecological coffee. That means that they don't use any chemicals. Their first need is to keep the cooperative fed and nourished. So they used bananas, they used tomatoes or different plants to, they plant them around the coffee in order to keep plagues away, or in order to make the soil more nutritious. So we made a pact with this cooperative, and we said, okay, at what price would you like us to buy your coffee? And they gave us a price. The pound of coffee should be bought at this price. And we said, oh, okay. In exchange, we want organic coffee certified, and it is going to be called Femme Café because it's produced by 152 women. So we worked with the cooperatives in order for them to learn how to produce some of the best coffee in Mexico, because 90% of the best coffee in Mexico doesn't stay in Mexico. It is bought by Europeans. So Mexicans have never tasted the best coffee in Mexico. So we wanted to change that. The best coffee stays in Mexico. Nice. So we buy the coffee to Vidace, and it's called Femme Café. Rosie, my friend, she invites the best roasters or the best tasters in Mexico so that they can give the coffee the best profile, so that when we taste it, we taste the best of the coffees in Mexico. And she roasts the coffee in Mexico City, and she sells 30% of that coffee by the pound or by the kilo, and the rest of the coffee that she roasts goes directly to our coffee trucks. Okay, and here in Monterrey, I have my coffee truck, and I have 3325 Bakery House. That's my bakery house. And I produce the pastries that go together with the coffee. So it's a perfect match. Amazing. And we also work with the Mexican Academy of Cocoa. So they prepare for us a special blend of cocoa so that we can use it in the coffee trucks. Our commitment to the cooperative is that we sell 1 ton of coffee per year in the coffee truck. If we sell more, the people in the cooperative, they receive all of that money. But if we sell more by selling it by the pound, they still receive all that money in the cooperative. So it's a win-win situation, but the ones who receive the most are the people in the cooperative. In this way, we give the families, we help them have health, they save money so that they can invest it in education and health, because most of them don't have proper hospitals because they are in the highest parts of the mountains in Mexico. And sometimes women, they don't have rights, or they don't have access to education, or they don't have access, or they don't even have their papers, their paperwork, because they live so high in the mountains that they stay there and they don't come down to the cities. So what we do is to empower them. We teach them the best techniques and we offer the education for them, and they work on their coffee grounds or their coffee. It's called hectares. They're hectares with their coffee bushes, and in this way they teach the young ones how to do this, and the young ones want to stay because it's a good way of living. It's dignified. It gives them a good life quality of life, no? And what happens is that we pay them 330% over New York's how do you call it? Wall Street. Wall Street sets the price worldwide of how much we should pay the producers. So we pay over 330% over the price that the Wall Street sets, no? And that means that we pay the producer 8 times more than what they used to pay per cup of coffee. And we have short chains, value chains. That means that the coffee is cheaper, but the quality is the best quality. We help 1,100 families from Veracruz. And we offer, with my coffee truck, offers at least five direct employments for 5 different people, at least. And there are more employment, there are more bridges with other because we follow a collaborative economy. We work with many people, so we offer jobs or opportunities to many other people. And we make a bridge for people who work in the country and the people who work in the cities. We become a bridge, and we create a better culture of coffee. So in the end, this is what we're trying to do. It was so difficult at the beginning because people didn't believe that we could do this. And it's been 6 years, and now it is already called an enterprise, a small business, but it's already, we already have our web pages and digital marketing, and we have already won different prizes because of the project and the model of business model. So this is a little bit of what we have been doing these last 6 years, and what people said that it wasn't possible to do. So
wow, unbelievable. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. And I mean, from a social enterprise perspective, where you are running a small, medium enterprise while also giving back and cultivating local community, it's phenomenal. So it's, I have questions for you, but let me know when you are ready to take them.
I'm ready, because I like people to ask me. It's better than if I just talk about my experiences. Ask me.
Well, there was so many questions. So in terms of your decision to take the baking course, and then you made this circle out to coffee trucks, and then you came back to the croissant.
Yeah.
And did you have moments when you were running? Did you ever actually drive the coffee truck?
Always. It's an Italian Ape motorcycle.
Fantastic. Did you ever think that maybe baking would not come back into the picture, or did you always know that 2 years that you spent training, it was going to come in? I'm just curious about your vision in the early days.
I always knew that at different restaurants, I have traveled around the world. I have lived in every country, almost every country, with my students. And we always noticed that in some countries, pastries were very important, but the coffee was terrible. Or sometimes the coffee was very good and pastries were very bad. So we always complained about that, because in Mexico, we have a very strong tradition of Mexican conchas and the chocolate and the coffee break. It's a very important moment for us. I always knew that they had to go together. So all of the pastries that I design, they are my grandmother's recipes, or they use local ingredients, but I have to design them in such a way that they match with the flavor of the coffee, or that they contrast and they create an experience. I knew that they had to be together.
Fantastic.
I have to say, just girl power. And I'm so curious. You said 6 years ago, this was an idea that nobody thought could come to fruition, and now you're here. And I'm wondering, what advice do you wish you had 6 years ago, recognizing that some of our audience might be that 6 years ago you? What's something that you wish you knew then?
I wish I knew financing, or a healthier way, or how to. This is something very important, and I want to tell everyone. Don't ask for money. when you create your business. Start selling. And if the product sells, that's the money that you're going to use in order to grow. Don't ask for money, because when you ask for money, you go into debt. In Mexico, only 19% of women own a business. And the banks and other and people don't give them money because they don't trust women because they have families. And that's wrong. So women have to go into debt using their credit cards to support their own businesses. The advice that I am going to give you is, if your product sells by itself without asking for investments, without asking for money, then you've got the product. Don't go into debt. Not at the beginning. Go into debt once your product has already been tested.
And some of us know that the global research on women taking loans, our women pay back 99 to 100%.
Yes, and that's right. That's true.
Yes.
Women are very responsible.
Very responsible around the world.
Amen.
When I think about some of our, young girls and young women who are thinking about starting out, there's definitely, so the midlife career change that you've spoken about and how hard that was. And I think that, I applaud your courage to hang in there and keep asking that now what question. You're such a beautiful example of tenacity and focus, yes, and community mindedness. So I really want to celebrate that. And I know that in my experience working with, many young students in terms of their ideas, they have ideas that are so often about community, about connection. And I'm to sort of build on the question that Aaron had asked, what advice might you have for a young girl who is starting out and thinking, oh, what are the possibilities for me?
My advice is, do whatever you want to do. If you love what you're doing, do it, but do it. And people are going to say no, and people are going to put obstacles, and many people are going to try that you don't succeed. Don't worry. Just do what you have to do and do it very well. And keep on learning and applying all that knowledge into your business. Never listen to anyone except for yourself. What you feel, if you feel that you like doing it, find a way. There's always a way.
And do you see that in the young girls who are in the communities where the cooperative is, and you had said that they're learning about the coffee process, the planting, the cultivation. So are you seeing, what transformation are you seeing at the community level that may then inspire their innovation and their invention as they grow?
I'm going to tell you, right now, there are 4 generations who have already been working with this project. UCLA helped them create all the agroecological model, no? Mm-hmm. Well, the second generation, the daughters of the first generation, they are biochemical engineers, they are lawyers, they have masters, and some of them, they have PhDs. They are so well prepared. You have no idea what I found there. I thought that I was like the one who was better prepared. And when I arrived to the community, I went there to see how I could help them. Well, it was the other way around. They taught me so much. I have learned so much these past 6 years. And I recommend you to be humble. You have to be very humble always, and to be open to learn from others, because sometimes the other person has everything and you're there to learn, not to impose your thoughts. They have gone from here to here. And the mothers, the first generation, they studied law because they were very angry because they were not being paid in the correct way, and there were these big companies taking away their products, and it wasn't fair. So they studied law, and now they are the ones who decide who they want to buy, who they want to sell their product to, and at what price. So it's a beautiful project. Beautiful.
You talked about better culture of coffee, and it sounds to me like you're cultivating a better culture, period.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Everything, yeah.
I mean, thank you for being a role model and like just a firehouse female to boot. I think that there's so much that so many folks can learn from you, including myself. And I have to say that that reminder about humility and curiosity is, I think, a really important note and an important takeaway for me. I think that the folks who work with you are so fortunate to have you to learn from and to aspire to fill your shoes, because you're doing awesome, thoughtful work that's clearly making a massive difference. I'm just curious because unfortunately we're out of time, and I'm not sure if I see our next participant. So
Erin, I think until Arturo beams himself back in, we can keep talking.
Hooray!
Yeah, and it's Arturo, so
the girl party.
Exactly.
That might make him show up quicker.
I made so many mistakes. So many mistakes. You have no idea of all the mistakes I made. Some of them were terrible. and I had to learn who to work with, or the kind of person that I wanted for the business, because in Mexico there are no women baristas, very few women baristas. So we opened the first chapter in Mexico of the International Women's Coffee Alliance. So we opened it 3 years ago, and we made the first women barista contest in Mexico.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Well, and research really shows that that the importance of exposure to innovation and invention, it's often very low for marginalized and vulnerable communities, and particularly children. And I think the opportunity for children who wouldn't normally be exposed to this kind of innovation, this is a wonderful practice for them to also to be part of the forward innovation economy that is evolving around the world. And I'm curious from as these young women, these innovators in the community where you're working, are you seeking to, how are you sharing their work with other young women in other communities to be inspired so they can also be part of the forward-looking innovation economy that we're all living into?
We have worked with many of the students of the Tech. We work with the International Coffee Alliance, Women's Coffee Alliance, and we have given workshops, and we are, every single year we offer 2 or 3 workshops or lectures for people to know about the projects or the ethics of when buying the coffee. Or we bring some of the producers to, there's a project called He for She, and we bring them to the Tech, and they give a lecture to the students so that the students can know them face to face.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you so much for sharing your story and your wisdom and your passion. It really is a pleasure to meet you. And I have to say, I'm just craving coffee and pastries right now.
You are going to love the coffees.
I'm on my way to see you in that truck as soon as I can.
Oh, I can send you whatever you want. The chocolate, so good also.
Oh, no. Okay.
Liliana, thank you.
Thank
and
you
hope
very
to see
much.
you again soon.
thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'll leave you with Arturo. Arturo has many projects he has to share with you. Thank you very much.
Do you want to introduce Arturo?
I can introduce him. He's one of the brightest. He's one of the brightest teachers at the Tech. He has done so many things with robotics, and his office. He's got 2 offices. I think that he has more, and they are full of toys, computers and robots. And we used to stay up late with the robots, with the students, and creating all these technological implements. So I'm leaving you with one of the best teachers ever, with Arturo.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you.
Muy bien, Liliana.
And welcome back, Arturo.
Yes, thank you. I have to confess that I am one of Liliana's also most adept customers.
I thought you might be.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in Monterey.
Yeah, I know Liliana for some years now. She's also an amazing teacher. She actually quit being a teacher to move over to this project. And now she realizes that she's still educating and she's still doing this calling and this mission. And she collaborates with the university as well. But I've seen, and she has also inspired many students that know her, that become customers, and she drives them to build up their own business models and their own, she didn't mention that, but she actually has received like many awards for doing that. It's a
phenomenal woman. Phenomenal.
Well, Arturo, we're so excited to hear from you about your attitude determines your altitude. I have to say, you've got some catchy phrasing. Practical tips to get your superpowers ready. Tell us more.
All right, so let me start sharing my screen here. And well, your attitude determines your altitude is a phrase that embraces one of my favorite NASA posters. It's the one that I'm showing here on the right about NASA Superstars of Spaceflight. This is the second version, which pays tribute actually to the crew of Columbia and other bright explorers. And actually, one of the chances I had to work in projects in NASA, I saw this banner and it really touched me. And because I have met during my life all of these wonderful people, and I started researching where this phrase comes from. Apparently it's a quote from Zig Ziglar, that he says that it's not your competence, but it's your attitude that determines your altitude. But there are like many variations, but this is the way I want to call it, because it's actually what I've seen in almost, well, in about like 23 years that I've been working with young innovators, that I've been working like digging in and being fascinated by STEM, and being amazed by all of the potential that youngsters can have when they have the proper attitude, and they could get like reach really high altitude. So this is about some of the tips that I have picked up also in this over 20 years of coaching and interacting with bright innovators as my students or other kinds of projects. Basically, I want to start speaking. I'm an engineer, so I want to start like speaking about some phenomena that we can see in nature. We have well, bunches of phenomena. I just want to list like the photoelectric effect, the thermoelectric effect, the piezoelectric effect, the phenomena that makes an electric motor work and an electric motor work like an electric generator, like the this phenomenal bike, the pay-per-view bicycle that we saw earlier today. Well, there's all of these phenomena in which actually when we put, nature teaches us that when we put energy work into them, they it can be transformed into some other sort of or manifestation of energy. But some of these effects, in some certain conditions, we also see the reverse effect. Like the photoelectric effect has allowed to develop, photovoltaic and solar cells. In the thermoelectric effect, I can recall the Peltier cell, in which if you drive an electric current, it's going to behave like a heat pump. One of the sides is going to be like really hot, driving the heat to the other side and cooling the other. So this thing is really used in cooling down computers, in cooling down like low energy refrigerators. But then the reverse effect happens with these wafers as well. Like if you place a real hot cup of Ileana's coffee on top of one of these ceramic wafer semiconductors, it actually causes a voltage that you could use to produce electricity. So pretty much like in a piezoelectric effect, that if you put or you pass an electric current or pulses, you can have like vibrations that gave a chance to the quartz and the electronic oscillators and electronic watches, because of this very, very constant vibrations. Well, the other effect is also true. If you squeeze a piezoelectric element, it will cause like this voltage, this electric potential that could be used or could, in a circuit, it could like cause the flow of current. And the electric motor is the same thing. We've seen it, like you pass some electricity, it spins, and if you spin the axle, perhaps with less efficiency, but it will produce electricity. All right, so this is something that has really fascinated me as a science teacher and as an engineer. So now let's talk about the skills that are really useful for being an inventor and innovator. Brian spoke about these awesome tips. I was really sorry that his audio was a little bit choppy, but I could get like the essence. He is so good at communicating, the how-tos and like really details on how, and I think that's why he's the inventor coach, right? But well, we know that all of the participants in the gift are awesome in ideation, they're awesome in designing, in building, prototyping, testing, but they need also to be really good communicating, sharing, presenting, and why not launching and selling and setting off into mass production and being like successful entrepreneurs. But these four last skills, normally we just forget them when we're like so eager to invent things and so eager to do things. We have seen some of the percentages that are natural in communicating and sharing and presenting, but some of us are not. So actually, this is about knowing that we all have muscle, and even if we are quite good at something, we still need to work it out to keep it on, and why not to make it better. So that's when the attitude, it starts to determine our altitude. And I'm not speaking here about running and training for a marathon, why not, why yes, but we're speaking about these particular skills that will unleash your superpowers. So I'm going to speak here of a case. This is a rather current case about science, a debate of science and pseudoscience. Like some time ago, there was like a really famous TED Talk that spoke about the body language and posing and what were the psychological effects behind that. The researchers even claimed that they did like some testings, and other scientists start debating like, no way, that's not true, and there's this debate around it. But after I saw that, I started to think about those phenomenon in nature. So this is like Amy Curtis, like against like others. So if nature gives us these examples, So if a piezoelectric element vibrates and even beeps or buzzes when we use an electric current, and if we squeeze it, it could generate an electric current. So maybe that thing about we could use like some behind the body language to actually unleash those superpowers. So I'm going to use here the website, because that was the condition that that the author of this asked that I didn't like copy the images. I scrolled down on the website. Actually, there's like computer generated images that show poses and the importance of body language applies to photography. So like, you know, when someone in a picture has a high power pose versus a low power pose, it can give you striking differences on the image itself. You know, like high power poses when sitting that express confidence, and sitting that express, you know, like low confidence. And this is, well, this is the way he uses that for photography. So it's if it's like a piezoelectric element, and the body language communicates a message or communicates something, well, perhaps if we use the body language, we could trigger off some effects into making our skills grow up. And that's what Amy Cuddy is speaking about. I do not really agree, or we don't have evidence, scientific evidence to support or not support her research. But in over 20 years of working with young innovators, I have found a correlation about using this, the power up pose. If we squeeze ourselves into this pose for a few seconds, you will instantly start to feel like Wonder Woman or Superman. So you can try it now. You can just stand and stand up like that, and you will, in about 9 to 15 seconds, I promise, you will start something in your chest that flows and is preparing you to power up. So this is called the Wonder Woman pose. And
Arturo, we have 1 more minute, and I want to make sure we get all these best poses.
Okay. Now, this pose actually speaks about closing a deal. So now, in the study, Amy Cuddy says, like, you need to stand like that during the situation. What I have found is that you could be in private, do it by yourself, and if you stand like that and start reviewing what you're gonna do, like using that let's close the deal pose, your superpower to close the deal will be much better by the time you face it. Or the get ready to pitch is not speaking about pitching somebody like that. That's called the Obama pose. But actually, you can sit down like that for 30 seconds and practice that, and you will start to feel, and when you stand up and get ready for that, you will be pitching, you will be pitching like a Cy Young player. This is the upcoming interview pose. You know, stand is similar to the Wonder Woman pose. Just open like a V, the arms for a few seconds, and when you're ready, you will make an awesome interview that is going to be striking. And that's about the most important poses, and I think it's just about time.
This feels like professional yoga.
Yeah.
Get all the energy flowing in the right productive ways. I am so, yeah, no, it's too bad my boss is on with me, because she's going to know when I'm coming to close the deal in her office, right? Just kidding.
I already do, Erin. I already do. But that was a fantastic presentation, Arturo. Thank you so much. And
sure.
So much great learning, and great learning again for our young listeners in terms of, you know, learning those power poses at an early age. I sure wish I'd known those when I was, well, negotiating with my parents. So
you can still unleash your superpowers then.
I can, Arturo. Muchas gracias again. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
So our next guest I'm very happy to introduce Carla Yvonne Flores Cisneros. I need a glass of water, from Mexico City. And hello, Carla. How are you? Bienvenidos.
Muchas gracias, gracias. Sí, justo es flores, like the flowers, and,
yes,
and
I
cisneros,
know.
like the
Yes,
swan.
I see it. It's my tongue.
Don't worry.
Gracias. So Carla is a 24-year-old social innovator, passionate about economics, politics, and any topic that would make your parents go nuts. If they asked at the dinner table, what do you think about the latest tax reform? That's Carla, financial analyst, community consultant, and a loyal friend. And Carla, you're going to talk with us today about, your presentation is about sweeter are the fruits of social innovation. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah, Erin, and everyone in this panel. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity of being here. I hope everyone in your family is good, because we are now in a delicate situation. And that's the first thing we all need to remember, considering to take care of our family. And well, here I am making a space in this time to present you one of my favorite things in the planet, that is social innovation. Okay, well, I'm going to present you my my screen. Can you tell me if you see it? Yeah, perfect. Okay, well, I am about to start by telling you that why did I decide to change this old phrase that we all know, like sweet are the fruits of adversity. Well, I think, don't get me wrong, I always struggle with all type of all type of troubles in my life and face them. And of course, it's hard to overcome all type of situations. And every result that is positive after trying to get my life together when everything in the world is burning down, of course, it's sweet. Any trade, any positive action in our life are sweet. But I think that we all need to recognize that this struggle should be easier to overcome by everyone in the planet. So we need to act in order to be prepared or to help others to be prepared for adversity and overcome all types of situations that now we are currently living. So this is where social innovations takes part, and I will just like to start my presentation. So as you can see, this beautiful illustration is not only to make my mouth water, is also related to this topic, because frugal innovation, as we know it, comes from the word in Latin fructalis, or fruit. So what does fruits have to do with this? It's simple, because as I mentioned, in Latin, fructalis means acting with temperance, or in other words, learn how to do more with less resources, with less fuel, with less trees, and less human labor, with highest returns or the highest yields possible. So we are talking about simple low-cost solutions that can help our communities to be, like I said, prepare for any type of adversity, like we are living now, the coronavirus, for example. So how do we do this, and who are involved? Well, it's difficult to think in social innovation when a lot of people say that it must be like not as high tech as we imagine. For example, when I talk to people and I explain that our solution must be as simple and low cost possible, they used to think, well, are you telling me to work in a third grade project of a social and science fair? No, actually the innovations implemented in social spaces are as high tech as possible, using all type of resources. And here we have three sectors that not only innovations take place, but also where all human activities are located. So we can see first the private sector, understood as enterprises. We have an example of Rotoplas. Rotoplas is a Mexican company that produces and sells water containers. There are famous water containers that are always over the top of our houses. And Rotoplas made with other type of private firms and social venture capitals, INWAY. INWAY is a water innovation hub that is currently launching a challenge where the winner will get $45,000 US and the possibility to implement the idea that helps to the labs in water, in accessibility and all type of reuse topics of water and inequality. And it's a very important platform to start in by first. Also, we have public sector initiatives. For example, Jóvenes Construyendo el Futuro in Mexico, or Youth Building the Future. It's a very famous platform where all type of young people can apply and get their first job in their life. So that's very innovative from a way that no one could imagine. I know that it's a very possible idea and very common in other countries, but in Mexico, imagine an alliance where these three sectors and including the government help people, help young students that are not currently working or have a certain degree to take place in the market and the labor market. It's amazing. And the speed that this initiative get implemented, the technologies that are used, the possibility of from zero, like zero knowledge in all kind of stuff, you can learn and you can be guided through the process of like, you know, having your first job. This is something that we all get by like a normal day and the normal life path, but for people is an amazing opportunity to be included. And finally, the third sector initiative, we must be looking for this project that is a light of light, that only with a mini solar panel, a PVC tube, and just I think it's chlorium or salinity components can start a lamp just in the middle of nowhere. Here in Mexico, we do still have problems by reaching local communities without electricity. So this type of UN supported initiatives are like the whole world to me and inspires me every day to keep working and from my field providing these solutions to all people in Mexico. So you see this, and if you are like me or if you are not, you see, wow, how do you do that? Especially in Western cultures, well, all that is like, we all care about is when is the iPhone 2020 is arriving to my home, or why does Jeff Bezos is so late at my package in Amazon? It's important to reconsider new ways to implement technology and science in our lives, and understanding that this type of innovation, of course, does require science and technology and engineering, but also requires the participation of political scientists, financial managers like me, economists, and even psychologists. So it's a process, it's a whole spiral, as we can see. And I'm not stop here, but like too much more time, because if you can see it and compare it to the design thinking process, that is the usual and the typical one, so you can see that we also start with a prompt, an idea. Does the problem really exist, or we are just looking at it like a problem because in my neighborhood is that problem existing? So we need to use statistics and models and all type of information to validate that problem. We also need to propose, to prototype, to sustain all these type of ideas that are coming of the problem we are facing. And finally, if we got luck and we are happy enough with our results, we are going to scale this project and do a systemic change in not only in our local communities, but also in our state, our country, and even in the world. So I won't stop really much time in this. I'm presenting you also all other examples of social innovations that are successful. I am talking about teachers in United Kingdom of Oxfam International, Kiva, Pomona Impact, that are social ventures dedicated to provide microloans and do impact investing in order to like improve the market dynamics in every country. And even my enterprise, or the job I'm currently in, Manverde, we are financing solar projects in order to do the difference. You can see that a lot of these logos are green, and verde in Espanol means green. So everything you will see in social innovation, if it's not green or purple, it will be green. So why do we innovate? It's very confusing in some parts of our programs to identify the real reason of innovating. We also sometimes think that we do it for money. Sometimes we think we do it for recognition. Sometimes we do it because Elon Musk is the greatest man on earth, and I want to be like him someday. Well, it's not really that. It is indeed technology, creativity, and science the drivers of our innovation. But we all must remember that the center of that target, of that innovations, will always be people, the environment we are living in, the animals, the fruits, the vegetables, and the beautiful bees that always are around us and helps this world to be better, even more than Elon Musk, I must say. So we must all know that technology and creativity and science engineering are just the drivers to complete that purpose, or to meet that that need, that is becoming becoming a better person and helping to construct a better world. So let's not forget that social innovation methodology is as strict and important as conventional innovation. As I mentioned it, sometimes STEAM careers, the mine included, like do the less important comments about what is our role in the world, but is, as I say, as much as important as the latest career of innovation and mechanical engineering. We also participate to create new ways to solve problems. So let's not forget that, and especially in a place like this that I have the opportunity to talk with a lot of people in the world, let's not distract of our main purpose, contributing to do a greater world. And there is always be a chance of failure, and public opinions are harsher for social innovators, because we are sometimes managing taxes, incomes, or private equity funds. The investors and the public is harder with us, but we must always recognize, like the example I mentioned, that the youth building the future is a prototype, or if it's not a prototype, it's a way of sustain that project. So we all must be open, yes, to criticism, but focusing on the fact that no one, the rule number one of innovation is you won't get it the first time. It will be one or two, like our current partners mentioned. We all need to understand that it's not hit it on the moon and tomorrow you will get there. It's try and try and try, and you will see the systemic change after a few months or even years, but you need to be consistent. And finally, that additional empathy and consciousness are required. We are talking about race, about gender, sexual diversity sometimes, local communities and indigenous culture and ethnicities. So we must be careful with that. Yes, we are engineers. Yes, we are have bachelor's degrees, but we are always human first, and we must treat the people we are helping, the people we are designing public policies and social projects, we are doing horizontally. So a common mistake people should people always commit is designing these initiatives from the top. When you are a CEO, when you are the president, or when you are a congressman. No, you are first an inhabitant of the world, and you need to always think and act as you were one of those people, because it is being in Mexico is one of the highest rates of inequality. So if some baby born tomorrow, it's more like statistically significant that he will born in a poverty environment than in a wealthy housing or neighborhood. So we always remember this in order to, like I mentioned, work for better conditions to live in. So well, that's it for now. I think that I am on time, so I will be very pleased if we continue this conversation on the question section.
Carla, I just want to say thank you so much. What a fantastic presentation. And what a wonderful thing, what a wonderful thought to end on, that when we're looking at social innovation, or when we're looking at innovation of any kind, that you begin as humans first, and that we're not designing from the top, but we're designing from our common humanity, and then from the community upwards. As we know, communities have incredible wisdom. And as leaders, how can we facilitate bringing that out instead of pushing ideas down? I'm really curious with respect to what was your first moment when you thought, oh, I really want to do this social innovation thing? Was that what you were making your parents crazy about at the dinner table? Or did you have this passion at a very young age? I'm very curious.
Yeah, it was like a very young age when I first experienced my desire to create a better world, like a hippie, like take a combi, a van, and go around the roadway with no return, just like that. But we here in Mexico, where I'm living, I come from Acapulco de Juarez in Guerrero State. Mm-hmm. So Guerrero is one of the three most poverty with the highest poverty indexes. So when I was 15, I go to the mountains where the local communities are located, and I live with that community like 2 or 3 weeks. So it's a different sensation. I know I'm not telling that you missionary proposal. So we all need to go at the mountains and live like those communities to understand the importance of changing something. But I think that my school was Catholic, so I live hand to hand with people that have no more than regular American or European lowest income expense. So I think that experience definitely changed my life. That was the reason because I decided to work in social innovation. And I now like Tec de Monterrey graduated. I studied there because 100% scholarship, because I was there and told him I need to change. In order to change the world, I need to access at the very the high-tech careers in the country. So everything is about, yes, a purpose and a life plan when I want to get the better opportunities, not just for me, for everyone. So of course, at my 15, I decided to it, and now that I'm 24, I'm almost decided to change the world then. That time.
Oh my goodness, amazing.
Carla, that was excellent. Thank you very much. But we have a question from YouTube.
Oh yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you have lots of fans on YouTube. I wanted to mention.
No, I'm just telling you.
Thank you.
I'm just passing along the accolades.
Yeah.
What challenges exist that to prevent other young people like you to get involved and active like you are?
What are the main challenges for us, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're wonderful. And what prevents other people from becoming as wonderful as you?
Thank you. Well, I'm not if there is something out there preventing them to be not like me, because I personally know a lot of young people and friends that are in these hippie things like me. But I think that, yeah, we are not as current as the world needs to be social innovators. So one thing that is maybe the distractions, the indifference, the myths of Western culture, as I say, that the better has a certain color of skin, the better has a certain income level, the better people are in this way, and they are not, for example, diverse. They don't show diversity. It must be one way, and that way will guarantee you success. So that myth is something we and me and my friends are like tumbling down, because we don't need that speech anymore. New generations are coming, and they are as diverse as you can imagine. So I will say that status quo or the old regime says that no, you shouldn't be care, you shouldn't care the other, because that's not you. You are you're as individual, and we don't care, and we don't know what to do with other people. But yes, we must care for others as the way we care for ourselves. So I think that prevents a lot of young to get involved in this type of actions.
Your compassion and your sense of community and selflessness is truly inspiring. And what stands out really is that while you're so adamant about this individuality, that you recognize that you stand with others. And I just admire that so much. And I think that's so wonderful for young people to hear. So thank you for being part of this and sharing your story and your passion, your fiery passion with us. It gives me a lot of hope for the future, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Carla, did you have a question, Erin? Go ahead.
No.
Thank you. Carla, I was really impressed that you were speaking about frugal innovation tools, because we often we think innovation is complicated and needs a lot of money. And sometimes the simplest innovation or most powerful innovation can be very frugal. And I think that it's very important to raise that, because when we think about innovation on the global scale and a lot of innovation in the developing world, there are incredible innovations that are happening in many countries just with, community wisdom, where there's a small shift. And it's not massive innovation, but it creates massive impact in the lives of the community. And I'm curious, when you look at your work, your own work, where are you seeing, is there a particular example that's really inspired you in terms of one particular tool that you think this is so powerful and it's very unrecognized?
Well, I think that the most inspiring moment, for example, actually I mentioned it, is one of the, we all know the story of Grameen Bank and in doing leader that inspire a whole community. I think that one moment that particularly touched my heart was when I was at my college, and there's a social innovation forum like that. It was before the 2017 earthquake in Mexico, and we were there at I think that it was a symposium of easy 1,000 people. So a woman, Tequiva founder, stands in the public and it started to talk about Tequiva, the microloan application. So it was that moment, and I write down a question and I ask it a simple question like, oh, how do you feel, or how do you start treating the local communities, or so. I don't remember, but it was very beautiful because, oh, that's a very good question, we should take it from there. And it started to give a whole speech twist of my question, and I was very happy because I'm here in my college learning what I love, and being prepared with the highest and the better and the best financial tools, because my major is in financial, to implement it like she does. And she's not only helping people in United Kingdom or in Africa, they are also Kiva like similar applications in my country, in Central America, in Latin America whole. So I think that that moment touched my life. Maybe micro loans are not as mass informed like we should all know, but that was one moment. Also a lot of mentors and friends that are inspiring me day to day. I personally thank for this opportunity and this information to Ada Baena and Claude Whiting, professors in my institution and in my life. So a lot of information was from there, because a lot of things that they do inspired me to keep pushing forward social innovation and all types of innovative implementations in our country.
Well, may you keep pushing forward, because you're making a massive difference, and you're inspiring so many people on this call and on and around the world through your work. So thank you so much, Carla. This has been truly an inspiring 30 minutes of my life, and inspiring presentation on GIF. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you to everyone that are watching me or watch my video. Thank you to my family and my mom that is already there. So thank you.
Before you go, when you get off, you want to get on YouTube, because you want to read all the comments. I'm serious. You have a family, and you want to read all those comments. So get on YouTube and see how much people think of you.
Of course, I will. Thank you very much, Jake, Erin, Deborah, and Dacia.
Bye, Carla. Thank you.
A pleasure to meet you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Dacia, we can't hear you.
I'm going to have to come.
No problem.
It's that old close out and come back in that seems to be the trick.
Oh. Hi over there.
How are you, Niles?
Good.
Excellent.
Let's see if we change our lighting.
Just give us a sec. We're just getting organized. Thank you for your patience.
No.
You still can't hear? No. How about now?
Yeah, Dr. Drizzle.
It says Julie Shively, but I'll change my name real quickly. But I just wanted to thank you both, you and Erin. Deborah, you guys have been a lot of fun just getting to know you in the last couple months. But we were texting back and forth, Julie and I and Jake, saying how fortunate we were that you agreed to be a host. And that we were going to go ahead and take a nap. And if you would just stay on for one, we're fine with that. And we will increase your salary times 2.
Well, we really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you for having us.
Yes, it's
we really enjoyed you.
Well, looking forward to September. And actually, we'll be back in a few hours. So thank you.
Right. Well, get a little sleep. Get a little sleep. Thank you so much.
See you soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Well, we do have our next person ready to go, and I am pulling up my little piece right now. Jake, I just want to remind you to make sure you make me the host before you go off somewhere. But our next presenter is from Ohio in the United States, and this is Niles Arthur Jackson. And Niles, is Rochelle there?
I'm right here. I'm next to him. I'm technical support.
You look great. Behind the scenes, wonderful. So Niles is from Bexley City Schools, Cassingham Elementary.
It's Cassingham.
Cassingham, of course it is. I'm ready to go the last 4 hours, but as you notice, I have my bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper here that is fully caffeinated, so I will work on making sure I can read correctly. So Niles is not your everyday inventor. He spends every day looking for new ways to solve problems, invent new creations from recycled products, and create helpful tools for those in need. You are like a Bill Nye meets Mr. Rogers. You have a lot of creativity and compassion, and then you put that all together with your know-how. Your inventions have ranged from go-karts to countrywide infrastructure solutions. And we are so glad that you're here today, Niles. So make sure your tech person's doing their job well, and you can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Niles Jackson, and my invention is a trash cans collection solution. It stops trash cans from blowing away. It's called NBTC, no blow trash cans. My problem was when it's a windy day, the trash cans in your alley can blow over and sometimes cause damage to cars, property, and litter is created. My solution was to use solar charged battery powered electromagnets under the trash cans underground to hold the trash cans in place and prevent them from blowing over. So how it would work is there'd be pressure plates in the alley set to the weight of a trash truck. And when the trash truck rolled over it, it would turn off the electromagnets so the trash truck could pick up the trash cans and dump them into the back. And then they'd put it back on, and then when they would roll off of it, it would turn them back on. And the reason they would have to be set to a certain weight is so normal cars that'd be driving over them didn't activate them. So my process was, I came up with my idea. It was a windy day in my alley, and the trash cans were just everywhere. And I thought that I could have a solution for this problem. And so that's when I invented NBTC. So I have some data. So my neighborhood of 2.54 square miles has 13 to 14,000 residents. This equals 5,041 households with an average of 2 trash cans. This totals a potential for 10,082 trash cans to daily be blown over. The impact is multiplied when considering personal property damage, cars and houses, blowing trash, litter, or debris, and finally human health risk when considering the rodents and other nocturnal creatures rummaging through the cans at night. So the way my invention is environmentally friendly is I'm using solar panels on top of the garages and buildings, rechargeable batteries, electromagnets underground, and pressure plates. So some potential improvements that I could have are create a switch for owners to be able to turn magnets off to open lids or to move trash cans, drainage holes in the trash cans to prevent mosquitoes to get in there and make larvae, giving owners several options to place cans prior to installing the system. So I'm Niles Jackson, and that was NBTC, no blow trash cans. Thank you.
Would you like to show them how an electromagnetic magnet works?
Sure.
So we can show you how an electromagnet works.
That is a great idea. That was a good question. And if you have the materials to do that, we'd love to see it.
We do. So this is a very miniature version, so we'll get as close as we can. It's dark here in Ohio. So we have a small, I'm not in front of the screen here.
There you go.
Oh. Here, you hold it.
Okay, I see it.
We're trying to figure out the battery.
Well, we had it set up, and then it does tend to heat up.
Don't burn yourself.
Oh no, it doesn't get that hot, thank goodness. But we didn't want to leave it sitting on our desk.
Right.
But it also drained the battery.
True.
Okay.
I think it's on.
Oops.
Is it on?
Here, let's see.
I'm gonna use the bigger side.
Let's switch sides. So this is just a double
The
A.
battery shot.
It might be. It's just we've practiced a lot of times today, so pardon.
The battery's probably shot.
That is okay, but we see the idea of it.
Yeah, and we're gonna switch leads here and try it this way. Okay, there we go. Make sure you can see. Oops, as I drop it on the computer. All right.
Use the big side of the screw.
I think we've drained our battery. Oh, no, it picked
Whoa.
it up.
Right at the end there, you
Right at the end. So this is a very small example of how, I mean, this is just a 1.5 volt of an electromagnetic.
Right.
So these would be installed where?
Underground.
Underground. And then why don't you show them a typical, this is
This would be that the pressure plate would look kind of like.
Okay.
So the trash truck would drive over, push it down to a certain weight, and it would turn the electromagnet off.
So it would be comprised of how many switches?
It'd be comprised of a switch in the owner's house, so they could turn it on and off, and then of course the pressure plate.
Which would have, so a total of 2 switches.
Yes.
So I guess that each person in your neighborhood would have to buy into the idea that they were going to put these plates in their house or these switches in their house.
Mm-hmm.
That, or it would be a government funded
nice
citywide initiative. So we live in a unique neighborhood on Stand With Niles here, where we have some, we're very blessed in where we live, and have pay a little bit in taxes, but never have snow on our roads, and we never have any issues with our trash,
right?
And the wind blowing it over. But we would look to be more of a government-wide funding or a citywide choice of funding.
All right.
So that would be the expectation. And the homeowner, it would be included in the tax bill, but they could opt out.
So Niles, where are you so far in this? Are you in, this is a prototype? Are you heading to Pattonville, or what's happening next?
So basically, I haven't really made a huge prototype of it yet because it's a big thing, the electric prototype. I've just kind of got the idea of it.
But
So,
you've talked about it.
Yeah, I got like a blueprint and stuff, and plans for it.
Have you talked to anybody about how to patent your idea?
Yeah, so my friend's dad is
Patent lawyer.
He's a patent lawyer, so I talked with him about maybe getting a patent on my invention.
The first question people are going to ask is, how much does this cost? And
right.
One of the things you might want to do is start to look at materials and start to price out what it's going to cost. You're not going to use that little tiny magnet. You're going to need things bigger. You might want to start doing research on that, because whether it's something that the homeowner buys or something that the government buys, the first question is, what does it cost?
Absolutely.
And Niles, also, I think that this could be a really neat passion project. I imagine that in your neighborhood that you have people over the age of 60 or 70 that may have trouble with their trash cans and can't afford to just keep going out all the time and picking them up. You're a young little whippersnapper, so you can pick them up all the time, and you might get charged like $5 a can to pick everybody else's up. But this project also will allow people that can't turn their trash cans back over. The cool thing about having it done for them basically is that they don't fall over. So you might want to even put that little edge in it when you start to pitch it.
One of the things that I think brought this idea to Niles, this was completely his idea, was that when we walk to our school and home. We are a completely walking community. And I would make them pick up the neighbors' trash cans. I think that spurred the idea, and he took it from there. So the solar cells mounted on the homes, there's definitely research in the dollars there. I think that's great advice for him. There's funding for that out there with the government right now. I know solar cells don't cover all of the electricity that it would take, but
To be running all day and night.
to be running all day and night, right? And you know, the buy-in, do I really want this as a homeowner? So there are a lot of questions right there. But the thought process behind it is what Niles is interested in potentially patenting. I'm saying that wrong. So that if there is an opportunity down the road based on his research, that he doesn't lose that window of opportunity.
Absolutely, you'll want to do that. And there's a lot of people that can help you with that. There's people on our team, you know, that could talk you through the few pieces, but having a patent attorney that you're able to talk to is gold. Like that's a big piece right there. So I'm glad your friend has that opportunity for you. Niles, I'm very impressed. I didn't find out how old you were.
I'm 10 years old.
10. Yeah. Any other, you have about 1 more minute. Any other inventions in your head?
You invented a bike.
Well, yeah, I invented a bike. So it's a backpedaling bike. So have you ever heard of a green machine?
Yes.
It's like, you know how they have that like big front tire and there's pedals across it? I took my friend gave me this bike that she didn't use anymore. It was her old bike, and she said, do whatever you want with it. So I took the back wheel off and I put on the front wheel of a green machine, put that on it. So now it's like a backpedaling bike where you kind of lay down on the bike and you pedal from the back.
So it's almost in a laying position forward now.
Yeah. Well, if you can't get the solar thing going, you could always just hook your bike up to your trash and cause your own electricity there, at least to show that you're really trying for it. And then maybe someone will say, oh, we've got to help him out. We got to get him some money in there to get that funding.
For a family of 7. Yeah. He has invented homemade go-karts and there numerous things.
Yeah, well, keep doing that, Niles. We need more people like you right now. There's a lot of problems out there that need to be solved. Check out the UN sustainability goals. Those are 17 things the United Nations says we need to get fixed by the year 2030. So if you have time, work on about 6 of those, okay?
We'll get right on that.
Okay. Thanks so much, and pay your tech person a little bit of money tonight. She did good.
How about we just go to bed on time?
That sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you.
For the opportunity.
Jake, I see you brought our next person in. If you want to go ahead and give him a great introduction, that would be wonderful.
Well, this is great. This is Hassan Ahmed, and you are, I'm sorry, what do I have? I don't. How old are you?
I'm actually 13 years old.
Wow.
Yes.
What are you tie? Boy, you're putting us all to shame. But anyway, you're part of, you come to us from the Science Fair Foundation of British Columbia. Wow,
Yes, I do.
all the way out in the West. That's fantastic. So it's only about 6:15 for you. So you're still awake.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Great.
it is.
And-
So I would, yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. And your invention is Smart Sight, a vision of hope.
Correct.
Can you,
So,
your
yeah,
floor, please.
to get us started, I would actually love to share my screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. So please let me know when you can all see the screen. Okay. So Smart Sight, a vision of hope by myself, Hassan Ahmed. So before I start, I just want to tell you all a little bit about me. My name is Hassan Ahmed. I am 13, almost 14, and I'm in grade 8, going to grade 9. And I live in Delta, British Columbia in Canada. And I have passions in coding, circuit designing, and mechanical engineering. And my goal at the moment is to really take my passions to the next level. Now, research. So before I started, I was actually deeply thinking about how the blind navigate our world. So I conducted lots of research about this, and I found out that 282 million people are visually impaired, 246 million people have low vision, and 39 million people are actually completely blind. So after this, I decided to combine my passions with one of my deepest sorrows, which is failure for the blind to navigate the world efficiently. So next, my invention. My invention was the smart glasses for the blind. And this is an engineering innovation that I have designed myself. And it has lots of hopes to benefit the blind. So I started this by actually researching, and I found out that there are many drawbacks to previous technologies for the blind. For example, the common blind stick that the blind use is breakable and it can easily get stuck in pavements. And most of the service animals are very unhygienic as they can release germs through hair. And most of them are the newer ones, like the technological ones, are very expensive also. So after this, I actually spent most of my time talking to a partially blind woman, and I designed a product to make her life easier. Okay, now comes to the main question that you all may have, which is how? How did I make this? So basically, I use an Arduino Uno R3 circuit board, which is shown in the middle of my circuit sketch, an HGSR04 ultrasonic sensor over here, a 5V piezo buzzer, and a 9-volt battery. So basically, the circuit, it takes energy from the 9-volt battery, and the ultrasonic sensor detects movement at a specific distance, which activates the piezo buzzer over here, and it alerts the user by activating a specific tone sound. And I've actually spent most of my time here allocating specific distances to the ultrasonic sensor and the buzzer, so that the closer you are to the object of detection, the higher the buzzer will beep in terms of frequency and duration. So the further you are, the lower frequency the beep, and the closer you are, the beep will gradually increase in frequency. And basically a recap of all of this actually took lots and lots of research. Most of my time to make this invention was taken up by the amount of research. Okay, so next, the following here, this is a short video clip of my code that I wrote by myself for this invention. And over here, as you can see where it says if distance, that code, that's basically what I was just talking about, that if you are more than 62 centimeters away, the sensors will not detect anything. If you are between 30 and 62 centimeters away from the object of detection, the tone will activate at a frequency of 1000 hertz and a 50 millisecond duration. As you get closer to 10 centimeters and between 10 and 31 centimeters, the buzzer will activate at 2000 hertz, and it will sound at 250 millisecond durations. And finally, when you are very close to it, when you're between 0 and 11 centimeters to the object of detection, it will sound a beep that is 4000 hertz and 500 milliseconds in duration. And at the end, I have a delay function, which basically just cools the buzzer down. So next, one of my most important parts of my innovative model is the design criteria. So to work successfully, this device must be able to detect an object from 0 to 62 centimeters away from its lens. It must sound a long beep when the object of detection is over 30 centimeters, and it must sound a high frequency intermittent beep when the object of detection is under 30 centimeters. It must be in the form of an object that can be worn at head's level, such as glasses or a headband. This device must have a sufficient power supply, such as a battery. And this device, this is very important. So this device must not result in any other further injury to the user. And this device must be lightweight and comfortable for the user to wear while walking. And it must be untethered or easily removed or taken off to provide the most comfortability for the user. Okay, now the testing. So testing is a very important part of my invention, as I got to find out how interactive my invention is and how effective it is and how practical it is. So to further test my project, I actually conducted an experiment on the same woman that I interviewed before. And I created an obstacle course with 6 different objects that she had to walk through. And these objects included like sidewalk curbs, poles, chairs, an open door, and things like that. So I created one that was indoor based and one obstacle course that was outdoor based. So I asked her to walk past each obstacle course once with the smart glasses and another time with the traditional blind walking cane. So Based on the results that I'll show you in the next slide, in terms of practicality, the smart glasses actually beat the blind walking cane. And my invention is roughly 3.85 seconds faster than the blind walking cane. And 3.85 seconds doesn't really seem too much on a small scale, but it could really be like the reason that you're saved from hitting a car when crossing the sidewalk. So yeah, so as I said, this could mean a lot on a bigger scale. So next, these are my results. So as you can see in the obstacle course, the smart glasses actually averaged the lady 6.5 to 6.6 seconds to cross. And then whereas the blind walking cane took her about 12 as in seconds as an average. So now for me, what's next is that this model is actually just a prototype. And in the future, I would love to use higher quality ultrasonic sensors. As you can see in the bottom picture over here, these are actually sensors that have a better frame rate. So some of them also have, after conducting research, I found out that some of them actually have a frame detection rate of about 180 degrees, which is really good because I would actually want to make the sensors more efficient and more useful for the blind. And also, I would love to add more sensors, and I would love to add more buzzers as well, because this would really make the experience more natural for the user. And for me personally, I would love to patent this idea as my own. And thank you.
Oh, very, very impressive. Very impressive. Hassan, I have a question. Why 62 centimeters? Why did you come up with that number?
Okay, so I actually, after conducting research, I found out that the ultrasonic sensors that I used, which you can see over here, these are the ultrasonic sensors over here. And these ultrasonic sensors, they aren't very high end. They're because this is just a prototype. So I never really wanted to use something that would that could like affect my performance in a major way. So I just did something very simple. So I picked this one, and after research, I found out that this sensor, it can actually only go up to a certain rate, and like it only goes up to about that number. That's why I didn't want to overload it with too much, to avoid overheating and stuff like that. But that's why also in the future, if I were to make this a better model and sell it and reproduce it and things like that, then I would love to add better sensors and more sensors and things like that.
Great, excellent, good.
Hassan, will you unshare your screen so we can see your picture bigger?
Yep, of course.
So I noticed that on this Zoom right now that all three of us wear glasses.
Yes.
And so when you're creating something that you have a little bit of experience with, did that help you with the design any?
So the design actually, this design is also like a prototype, because it's like, it's not as light as I really want it to be at the moment. But the design actually, I did get a sort of interpretation from my current glasses, as like I wanted to have something that is very lightweight, because like I've tried some of those other ones, some of those sport glasses, and those ones are very heavy and you don't really feel comfortable. So that's why even the outline glass that I have here, this is like a very thin plastic as well, and it's not very heavy, and it doesn't really add to the weight of the circuit itself. But in the future, if I were to make this a better model, then I would definitely construct something more lighter and more easily accessible to the user.
Excellent, good. I was very impressed with your testing. Many times an inventor will test it, but only testing to see if it works. You were testing something else that's already known. That's really a great test. That's really a great test.
Yeah, so one of my main goals is to actually make something that could benefit the blind more than they are benefited right now. So that's why I said that I found like a lot of drawbacks, and I wanted to turn those drawbacks into like a better travel system for the blind.
But when you were testing, coming up to an object, what kind of you mentioned a car. What kind of an object were you detecting when you were detecting things?
So in the testing, I actually detected things that I actually interviewed the woman that I was testing on, and then she actually told me that there were many things that actually affect her in her daily life, such as, for example, she opens doors, she forgets to open doors and she walks into them, or kitchen cabinets are open and she slams into them, or for example, she's walking and she hits a pole. So that's why I use those things that are specific to the test model, and then I asked her to overcome those obstacles that she was faced earlier.
You should.
Did you reach out to her?
Oops, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Did you reach out to her, or did you know her before this project started?
So actually, I know someone, and she was the person's mother that I knew. So yeah, so luckily this person was very supportive over. So I actually wanted to give like a huge thank you to this person as well, because he was really supportive when I was talking to people about my invention to ask about the idea. This person actually gave me the recommendation of testing on her parent. So yeah, that was amazing.
Very good, very impressive. I was just going to say that you should add that to your testing explanation. Have a chart saying, here are the things we tested it against, because that was
yes, yes.
Excellent job.
So you're heading for a patent next, right?
Yes, so that's one of the reasons I actually came here, because I know all of you honorable people may have like lots of constructive feedback to give for me in the future.
Well, you're going to want to contact a patent attorney, an actual patent attorney, and they will help you prepare and figure out what you're going to do. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Hassan, thank you so much for coming tonight. I love British
problem.
Columbia. So when I go to British Columbia, I'm usually either in Surrey or Vancouver. Where are you compared to those two places?
So I currently, we're currently living in Surrey, but we're constructing a house in Delta. So that's where we're moving very soon. Delta's like very close to Surrey.
All right, very cool. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming and sharing your innovation with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, actually, before I head off, I just have one quick question to ask all of you. So I need some advice on how to further extend my invention. So do you have any advice on doing that?
When you say extend, what do you mean? Make it.
So I want to take it to the next level. Like it might be like the next level might be selling or reproducing, or maybe getting funding for it, or talking to other people about it.
Well, yes, you can do all of those things. One of my suggestions would be to do more testing in the real world with really unpleasant things in the world. So for example, the things you were testing were fairly hard objects.
Yes.
See if this is going to be able to detect a bush. Okay, it's a soft object. You may find that there's a problem. Skinny poles will be a problem. Things that are not straight on. If something's at an angle, you may be a problem. So I would do some more real world testing.
Yeah, for sure.
And with different size people too. If you think about this for a moment, if you have a 4'2" person that's wearing the glasses and testing it compared to someone 6 foot, there's just different pieces of your environment around there. So I would say get it protected as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Keep the testing going, okay?
Okay, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So Jake, if you don't mind taking in our next person, I can go ahead and introduce, well, I'm actually going to let you say his name because I think you've met him before.
No, yes. And excuse me, we need to have the other person who's only half in the video. Excuse me. This is his mother, and she was very concerned. This is Nuri, and he is 5 years old. And another person wearing a tie, making me look bad. But she was very concerned that she wouldn't be allowed to help him. And I explained that that's the entire role of mothers, to help them. Okay, so
absolutely,
the joint. Come back. And they are in Washington State, right? Correct. Yes. Okay. And what we have here is a 5-year-old artist, a curious child, and the youngest in Destination Imagination, a global creative problem-solving contest. He turns his ideas into innovative sketches and prototypes. He is in constant imagination and looks for different ways of doing things. And I can also see that he's in constant motion, which means his mother must be working extra hard. So it is your now presentation.
Okay. Scooty Brush by Nurbai Arun.
I'm here for this technical support.
Hello, I'm Nurbaya Arun from Richland, Washington, USA. I'm 5 years old and my invention is a scooty brush. My scooter, I love my scooter. I ride it in my home. Trash and brush. This is some trash and a brush. Now I need a fun sweeper. My invention. This is a scooty brush. I attach the brush to my scooter. Invention in action. Scooty brush use. It can push big things too. If you like my idea, contact me. Nurbaya Arun. Email biogayu@gmail.com.
You are absolutely adorable. I do not ride a scooter, but I would buy a scooter to buy your brush. How did you come up with this idea, Nurbi?
How did you come up with this idea?
I said to my mom to clean up the floor, and I came with I was holding the broom with my scooter and coming to the dining table. That's how I got this idea.
Mom, can you unshare his screen so we can see him in a larger view?
Sure.
There. Now show us that again.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you please explain this?
This is a brush. And that is the trash. And this is the scooter. These are separate parts. And there's some tools. That is the brush. It's the pool cleaning tool. You use that when you take out the dirt and all the trash and the arachnids out.
Can you show us the thing actually working?
Yes, just give me 1 minute. Let me get it.
What?
Well, you don't have to make dirt. It's okay.
We want to see you ride that scooter and clean something up.
Oh my goodness.
Pardon?
No, this one. Can you just show them working? How this works? Can you push this and show?
Pardon?
Yeah. Can you please push this and show? They're asking you to show this.
Oh, I get it. You have to keep it like that. And how am I going to go up the lawn? Well, I have an idea. You have to set it up on the floor and take it in a clear, round place.
Come back, come back.
Come on back. And they want you back there. They want you back there. Please get the products. Please get the products.
How long have you been riding a scooter?
How long have you been riding a scooter?
Several years.
So you're pretty good at it, right?
Are you pretty good at it?
Yes, I like to get fast turns like.
Does your mom pay you? Does your mom pay you to sweep the house with your scooter?
$30 for pay. Do I pay you for that?
No. Only and stores you have to pay, and not in homes.
So do you want to sell your product?
You want to sell your product?
Maybe that I don't know. I have to improve it or.
Eventually, yes. Yeah, eventually we want to sell the product.
So what do you need to improve on? What are some things you want to make better?
Like you have winter tires and with that scooters and have a snowblower blade, and you when you go to the sidewalk, it all goes all the snow goes to the sides.
Nerby, is this your first invention?
They have another question for you. Is this your first invention?
Pardon? What did you tell?
Is this your first invention?
Is this your first one? Is this the first one that you're designing?
Have you invented something else?
Have you invented something else?
No. Yes, I have invented something else.
What else?
That was the Bluetooth Buster. The Bluetooth Buster is for sprinkler blowout. That's a filter one. That's and the old waters come out, and the hot water comes in.
Very nice. Well, I'm very impressed with you. You're 5 years old and you're already an inventor.
Yes.
Do you think you will continue to invent things?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I believe you.
I put inventive drawings.
Well, so what is your next step? What are you going to do next?
We use this like a ventilator with Arduino.
So you want to be eventually doing a ventilator with Arduino, you know? That's what he's looking for.
Oh, wow.
Yes. The virus ventilator.
Well, Mom, you have a very talented young soul there.
Thank you so much.
Is this your only child?
Yeah, he's our only kid, yes.
Well, I think that you've got a winner here. I think he's going to do great things. I think he's already doing great things. I wonder if he makes you tired sometimes.
Yes, he does. But he is very self-engaging and independent, and he kinds of comes up with lots of different ideas whenever he sees things, and he's constantly looking for solving problems. And he has come up with close to 20 to 25 different ideas right now.
Wow.
Like you, it's something like a spring. You attach a spring, one, two, three, four springs, and you put the Arduino over the Raspberry Pi, and you make like a latch or a lock with it.
So you're speaking Arduinos and Raspberry Pi, so we know you're probably very efficient at coding.
Pardon?
He has started. He has started.
Can you say that again? Pardon? Can you say that again?
I just said you're very smart. If you already know about Raspberry Pis and Arduinos, I'm very impressed. I want to thank your mom and whoever else lives with you also for supporting you.
We are indeed looking for a mentor right now for him to take him to the next process of the development as to get him to the way for the becoming an established inventor. So that's what we are looking for. If there are any leads that you can give us, that would be great.
So we have some challenges that are happening this summer. If you go to the website, you're going to see some opportunities for kids to share their inventions. And I'm pretty positive we can find a mentor, someone that would want to give him some advice. In fact, I'm not on YouTube right now because I'm working with you, but I bet people are already talking about this young man. So the website is globalinnovationfieldtrip.org. Just look on there and there should be some links for some upcoming summer challenges that I'm sure he would be great at.
Sure, yes.
Well,
Yes.
Thank you very much, young man. You are very smart, and we are so glad that you were on our show tonight.
You also made close to 100 imaginative drawings with whatever he has seen so far. So those drawings doesn't have to do with anything from the internet. It's all completely from his imagination. So
And I would definitely hold on to that. And I would look at the Khan Academy has a program called Pixar in a Box. And it's a drawing program that can hook young artists up to Disney and Pixar. So if you've ever watched Toy Story before or some of those shows, and I think you might be interested in that.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jake. Thank you so much, Danica, Julie, and Norbert. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Wow, Jake, I'm pretty impressed with that young fella.
No, I'm impressed with everybody, frankly. It's amazing. Speaking of being impressed, here's our next guest. I'm having trouble turning on his TV, though. We will keep trying. Norbert, are you there?
There we go.
Hello?
Excellent, 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 excellent.
Sorry.
Oh, no. So, Norbert, you're part of the Science Fair Foundation in British Columbia again, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And you're 20 years old and you're from Surrey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just setting some stuff up right now because I'm actually having a bit of technical issues right now. Is it okay if I?
Norbert, you take your time. You have no idea. We have had so many technical issues. In fact, we started off this whole program with a big technical issue. So
okay.
It's all Jake's fault, though. I'm pretty positive.
I will take full credit for everything.
It wasn't.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm almost.
I'm just going to ramble on, but.
I love that you're from Surrey. I've been able to spend quite a lot of time, well, not a lot of time, but have visited there several times and was planning to be there May 1st through the 4th, and then Corona could not come.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place.
Shoot.
Actually, I found out something interesting since we're talking. I always thought that all of British Columbia was in Pacific time zone. And I recently found out it's not. There's a small section around Surrey that is in the Mountain time zone. Who knew? I didn't know.
Always a
I know.
learner, Jake. So your product is called the Mechanical Jaw Thrust Device.
Yes.
That's exciting already. I'm thinking that has something to do with the medical field.
Yeah, yeah. So I actually thought of it while I was shadowing a bronchoscopy procedure, which is where a radiologist takes a biopsy from a patient's lung to see whether or not that mass that they're looking at is cancer. And yeah, I actually had you guys will see my inspiration was from watching a nurse perform the jaw thrust when I thought that it might free up nurses to allow their expertise in a better way if there were a device that were to do a jaw thrust.
We're excited to hear about this.
Sorry, it's taking so long. Okay, I think it's good now. All right, I will share my screen and then I'll get ready to present. Okay, please let me know when you guys. Okay.
We see it. It's perfect.
Okay, great. Okay. Hello, my name is Norbert Banyi, and I'm a 20-year-old UBC student from Surrey, BC, Canada. My innovation is a mechanical jaw thrust device which forces open the airways of sedated patients and is a device that is useful in environments such as operating rooms where patients are receiving bronchoscopies. So as I've mentioned earlier, last summer, I had the opportunity to gain firsthand clinical experience with bronchoscopy procedures for which a nurse or respiratory therapist must manually hold a patient's jaw in jaw thrust position for about 45 minutes straight, about 5 times a day. I realized that a jaw thrust device can standardize the jaw thrust procedure to improve procedural efficiency, patient safety, as well as reduce hospital cost. When I designed this device, I studied the motion of a jaw thrust performed by medical personnel so that my device can offer the same tilt, forward push, and lift of the jaw as a human would by having these 2 degrees of rotation that you can see here and here. So as well as having performing the procedure as close to as a person as possible, it has a few key features. So the first feature is that this device is equipped with a one-sided adjustment that allows it to be just adjusted fast from the side, as you can see closing in onto the patient's head so that it can wrap around the jaw. Now, this facilitates use by a single operator, being that it's one-sided. Furthermore, if you release the button, which you would be pressing to do a fast adjustment, then you can turn this knob and perform a more fine adjustment so that the device can be snug against the person's jaw. Next, it has a one-directional ratchet mechanism, and it's a modular plastic design, so it's quite easily manufactured, as well as because it's plastic, this can actually be more versatile. For example, if we were to make the device all plastic, it can go in an MRI, or in other cases where a nurse, like in an MRI, a nurse can't be holding the jaw in jaw thrust position, whereas this device may be able to. Furthermore, this ratchet mechanism allows the operator to lift the jaw, lift the device's arms along with the patient's jaw, and it will just hold the jaw there. Next, it's designed to have simple assembly and disassembly, which makes manufacturing efficient and allows for easy sanitization, as well as allows for any more designs to modify the device, as well as put attachments in case there's any other procedures in which it can be helpful for. Finally, the manufacturing cost, because it's an important component of making a medical device, is about $40 for a metal and plastic part, assuming, or in the case where we take the metal parts and order them with standard off-the-shelf parts. whereas a plastic design, completely plastic, will be about $30, assuming that the molds and stuff like that are made. Finally, there are further applications of this device, and this device overall will help standardize procedures involving the jaw thrust, and this will relieve nurses or respiratory therapists to focus their invaluable help in better ways in the operating room. Furthermore, an excellent application of this device includes a cervical collar attachment that slides in place, as you can see here, so that emergency responders may be able to stabilize the neck of a patient with cervical spine injury while performing the jaw thrust to ensure that their airways are open. Because in many cases, emergency responders don't actually try to perform the jaw thrust to make sure that the patient is breathing because they're afraid of secondary damage in the spine. So this can actually save human lives. And lastly, although I was not able to test it on people due to coronavirus and other factors such as that, I've actually went through and done finite element analysis, and you can see here, this is the finite element analysis done on the jaw support, and there are no parts of it where it's taking too much load, so that I can no longer handle. And I've gone through each part, and yeah, it seems to be able to take the force that might be exerted if a patient's head were to be in the device. And yeah, thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
This is amazing. And I am a medical expert because I have watched all seasons of Grey's Anatomy. So I have watched every jaw thrust and intubation and car accident that there has been. And since I've watched them at least 3 times all the way through, I've seen this happen. So what is your next step? Like, the person that you watched do the jaw thrust, have you told people? Who knows about this?
Yeah, so I've spoken to the radiologists that have observed the jaw thrust, as well as a few nurses and respiratory therapists, and they all said to me, there was one thing I kind of noticed them all say was, I've been wondering why something like this hasn't been implemented yet. And that's the first thing I was thinking when I designed the device. And nurses actually whom I've talked to said that it might be helpful in environments where there isn't enough medical personnel, such as like an overloaded hospital, where, and in a scenario where a rapid intubation might be needed, or an intubation might be needed that would normally be best done by 2 individuals, could be done more easily with 1 individual.
So obviously I see them, like you said, on ambulances. I see them in the field in military scenarios. Would this be an FDA regulated thing? Because there are some, I mean, I'm just trying to think, it's medical, and one wrong turn and they could be paralyzed. Have you researched any of that?
Yeah. So I haven't looked too much at FDA, although that would be part of my next steps. I have looked at Health Canada because I've first been thinking of implementing it in Canada. And this device, because it's non-invasive, is and it's not going to be interacting with any kinds of wounds or anything like that. All of the skin that's going to be touching will be intact. It's actually a class 1 medical device, which is much easier to implement than other devices. And one safety feature which I've thought of in designing the device includes, if you guys can see here, these parts actually come out, and if there were to be anything wrong, for example, in the operating room during bronchoscopies, the most frequent issues are if the bronchoscopy device actually makes a little cut in the person's lung, they might have to do an operation, or if the patient aspirates some food that comes from their stomach, then there might have to be some emergency protocols. But in that case, these 2 arms just rip off, and it's as if the patient were to be in a head, like on a pillow. So it's got that safety feature.
Is this your chosen field? Like, you're shadowing radiologists. So are you looking to be in the medical field?
Yeah, so I'm actually studying for the MCAT right now, but currently I am studying computer science, genetics, and statistics. But as I said, I am working in hospitals such as BC Cancer, and I did work with St. Paul's as well. So this is in Vancouver. And yeah, eventually I do hope to become a physician.
So I noticed you had a patent pending.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've filed a provisional patent, and that's pretty much it.
Well, this is not your normal invention. This is one that you've done a lot of research on and can truly save lives. I've watched my Grey's Anatomy, and I know that there's sometimes when they cannot be intubated well, like they have to go straight for a trach. And this being so, I don't know what the word is, but it's going to happen to this. To every person's going to get the same treatment on this. So if you have someone that's trying to intubate that's not really good at it, this is going to sort of generalize all of that. So they're getting the same treatment.
Yeah, exactly what you said. So an important thing is to standardize medical procedures, and there have been there have been studies with many medical procedures such as CPR, where a standardized procedure will save lives. It makes things more efficient, more cost effective, and just quite frankly more optimized.
Well, thank you so much, Norbert, for being here. That was very interesting. Are you going to call it the Norbert, or have a name for it already?
No, I was thinking of calling it like the Aaron. So it kind of sounds like Aaron, but then it's like a play on words, like air goes in. But nothing too solidified yet.
Well, hopefully we won't need that. But if we do, I hope that your invention is already out there.
Thank you very much.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Can you unshare your screen for us, Norbert?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, Arturo, I see that you have come in to take over the rest of the night. That is great. I only have a little bit of Diet Dr. Pepper left, so I'm not sure how much longer I can stay up, but we are so thrilled that you are going to be one of our guest hosts tonight. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
All right. We're actually going to let you take the wheel.
Okay, so
well, do you have the schedule?
I do have it. I think we are like already.
Yes.
For
Liza, are you there? Let's see if we can get her on. The people that she had registered are not here, but she might be, and they might be with her.
So she is here. I just cannot get her.
There's a user from Kira ID as an attendee. I don't know if.
Yes, there is a Kira ID.
Oh, well, maybe that's where they are. I'm going to bring them on too. They're all part of Kira ID.
Liza, if you're out there, go ahead and unmute yourself. We're trying to do that right now. We don't want to make Arturo look bad on his first hosting.
Yeah.
I don't know where they went. They disappeared.
Remember, it takes like a few seconds for them to move over. Right now, they're here.
There they are.
Yeah.
And, you know, Arturo, the 10-15 ones are on deck. There they are.
Hi.
Hello.
All right. Hello.
Hello. I'm still waiting
So,
for my
It's
friend.
very quiet. Can you speak louder?
Hello, is it clear right now?
Yeah, just stay
Much better.
to the microphone.
Okay.
Is the other user like Liza also setting up video?
Well, I don't know what she's doing. She is sort of the person who is running the whole system.
The whole thing. Okay.
I'm not, but she doesn't seem to be turning it on.
Okay, so should we present? Yeah. Okay, so for our next presenters, from Kira ID, we've got a talk by Desirut Suryani. Please correct me if I don't spell it correct. Well, Suryani Situmorang, Intan Puri Rahayu. They are coaches for Kira ID. That were developed in the Kela Sakir Pekan Junior Makers Program, which aims to inspire and add to the curiosity of children and for creative coaches as them as well. They work also in STEAM education, very creative coaches, and they're going to share with us the Kela Sakir Pekan Junior Makers, which is a weekend program designed by Kira ID that seeks to inspire kids and youths through interactive and fun and learning activities. The kids and the youths are challenged to make electronic projects or simple life hacks that can be modified using materials they have, and they get a great chance to improve their creativity. So, ladies, you are on.
Okay, Arturo, they turned off their
video
again. We're going to get them on. Okay, there we are. There you
Okay,
go.
got audio.
Okay, please wait. I will share my screen first.
See your screen. We see your screen.
Okay, hi everyone around the world. It's great to see you all. So I would like to introduce myself first. I'm Intan Puri Rahayu. You can call me as Puri. I am the one-off coach in Kria ID. Today, I would like to share the one-off program, and I will share with my friends. My name is Rose, and she will join us later. And now I would like to introduce first about our program. It's called as Kelas Akhir Pekan. So what is the Kelas Akhir Pekan? Kelas Akhir Pekan is a weekend program that designed by Kria ID to inspire kids ages 7 to 19 years old through interactive and fun learning activities. So through this program, we would like to encourage the kids and then to give the challenge from making the simple using electronic parts and then continue to explore it later and then make it a modification and then until from the simple one and then they modify and test and then until they get the inspiring of this project. It's the one of the goal of our programs. And then in this program, we would like to give the inspiring and then the later they will make a project from our inspiration. And this one is the learning objective of our program. We would like to introduce the STEAM. The STEAM here, from the simple project like this, we would like to introduce from the simple electronics and that can be applied for the children. And then we would like to introduce about the engineering process for kids and continue for making the project from the simple project using the simple materials like this. And after that, this one, for the science, we would like to introduce about the simple electrical circuit using the materials, and then later they will get the inspiration how can the system works. For example, for this one, our program is My Dream Fan Food. In this session, we would like to introduce the engineering system for kids. It's a force, we call it as a force, and then we would like to tell how can the fan work from the simple circuit, and then it will be designed by them, and they will see the output after they design the wire connection. This one is the science point, and then we continue to the technology. We put the technology here, the simple technology, for give the inspiration about the mechanical system of the boats, and then we use the motor here and to introduce about the electrical system also, and they will be design their wires, and we would like to give the opportunity to the children how can they explore from the simple circuit and then modify their creation, and then they will test and show to us about the process of their learning. After that, they will also learn about the engineering. Engineering include from designing their boat from the simple shape, and then they will build using by inputting the electrical circuit, and then they will test and improve. Is there any problem after they test the boat, and then how can they improve if there's any problem? How can they modify from the shape maybe, and then how can they solve the problem? Maybe they get the problem from the electrical circuit. From the engineering, we would like to tell about the fundamental of the engineering process for kids. And for the art, they will have the opportunity to sketch their own design. They will have their own, maybe they every children have their own favorite character. For this one, he like triangle shape, and for the other maybe have the heart shape. And for later, the next process, they will also learn to apply the mathematics theory. It's just a simple theory here. They just make the how to make the boat similar from one shape into with the another shape, and they draw from the 2D shape, and how can they decide the size, and it means that they do the measurement process. And this one, the learning objective from after they get the inspiration, what is the shape of the boat, and then they test some of the materials which object would like to make the best boat, and then create the best boat, and then build using the materials they have chosen. And later they will test and will modify the project, and also after the modification they will be improved. They will improve and test it again. Is it works or still not work? And then it's like the process that will like looping. They will test and modify until get the best design and get the best shape of the boat. And later we still have so many challenges to the students so that they will still enjoy with this process. We hope we can provide the students how can they explore the STEAM enjoy for learning and get the inspiration for this session.
Okay, so after they already know what we want to learn, so this is one of the program we try. It's a fan boot. So that's this tools and materials we use for fan boot, and kids can learn how they use that materials and tools. We're using the simple electrical things there, and exactly we need some tools there with the scissors and the glue. And this one, it's how they make the boot with their imagination, with their knowledge.
So we already intro all the engineering technique, simple engineering technique. Then we need to apply it. Okay. Then, okay. Then this is the inspiring thing. Then when they learn about fan boat. So in inspiring, they learn they explore the sea transportation as they define the difference from one to the another model. So first we give them the information about the transportation in the sea, like boat, and we have like perahu motor cepat, perahu layar. So that's the some boat on Indonesian on Indonesian. So they learn about transportation first for inspiring the shape of the project, then creating. So in this program, they use critical thinking skills to create the wire connection, design a structure that floats on the water, and identify which materials will float and choose the better material. Like Puri said before, they learn which structure it will be float and which structure it will be stay, and they will choose the better material. So we give them exploration materials before they creating. Okay, next. Then for dedicating, after they learn how to make with materials and tools and make the different shape, we still encourage them to have ability to see many possible or few object or situation in many different ways by conducting experience fan boat. Because when we put something, we can see the difference shape they have. Some of them using love shape and some of them using the another shape. So with the another position of the fan. So they learn how the boat will float on the water or not, like that. So this one, the process of they learn with this program. First, they will design with 2D design and decide the electrical circuit position. So they sketch first where they will put the electrical things. Then they will making from the materials. We're using styrofoam to make it float, and then they test how the boat will run on the water. So in this process, they learn and experience. Is it the right place to put the electrical things? Is it the right place to put the fan? So they learn by their experience in this session. Then next.
Ruth, we are running out of time. We still have like 1 minute left.
We already done. So in this program, they will easy and efficient techniques and still useful and creative with this session. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
It sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, I want to make one of these.
Good.
Yeah.
You can join with us.
That would be great. I love that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Awesome job. Congratulations to QID and all the staff. I mean, it's a great program.
Okay, thank you.
And Desi, we're glad you're here. We heard you had an accident, so we are so thankful that you are here with us tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please,
thank you.
Take care.
All right, I have promoted your new people.
Okay, so
let's see where
for our next.
There
they're here, right? All right. Yes. So for our next presenters, we have Waniliu and Hongxiang. They are from the Zhejiang Hanshu Puyan Middle School. They are here to share with us about using design thinking to make worry-free bookcase. Pretty much during the maker competition, they had these entries and they faced these challenges. And basically they use design thinking to make this process work. And I don't know if is their audio and video working? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like it
okay.
is.
All right, so they're going to share with us like how they use design thinking in this process of maker competitions, and how teachers and students perform these activities in an orderly manner. So they also want to share all of their findings and the concepts of design thinking and how they guide students to focus on their projects. So please share it with us, and we're really eager to learn about this awesome project. Welcome. Liu, are you there?
Are you there? I see their names.
Chang, are you there? I even see their audio active, but I cannot hear anything.
We'll give them just another minute or so.
Please, perhaps you're having a hard time with the connection. You may want to click and switch your video off and back on.
So Arturo, how's the weather where you are?
It is actually in Fahrenheit. It would be like, I think we are like in 100 degrees,
Ooh.
99 degrees. Yeah, it's been like the hottest days lately. We're having like a hard time, like some sort of a drought, no rains. But yes, I think it will pass soon enough. How about you?
Well, tonight it was like in the low 70s with a wind. It was really nice. I'm in Chicago this week. So awesome. I'm heading back to North Carolina on the East Coast tomorrow. So it's in the 90s, high 90s there. So not really excited about that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
going to see if I can throw them back to attendees for a moment and then bring them back. And let's see. Now I'm going to see if I can bring them back by the magic of Zoom. Well, there they are. Let's see if they'll come on. Let's see.
Okay.
Juan Lee, are you there? Let's see if they'll answer me in the chat. Looks like they're just not having, they're having some connectivity problems here.
Yeah.
Kind of hear them a little bit. They're trying.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see you.
Can you? Okay, now. Yes, maybe the internet doesn't work.
So you have about 8 minutes. Do you want us to tell us about your invention or project? Or do you want to try to, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, now can we start?
Yeah. Please start.
Okay,
we can't see anything, but we can hear you.
Okay, we will try it again.
Perhaps if they
Oh,
okay,
this
we're sharing
time,
the screen.
can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay.
That
now-
works.
Okay, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Liu from PM Middle School. I'm delighted to be here and share some of my excitement with you. The subject of my presentation is my self-made infrared thermometer. The outbreak of the epidemic make measurement become a part of daily life, and that is why I was inspired to make my own thermometer. First of all, the design of the EcoSteric is generally a gun, which looks like a Browning pistol. The main control of the infrared thermometer add up the M3 processor as a single chip microcomputer. The mean frequency is 27 Hz. The top model is mainly used to start the temperature measurement, and the temperature data is continuously read during the pressure process. The charging adapts the chip to charge the lithium battery. The charging process includes the constant current charging, constant wattage charging, and trickle charging. These 3.3 V bursts can be used to prompt the start and the end of the temperature measurement. The temperature measurement adapts are digital, no contact infrared computer measurement sensors within the normal body temperature range. The round does not exceed 0.5. The LCD display module used a 0.95-inch OLED display. The OLED display has the characteristics of low power consumption and can display well under strong light. Can display well under strong light. All of it electric component meet rules under standards. The voltage of the entire system does not exceed 5 V, which is far lower than the specified human safety voltage. The infrared thermometer is environmentally friendly and recyclable. No contact temperature measurement is relatively safe, and at the same time, it increases the fall of the temperature measurement, but it also has the disadvantage of relatively rough appearance and relatively high cost. Of course, there are some areas that need to improve. For example, temperature products can be modified to reduce cost and improve market competition. Modifying its appearance to three dimensional is to improve product aesthetics. It shows us to add the function of data upload with swipe card temperature measurement. correspond the measure the data to the cloud server through the internet for data aggregation. At the way you can view the historical temperature data for corresponding personnel, which is convenient for unified management. That is all for my speech. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much. Is there someone else going to present too?
Mm. 36.5 degree. We use the invention we made to measure the temperature of people. And now we will show our product. Just like this. Yes. That's how it works.
Should we see something on the slide?
I think they're trying it out, but we don't have video.
This is a product.
Yeah, we can't see it.
You can't see it? Okay, now I
No.
will show you how it works.
No video.
There's no video, guys. I'm sorry.
You put the
Okay, we can hear that it is working. I think it's a very useful project for these times, and a very good explanation on how the whole system is built. And it is very unlucky that we don't have video to see. I wanted to ask you a quick question. If perhaps you can answer, what do you think that you could put as improvements to this design of this prototype?
Sorry, can you say it again? How to improve this gun?
Yes,
Okay,
like
yes.
based on the testing, what improvements have you planned to do?
Maybe sometimes it can't be very accurate, but it will not be too much, and maybe we will. And also from its appearance, we will make it more improved and accurate to make it more good looking. Yes.
Yes.
And because you can see it is very rough from its outlook, and so we will read some books and to ask for others' advice and to improve its outlook, its appearance, if we want to put it into the market. Yes.
Yes. Definitely.
And to apply for more people. Yes. This is
that is
Well,
good.
very good,
And we want to, and listen, with the internet not working well and the video not coming up, you guys still did an amazing job. Thank you for being so patient and sticking in there, because that would be easy just to give up, but we really appreciate you hanging out with us.
Yeah, very well explained, excellent design, and very good ideas on improving it. So keep working on that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all the time.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's just talk for a minute, Arturo, because I don't have the next person here yet. I do know that our 10 10:30, is it 10:30?
Yeah.
Our 10:30 person is not here yet. And it's a
Okay.
it's a 20-minute presentation. So let's just talk for a minute.
Okay.
That's a
Well,
shame that the video didn't work for them.
Yes, yes, especially because like I was following up on her design and all of the parts breakdown, and I mean it was really really interesting that being I mean you're pretty much like this was like a middle school, right?
Right.
So a middle school like doing that level of technical breakdown
Yeah.
on a design and all of the components that they put together, they had like a very clear specification on the components and how they connected with each other. And something that was also interesting is that as opposed to what other maker prototypes like we do using Arduino and this kind of development boards, this project was using isolated components, so they had to go all the way down to the most intricate part of hardware. So this was like really hardcore electronics that they were doing, and I think that that improvement that they mentioned about trying to make it more consistent on the readings, I think it was a very very good annotation. That basically will be like the next step to have one of those products certified and getting ready for the market.
And I do agree that the appearance can change a little bit. I think that might be a little.
Yeah, I don't know, like that,
in our
that
time,
shape.
yeah, that shape might not be the best in the world that we live in right now.
Definitely, yes.
I wouldn't want someone to get in trouble for using something as pure as a temperature sensor, but with that shape, might get them in trouble later on.
Yeah, and there's another thing, and I think it's part of the learning. I think like as coaches, we should comment that to students, especially because this kind, as you said, this kind of devices, they're pointed in the head, and then what happens if for kids and for people, it's really really fun to start like snapping pictures and fool around, and this is a responsibility with the use of social media. So yeah, that thing. But again, I mean, as an iteration, I think that she also mentioned that about this this need of improving the appearance.
Right, because I've seen you watch now on the news where people are getting their temperatures checked at restaurants, and they do have something that has the clutch to it, right? But it needs to probably be in a shape that doesn't look threatening, because we wouldn't want someone to think that was that and then something happened. So yeah, so we're still waiting right here, and our person has just shown up. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to, not allow you, but ask you to introduce our 10:30 guest. And it looks like they are here, and we'll go ahead and unmute them and get them to start their video. And this is Hongyu Sheng.
Okay, yeah, Hongyu Sheng from China, from the region of Hangzhou in China. They come from the Zhejiang Hangzhou Pujan Middle School, and they are going to share with us how they do the STEAM practice in the school. So, hello, Hongyu Sheng. We can see you. We think that we can hear you. So, welcome. Well, no, I think we have no audio, right?
We don't have any volume yet. Can you check your microphone? Ting, I see that you're here. If you want to, I'm going to promote you to panelists. If you want to see if you can help with the microphone.
Okay.
No, we do not have any sound.
Could you try muting and trying to mute back and see if that makes the trick?
Okay, try again.
Hello,
Well,
Daisha.
I hear you, Ting. Yes.
Yeah. So the presenter doesn't have a sound, and I'm contacting her to see if there's some problem with their microphones. So just please give me 1 minute.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're grateful that you're here.
Thank you, Ting.
Well, this time we have video, but no sound. So we're going to get there.
Yeah. Looks like some of the audio wants to come up.
Ting, make sure. Oh, I hear you. I heard something. No. Ting, make sure that she doesn't have a headset plugged into the computer.
Yeah, in fact, they are having a microphone connecting, external microphone, but I'm not sure why they don't have a sound. I'm contacting their teacher, so try to see what we can figure
You're good.
out.
We'll just hang right here for a few minutes.
Thank you.
So speaking of weather, I am in my grandson's bedroom with the door shut so that no one, can hear and I don't wake people up. And I have a little fan pointed at me and I'm sweating to death. I feel like I'm just going to melt into the floor.
I can't imagine. I think they're trying to change into a headset.
Okay. And again, you said this is middle school, Arturo, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is a middle school, and this school have very good STEM curriculum running in the school. So, and they have very wonderful makerspace in the school. So they have many very good practices there. And now they are sharing some of their practice here, but it's very unfortunately, they don't have a very good, stable Wi-Fi connection.
But I think their Wi-Fi is okay because the video is like rather acceptable. I don't know if it's the microphone configuration.
So, Ting, do they have a headset? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm still asking, waiting for their response because they may be a little nervous about the situation. So,
I see something in her hand.
Yeah. It's like some wired headphones.
Well,
Ting, can you read Julie's comment in the chat? She's saying that perhaps the volume for the microphone is set all the way down.
yeah, I have sent them a message that to see whether they can change their external microphone so that to get better. For example, use mobile phones microphones like a ear set, things like that. I think they are trying to find one. currently on the screen, they are sharing their how they design their curriculum and STEM programs. And also sharing some of their how they do this to students, for example, how they get feedbacks. And they will get feedback from students and also maybe feedback from parents and to collect the students' ideas and then start their programs. And these are some recordings of some, just like event log, is some logs from students. And these are some designs of their programs. And you can see on the just the last picture on the left side, there is a very nice character. It represents our city.
Nice.
So this, can you see the picture? This is their invention. And it's like a bookshelf, I think. So these are some pictures showing their students how they made their invention. I'm so sorry that I can just roughly explain what they're doing by seeing the screen.
Yeah, that's okay. Are they, is this a full curriculum, like all day long? This is part of their
Yes, they have a full curriculum.
Okay.
And they have a full program running. From the teacher side, they have quite a lot of preparations and every step, how they did that. And after that, they share something about their students, how their students behave during these process. So in fact, it's quite full program curriculum running and very well run program. And they will also, this invention will also join this year's invention convention in China.
All right, well, will you please let them know that we would love for them to come back maybe in September and try this again, or even share something else that they've done?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can also hear you, but they just, we could not hear them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, kids, thank you. Thank you for trying. Again, we're having some internet problems tonight. We had it with our last group. We just are glad that you're here. And thank you so much for what you're doing. And we want to see and hear you on the next event, which is in September. So make sure you sign up again. Ting, I'm sure you can help them with that.
Yeah. An awesome job. Everything looks really structured and really complete, and it benefits a lot of students, a lot of kids. Congratulations.
All right. So let me look and see. Our next person is here, but they're not till 11 o'clock. So we're going to stretch for just a moment, Arturo. So
sure,
let me
yes.
respond. We will get you.
Sorry, Desha.
Yeah.
And the presentation, in fact, is from Van Li, presenter Van Li and Hong Qiang. And now the presenter Hong Yuzheng is waiting for the presentation, in fact. Just now it's another teacher because
Okay.
they met that problem, yeah.
Is that same computer? And
yes, same computer.
You want to see if that one works?
I'm not sure if when have some sound this time. I don't know.
Okay, so Ting, I think you can see. I'm going to say the name again, the person's name again.
I will type that in the chat window.
Okay. Okay, I see them. I'm going to see if I can get them promoted. I thought this was the one
It
we were
is the
just-
same account.
Yeah, it's the same account. I'm not sure if that's going to work. There they are. But if it's the same computer, I don't know what that's going to do. We'll just see here.
开启摄像头，已经开启了。
We hear
Oh,
you.
we can hear. Yeah,
we hear
can hear
you.
you.
Yay!
Welcome.
So I want to make sure that I'm getting this because it's the same name
这个位置好难受啊。
that we had before. Teen, can you actually introduce this person for us so we make sure we're getting the right person?
Yeah, this is.
Hi. Sorry.
That's okay. Can you make sure that the name that you are, can you change the name in your box? Is that the right name?
Yes, this is the right name for her, but previous one is not the
The name, Yes. It's the real name.
It is the real name. So what?
Teacher Zhen.
So what we think, we just had some we think that our schedule's off because this person was who we thought we were introducing before. So go ahead and start. Talk to us.
Yes. 好，大家好，下面呢，我给大家做的是我们普盐中学的一个 STEAM 实践。那么我们普盐中学，它是杭州创建于1968年，它是我们浙江省示范性学校、绿色学校，杭州市文明学校，全国创新教育实践学校。那我们的校训呢是归真。我们目前正在打造的 TOP 新时代新样态学校。那么我们学校一直贯彻以学生的发展为中心，以儿童的立场来做教育。那么这个跟我们 STEAM 有什么关系呢？因为我们 STEAM 就在我们 TOP 课堂当中的第二个环节，我们在建构自主建构主动的一个课堂或者获取知识。还有一个呢，我们现在在开展项目式学习。首先就是这个 STEAM 课程，它就是一个典型的项目式学习。那么其实呢，我们也在推动技术的融合，也就是虚拟仿真的一个项目学习。下面呢，我给大家详细的讲一讲，我们普中 STEAM 教育的一个进程。我们学校不算早，从 STEAM 教育开始，我们从2016年开始。
And I think we lost him.
Yeah. No. Audio and video went off. I don't know if you could just stop your video and your audio and try to put it back to see if it reestablishes. We can see the screen sharing. Okay.
It seems that they do have an unstable network connection.
I'm asking them to start their video so we see their screen. I think we've lost the sound again.
I have sent the message to them, and I will try to explain the screen here.
That's why we're glad you're here, team. Do it.
When they get back, they can continue. And this is something about the curriculums, the classes that are running. There are some, every student can participate in the first level class. So that is for them to get some concept, just like some seminars and some very junior STEM curriculums. And after that, they will have some clubs for students so that they can make something and to extend their knowledge. But this is for some of the students. And many extraordinary students, because they are very good at they're very good makers, so they will further continue to do some participate in competitions. And now the screen is showing their very junior STEM curriculums that will be taken by every student in the school. So we can see that I think this is 3D printing or some cups. I'm not sure what it is.
Looks like they're soldering a little bit.
Yeah. So this is how they register. They have 8 hours class for this. So
Wow.
that is once a week, I think. Yeah, and they will find from identifying the requirements, and then the second step would be building. So this is their recordings, how they record the whole process. And so you can see there are also some feedbacks and some pictures recording as well. And I think there are some video recording as well to record the whole process. And these are some pictures of how they teamwork together to make the invention, and how they apply their knowledge into the invention. And this is how they record everything.
Wow, their drawings are great.
So in fact, it's exactly the same steps as STEMI, 7 steps, the process from identifying to understanding. And the third step would be a little different because they are learning something, learning new knowledge to make sure they have the knowledge to build the invention. And these are some certificates they get and awards they get in China. Yeah. And these awards are very, precious in China.
Nice.
So, yeah.
So that looks like the engineering design process a little bit, defining,
and
researching.
Yes, and this is they are drawing our invention convention, future invention convention this year. So this is how they made it. So they from ask to imagine and to plan, and up to fast I could not see that. Yeah, and this is aircraft learning. And this is how they learn information technology. And these are some curriculums in their schools. There are some language and culture and math and technology. And another one is innovation, practice, and art, as well as sports. So they have so many curriculums, and we can see different programs under each block. So students have so many interesting classes to join. And the block marked in red is a future engineer. Is their very, very unique curriculum. And then now they are introducing their second level classes. It's for just like club learning. So this is an example of their design, curriculum design, but it's a little hard for me to see the characters inside. And
还有这科学小制作，还有我们的环保教授救地球这些项课程，航模，还有我们的北京科技研学活动，也有一些国外的研学活动。那么我们的精英课程也是很多的，时间关系我就这么溜过去啊。那么还有特别要值得一提的是，我们是未来工程师的系列化课程，我们现在已经把这些竞赛活动课程化。这是过山车，这是创意微拍。那么我们还有一些结合一些社团，对学生进行一些提升，对学生开展一些课题研究。那么我们 STEAM 的课程形态还是比较丰富的，有科学教育、社会实践活动、国内外研学、创意制作等等。那么我们学校的这个 STEAM 模式，刚才我们说 是基于用设计思维来进行架构的。下面我们再看教师的一个团队建设，我们的团队也是比较规模比较大的啊，20几个人的核心团队。我们一直在读 STEAM Joy 这样做，根据这个我们进行一个主题分享。那我们这一年我们一直行走在 STEAM 路上。那么主要通过一些课题引领，比如说我们这个课题在中国教育科学研究院我们立项了，当然我们也跟企业进行合作，而且我们的这个企业合作是全校所有老师参与的。那么我们也出去积极开拓视野，这个是各种各样的国内外的一些，也算是我们的一些比较高端的培训啊。这是我去年在美国参加的一个培训。好，下面我们看一下我们学校的这个空间打造啊。我们学校这个 STEAM 中心刚刚建成，有300平方米，它有承载了很多的一些功能区，有创造区、探究区、展示区、交流区、发展区等等，它是一个新型的学习空间。在这里，我们不仅从实体空间，我们也让它拓展到虚拟空间，乃至于我们的精神空间，来支撑的强大的一个课程的支撑。
One thing I noticed that although we have a little bit of a language barrier, what I notice is these kids are smiling, big smiles all the time. That's exciting. We know that they're loving learning. And Arturo, did you notice how beautiful their labs were?
Yeah,
The learning
incredible
spaces.
facilities. Yeah, I understand it's they're huge and they're spacey, and they should motivate anyone to create.
Thank you so much for being here today or tonight or whatever time it is where you are. It's 11 o'clock here. Thank you very much. Arturo, our next guest is here. And so I'm going to promote this person to panelist, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed that we have video. He or she is
okay. So
over. Let's see if they can start their video.
Hello.
I hear someone.
We can hear.
Yay! We have sound. We have video. So let's let Arturo introduce you, and then we'll start.
Well, welcome. We received from China, from Hangzhou, tonight here, Jiang Xiaoshu from the Education Technology Limited, and they're going to share a presentation about thoughts and attempt on STEAM education. So we're really glad to have you here. We hope that video and audio is helpful, and we are eager to listen to you guys. So take it away.
May I begin? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
We can see your screen perfectly.
Hello, my teacher he can't in English. Can he speak in Chinese?
Sure. Yes. Our Chinese is really bad, but yes.
我今天讲的题目是关于 STEAM 教学的一些思考与尝试。那么，我是来自于这个学本科杭州教育科技有限公司的，原来呢是这个也是 teacher。什么是我们的思考呢？我们从3个方面来讲这个事情啊。第一个呢，就是我觉得交流很重要啊，就是 STEAM 教学要互相交流、互相学习 啊，通过交流，我们不但能够相互学习，更重要的是我们能够得到其中的启发啊，引导我们以后到底该怎么做啊，该怎么做。第二个呢，我觉得 STEAM 教育要本地化啊，就是我们必须要了解当地的这个教育，主动的与当地学校对接与融合啊。那么在中国呢，有一个叫做中国学生发展的核心素养，这是最近出来的，它的许多观点，其实呢跟我们的 STEAM 教育是有很大的联系啊，很大的联系，是不谋而合的啊。那么第三个呢，我们认为最关键的是有一个好的教师、好的课程跟好的教师啊，这是进行 STEAM 教学最关键的一点啊。那么下面我讲讲就是我们的课程建设，我们的思考啊。我们进行了几年的 STEAM 教学的这个尝试跟思考，我们认为有这么几点是应该这个注意的啊。第一个呢是关于要抓住 STEAM 教育的本质啊，就是我们 STEAM 教育到底要给学生以什么样的本质的东西啊，这是我们应该考虑的。那么我们认为这个可能 STEAM 教育最关键的是要学生去发现问题啊，分析问题，解决问题啊，这是 STEAM 教学当中的一个更核心的东西啊，一个核心的东西。那么第二个呢，我们觉得应该留给学生更多的创意空间啊，创意空间。那么其实我们在搞 STEAM 教育的过程当中呢，我们发现就是有些设备、有些课程啊，它都把学生弄好了啊，学生的创意空间比较小，比如说芥末式的这种教学啊。还有一个呢，我们在这个进行 STEAM 教学的过程当中，就发现一个很重要的问题，就是想法很重要，但是把想法变成结果同样重要啊。那么我们在做 STEAM 教育的过程当中，发现就是有些学校啊，重点考虑学生的想法啊，怎么把想法变成学生就做出来的东西一般做的不是很好啊。那么这点我觉得我们在这个 STEAM 教育过程当中可能也要注意啊。那么还有一个呢，就是要与时俱进啊，与时俱进，就是要接受国内外的一种新的理念，也要接受这个我们的这种新的这种技术啊，新的技术。那么在这件事情上呢，我们也进行了一些这个尝试啊，进行了一些尝试。那么我们做了哪些事情呢？我们呢主要采用的是用3D 打印技术，加一个 Arduino 的这个一个电子创作环境啊，专注于 STEAM 的教育啊，专注于 STEAM 教育啊，目的呢是在小学、初中和高中，创立一种创新发明的这种课程啊课程。那么我们为什么选择3D 打印？作为这个 STEAM 教学的一个硬件设备呢，我们在做的过程当中发现，3D 打印呢，能使发明的外形结构的实现呢变得非常容易，而且呢能降低对动手制作的这个要求啊，并且呢制作的还是很精确啊。那么我们是从1915年开始的啊，发现原来我们学生要做一样东西。他其实是这个想法很好，但很难做出来啊，因为他缺乏这种技能啊，缺乏这种技能。但是有了3D 打印以后呢，我们用3D 打印软件进行设计啊，能够做得非常精确啊，做得精确，那么做出来的东西呢也就比较好看啊，比较好看。还有一个呢，就是我们利用了一个 Arduino 的一个这个硬件啊，硬件设备。那么 Arduino 硬件设备呢，它是一个全球性的这个一个设备啊，全球性都在用的那么一个设备啊，它的交互性非常好，而且呢，最主要的是它的模块化的设计啊，它的针脚化的设计呢，是这个学生 的创意空间就非常大啊，创意空间就非常大。那么我们试是怎么试的呢？我们通过试验啊，我们做出了这个学生的作品。这是学生的一些作品啊，学生的一些作品。他的想法有些想法非常好，比如说这个作品是学生的一个想法，因为他父亲喜欢抽烟啊，他就说我要做一个烟雾报警器啊，当把它放在我这个父亲的桌子上，当他抽烟的时候呢，他就会报警啊。那么然后他用 3D 打印，用我们的 Arduino 把它做出来啊，就实现了这个要求。那么如果没有 3D 打印，可能它的外形就做不了那么好看啊，做不了那么好看。那这下面这个呢是个台灯，也一样啊，这个自动化台灯。那么关于教师的培养呢，我们的思考是这样，我们觉得这个教师队伍的建设其实是 STEAM 教学当中最重要也是最困难的一件事情啊，也是一件最困难的事情。那么怎么来进行这个 STEAM 教师的培养？因为 STEAM 教师在我们中国这样一个教学体系当中，它都是单科教学啊。那么这个没有专门的 STEAM 教师，那么这个 STEAM 教师应该怎么做呢？我们有这么一个思考啊，这么一个思考。一个呢，我们认为就是要选拔非常重要啊，选拔非常重要。那么因为这个 STEAM 教师跟其他教师是有点不一样啊，我们要这个选择既有一定的专业知识啊，又要有一定的这个动手能力，这么个教师。那么其实选的不好，前面的选的不好，那么后面要培养也是非常困难的一件事情啊，非常困难的一件事情。这是我们第一个想法啊，第一个想法。那么第二个想法呢，就是要培训啊。我们萧山曾经做过这个项目，已经做了30年了。我们把培训整体的培训，主要是通过教研这条线啊进行培训啊，进行培训。那么培训一般是90学时培训1个星期，但是在1个星期之内，其实要培养出 STEAM 教师，其实是非常困难的啊，非常困难的。所以呢，我们后来呢，把重点放到了教研上，啊，就是让 STEAM 教师有一个互相交流的那么一个环境，啊，互相交流的那么一个环境，进行这个教研活动，啊，我们曾经组织了好几次的教研活动，啊，那么在教研活动的过程当中，大家来讨论 STEAM 教学应该老师应该具备怎么样的这个一些功能。啊，怎么样的一些技能啊，然后进行各方面的进行教育啊，进行教育，然后呢，再进行相互教师之间的进行相互的交流啊，进行交流。那么这件事情呢，我们现在还是有一定的困惑啊，觉得这件事情可能是最难做的那么一件事情啊，最难做的那么一件事情。那么我们继续将做这件事情。那么也希望我们这个发明盛会啊，能够以后有机会来进行多的进行交流啊，并且呢，对教师呢进行一定的培训啊，进行一定的培训。我的话呢就讲到这里，谢谢大家。我们请坐。
Thank you very much. I actually took a photo of one of your slides that says the building of STEAM teachers is the most important and then the most difficult thing to do. And I agree with that. Thank you so much for sharing. We both work in the world of working with teachers and students. So we agree with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent
project. A very good effort. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of this with us.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Arturo, I did like a lot of those slides. I like the whole idea of thinking and then designing. It looked a lot like the engineering design process, but it had a different spin on it.
Yes, actually, well, it helped a lot to have like some English terms around. It's really evident that they're doing a lot of reflection and a lot of like insight on planning and trying to make this work from the ground up. And I think it's an amazing work that they're doing over there with this STEM. I also love that phrase, that building the STEM teachers is the most important but the most difficult thing.
Right. And again, with a little language barrier, but then having those words there that we really connected with. And you could see his passion in sharing. And when he was sharing and was louder in places, I knew what he was saying. Like I could see those words just being pounded out and being emphasized.
Yeah, it really got into me also. Like he was really into the conversation, into sharing this. Yeah, it's really exciting. It's really exciting, and I think that when we can see like the pictures, they speak for themselves, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So our next guest is already here, and I've already promoted them, and I'm not even going to take a guess at this name because I do not want to offend anyone by saying the name wrong. But we do know that he is also from Hangzhou, China, and that he is with the Barba Papa Wisdom Farm, which sounds very interesting because it's an eco farm. And I love environmental science. And I can't wait to hear how he works with students in the world of nature. So can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Can
to
you
meet
hear me?
you. We hear you
Yes.
wonderful, and we see you. This is excellent.
Okay. Thank you. I'm ready.
All right, well then you take it away.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So this is Yuan Yuan Cai. My name is Yuan Yuan Cai from Hangzhou, China. I'm in charge of Baba Wisdom Farm. Our farm is original nature farm. So we are focused on the original design and development on the STEAM courses. So, for example, the B classes, the B courses, based on the PBL thinking. So I'm very sorry for we are too busy to prepare the PPT, but I will introduce our farm in oral.
That is okay. You just tell us about it. We'll listen.
Okay. So based on the PBL thinking, we are implement the question and assessing, observation, and concluding. For example, the B course, we question why we question why do the bees why are bees busy for the kids? So, and the next we will take kids to observe our bees and the trees and the bees box for the original understanding. And then we have some previous, oh no, yeah, previous some knowledge for kids as junior understanding for kids, and then we will let kids to take some houses from the boxes to understand what the queen of bee is, and what is what the worker of bees is, and what is the other jobs for bees are. So things like that. And then as the next step, we will let kids to record the data for the on the paper for what the kids did. And then we have some include then some something to conclude some original conclusion as they observed. Finally, we will give them to provide some answers for this for this trip. So that's a whole process for the bee course, the course.
What other animals do you have at this nature center?
Actually, we have the rabbits, we have goats. Yes, things like that.
How old are the children that visit?
In general, they are from 5 years old to 12 years old.
And do they come from their school to visit?
Yes.
Okay. And how
Yes.
often do they visit you?
Generally, they visit us 2 weeks once they visit us in 2 weeks.
Okay. And do you have other people that work with you on this
Yes,
nature
sure.
farm?
Yes, they are farm.
And how long have you
They're
been doing
farmers.
this? How long have you been doing it?
Sorry.
How long have you worked there?
3 years. For 3 years, they have been working for 3 years. 3 years.
Arturo, do you have any questions?
Actually, I'm really also like a farm fan. These places where you can go and learn from nature. What do you think? First of all, like, thanks for sharing. I think it's an awesome project.
Thank you.
But what do you think is the most important contribution that students receive when they visit you?
I think the most thing for them to get is to is to train the logic thinking. For example, the first step the first step is to do what, and the next step is to do what, and then and in the other thing, the most important for him is to get the answer by hand, not by just not by listening. Yeah.
Yes, they learn by experiencing and by doing.
Yes, experience.
It's a learning for life. They will never forget that they visit the days that they visit your farm and learn about these animals, right?
Yes, that's it.
So are you working today? Will there be kids there today?
Actually, our company are working for him, for them.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. You didn't even need a PowerPoint. We just heard from you, and that makes sense to us. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. Thank
Next
you very much.
Next time, bring a rabbit in, though.
Yes.
Okay.
So that we can
bring a rabbit or a goat.
that we can
Okay,
see.
no
Or
problem.
you can actually
Well-
make a virtual laboratory to bring a camera into and watch the bees and work with them. That would be
Okay,
really
no
exciting.
Welcome to our farm.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love when kids get out into nature and get to just play around. We have a hub farm here in Durham, North Carolina, where kids go and they get to learn how things grow. See, a lot of these kids are from the city, so their food comes
Right.
from a grocery store, right? So
Right.
they really get to understand. And I'm fascinated with bees. I'm terrified of bees, but I'm also fascinated. I did a virtual field trip where I was in the full beekeeper suit and the bees were all over me. But it was neat to learn about them.
Yes, definitely. It's amazing animals. And I think that it's something like in these days that technology is pretty much like flooding us at all times. I think it's really important to keep these options so that the students can learn like firsthand from nature, right? So
Yeah. Well,
really fascinating project.
we have our next speaker is not from a farm, but they are a Skills Canada alumni and entrepreneur. So the name is Shoshana Blair, and she's from Skills Canada and the Learning Partnership, which is where Aaron and Deborah are from. So I'm excited to hear. She's going to talk about how the Skills Canada helped her grow, her schooling experience, the experience in the trades, and why. Yeah, so we're just gonna. I see the picture here. I'm going to turn the microphone on so we can hear you. And welcome.
Thank you. Well, even though this is my story,
my journey, my life. As soon as I start thinking about talking about it, it honestly feels like someone else's, as if I'm suddenly going to forget something so important to me. And then I get into the groove, I feel the passion run through my body, and before I know it, my 10 minutes is up. Like you said, I'm Shoshana Blair, an apprentice baker, skills alumni, and entrepreneur here in beautiful Port Coquitlam, British Columbia. And although I don't work on a farm, that would be pretty nice. It was my grade 12 year when I was fully introduced to baking and began my journey in the industry and with Skills Canada. Baking has spoken to me my whole life, and not just because of the taste factor, but everything that comes along with it. The patience, the time management, problem solving, the creativity and artistry. The kitchen truly is my happy place. Sometimes I work for 12 hours and come home and I'm in the kitchen baking again, like there's no problem. I believe that part of that has to do with my innovation, always wanting to try something new. I participated in the 2017 Skills provincial competition for baking. And since then, Skills has been a huge part of my life. Leading up to competition, every practice round, I was nervous. I didn't feel ready. I honestly was prepared to back out. But between my instructors, my best friend, and my own judgment, I stuck it out. And I'm so grateful that I did. Something inside me just clicked on competition day, and nothing else around me mattered. I flew through my production schedule quicker than in any practice, and my products turned out better than I ever could have imagined. To this day, I barely remember them calling me up when they said gold. It still feels surreal. Following that, I went on to compete nationally in Winnipeg. Still proud with how I had performed and the product produced, I just skimmed bronze and unfortunately didn't make it to the podium. But that was not the most important part. The most important part was the amazing knowledge that I got from competing, and not just about time management, production, and baking, about myself. I learned so much about how well I work under pressure, how well I work in the kitchen, and how to zone in to what I'm doing. It's an experience that I highly recommend to anyone that can participate. Even though I was no longer competing, I continued to attend Skills BC events such as the Skills Gala and local competitions. Just after having finished my level 2 baking apprenticeship, I received an email in regards to participating as a Skills alumni representative on the National Alumni Committee. This meant traveling to nationals and still being able to take part even if not competing. This also meant being able to help other alumni do the same thing. The opportunities I've been given through Skills had just kept growing and honestly still do to this day. For Skills, my best friend Claire and my fiance Tyler, I am grateful that they have given me a push into this direction. And as this is a global innovation field trip, I'd like to talk about some of the ways that innovation and problem solving make a difference in the trades that I work in. Picture this. It's a beautiful sunny day in mid-June, 22 degrees outside. I'm inside decorating cakes with chocolate buttercream, which, by the way, is majority butter, chocolate, egg whites, and sugar. The ovens are on behind me and the air conditioning is blowing warm air. If you've ever left a chocolate bar or ice cream out for too long on a warm day, you'll know exactly what my buttercream resembled. But I still had cakes to fulfill and little time to do so. So I took some of the large bins of peanut butter and fillings into the fridge and created a stable stack for me to work and decorate cakes on. Although not ideal, I still had to work quickly enough to keep my buttercream soft, but at least it wasn't melting on me. A solution had been created, and on warm summer days, it's honestly my favorite place to decorate. This is just one of the many examples of how important innovation and problem solving are in my primary trade. During COVID, I went through a job change, and during the transition, my fiance had offered me to work with him, installing kitchen cabinetry. It was a nice change of scenery, although I was still technically working in a kitchen. Much more physically demanding than I was used to, but after a while, it was almost as relaxing as baking. Now, I'm only 5'2" and not a big fan of ladders, but in a job like this, there wasn't much choice. I had to adapt and think of ways that I would be much more comfortable. As I was putting doors on and shelves in, it began easy to use my ladder and the bare countertop for support. This made the first few days seem fairly simple and quite enjoyable. But as the beautiful marble counters began to get put in, I had to be so much more careful as to where I was stepping and placing my weight. Tyler then helped me solve my problem with some tricks as to where and how to place my doors, tools, and set up my tool cart. It reminded me so much of how I set up my station at work to have optimal organization, speed, and cleanliness. This also made it easy to solve any problems that I may have come across. For example, if there was a door missing, I could put in all of the other ones that I knew I had in order first. Then I could begin to eliminate any other possibilities and was rarely stuck in a situation that I couldn't figure out, thanks to the process of elimination. Quite similar to when I'm building cakes. I begin with the sizes, layers, and flavors that I know I have. And as I keep going, I find what I'm missing. Then I'm rarely left with any missing pieces. Every day after work, Tyler and I come home and talk about our days. It's honestly so crazy to believe how easy it is for us to understand each other's situations at work. Sometimes I think it's so different, and yet our jobs are very, very similar. We have a lot of friends that work in different trades, and slowly I'm learning a bit about each one. This has been so beneficial, and not only to my relationship with Tyler and our friends, but to people in my everyday life. It's something that I can relate to others with, something to talk about and spark a conversation. I hope to have a chance to dabble in at least one more trade at some point in the next few years. I just haven't quite decided which one yet. Any trade is a constant learning experience, and I fully stand by trying out as many as you can whenever you get the opportunity. And even if it's something that doesn't speak to you, there's always the potential of new doors opening and something that catches your eye. Or who knows, maybe you'll like it more than you anticipated. I know I liked cabinetry more than I had anticipated. I also fully support checking out a national skills competition in your country if that opportunity is available. There's typically some really fun try trades where you can get your hands dirty, try something new, something you didn't know you'd like, and you can watch so many trades compete, which to me gets me the most interested. Seeing the passion when everyone else is performing a trade, it really makes me want to try it. And like I said, before I know it, my time is almost up. But thank you for having me and listening to my story about innovation, problem solving, and passion in the trades.
I am so in love with you right now. You have a beautiful voice. The way you wrote what you shared with us was just eloquent. I love baking. I'm horrible at it. Knowing that I had to be up for the next 4 hours, I had a chocolate s'more before I came. So basically, you and I have a lot in common. I just put a marshmallow in the microwave and then melted it between chocolate and graham crackers. So I feel like a chef. Before I ask you a question about the trades, I have to ask you, do you have a dog in there with you?
I do.
We can hear your dog eating a bone.
She's sleeping. She's sniffing around. And
oh, is she snoring?
noises.
For a moment, I was like, I don't understand. And then one of my partners who is doing the YouTube right now sent me a little message, and she says, I think there's a dog eating a bone there because we can hear her. Well, I love the trades, and I think it is one of those opportunities for kids that they don't think a lot about.
No.
They need to think about it more. In the US, we have Skills USA. So we have the carpentry, welding trades, but we also have the national skills of cosmetology and baking and cake decorating and all of these wonderful things that kids that love to do this need to know that this could be a career for them.
Exactly.
In the
Like I
States,
said,
we have famous people that do this. Duff Goldman from Cupcakes and Buddy Velasco and Alton Brown and all these people that make lots of money, but it's not always about the money, right? No. It's about your fulfillment. Did you bake when you were little?
A little bit. I baked with my grandma, just box cakes a little bit, but I honestly, growing up, I thought I was going to be a teacher. Okay. And it was grade 12 when I found out that there was a lot more to learn about being out in the world and what I could do and be happy doing.
I think that you and your fiance are a perfect match because he can build you your dream kitchen. And
He
you
has been
and
building
you
me
can
my dream
bake.
kitchen.
Yeah, and you can bake for him every night. I mean, what a great relationship.
That sums up our relationship, actually. He used to work in the kitchens, so he's also been teaching me how to cook quite a bit.
That is wonderful. Arturo, did you get a little hungry when she started talking about the chocolate buttercream? And
No, definitely yes. And I think that if you want like still try something new, I think you should be like a poet or a writer because you're skilled to bring imagery. It's that combination with your voice, your pace, and the passion that you transmit. I could pretty much like taste all of those flavors, and I was like hating you because you were bringing all of this right now, but at the same time loving you. I mean, you should try like writing. I mean, if I don't know if you do, but it was a great imagery bringing into my mind.
and having the dog there licking something is, yeah, I didn't know if that was your fiance, like eating cake. I wasn't sure how that went. But I agree, you are very eloquent in your writing. I can see you being, a great baker or a great cook, also writes. We have Joanna Gaines from the US, Chip and Joanna, who build houses and decorate. She's also a cook and a baker, and she writes these amazing books. I see that in your future.
Yeah. Thank you. I've always loved writing, actually.
Well, you were great at it, and I could tell that you put a lot of time into just the thoughts that you wanted to convey. I feel like you are still a little bit in love with the Skills USA, the competency things that you did, and probably owe a lot to that. We heard from one of the Skills competency people in Canada last time we did this in May, and she was a welder. And you could just hear her like, oh, so grateful, and I'm thankful for everyone that mentored me. And I could hear that with you too.
You meet a lot of amazing people through Skills. And I was actually really shy before I started competing. I mean, I still am, but they've brought out a lot more in me and helped me to become who I am now. I'm very grateful.
So what is your next step? What is your dream?
So I just finished my Red Seal examination. I'm a few hours away from getting my Red Seal certification. And following that, I'm looking into opening my own bakery. Right now I work at Hansel and Gretel. It's in Maple Ridge, and I do the cake decorating. And yeah, I'm working there until I get my Red Seal, and then hoping to open a bakery.
Then your fiance will build you a bakery.
He'll build me the most beautiful kitchen. He's already begun. I have the most beautiful shelving and tables for baking.
Yeah. And that marble that you were building in that house when you were helping him with cabinetry, we know that marble is a great place to roll out pie crust and candy and fondant. So you're on the right road there.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. It is 11:40 here, and I'm now hungry. So I will be going to get something to eat after this is over.
Thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And tell your fiance hello and your dog.
Will do.
All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, that was just very pleasant. I love that, Arturo.
Yes.
Didn't you?
Yes, definitely yes.
Innovation comes in many packages.
Yeah.
And her talent is to make people happy and to create and design in the baking world, and how fulfilling that is. I mentioned something about money, but I'm in education, so I don't make any money much, right? You have to find your passion. You have to find something that makes you want to get up in the morning. and do your job. And I think she's found hers.
Yeah, and I just love the way she's capable of transmitting it. I mean, she not only it's not only like noticeable that she enjoys it and she actually lives it, but the way she shares it, I mean, it pretty much drags you along with her. So it was like a really great experience to listen to her.
Yeah, and like you said, she was a poet.
Yeah.
Well, Arturo, our next guest is here, and
yes.
I'm actually going to promote Stephen right now. So if you want to introduce our 11:45 guest.
Okay, so now he's here.
Yes.
From Indonesia, from Surabaya, East Java. We've got Stephen Michael Cantoso. He's a maker from Surabaya, Indonesia. He created the Caroline doll for his sister to help her sleep.
I love that.
Yeah, and he created this invention with his teammate who was also had the same problem. So let's see what Stephen is going to share with us. So Stephen, hello.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Take it along. All right.
Hello, world. My name is Stephen Michael. I'm from Surabaya, Indonesia. I'm studying at Dharma Mulia Christian School, and I just finished my 4th grade. I'm 10-year-old boy, and I like many other in 10-year-old boy. I love to play online games, either it's solo or with my friend. But today, I'm not going to talk about game. I'm here to talk about my little project, Caroline doll. Caroline doll. I named this Caroline because my sister's name is Caroline. She is 2-year-old girl who loves to dance, and she is so cute and funny. But the problem is my sister cannot sleep alone because she is scared of the dark. After I do brainstorm investigation, I decided to try and solve the problem with my invention. Caroline doll for accompany my sister when she sleeps at dark. Caroline doll is dull and have a alarm clock, speaker for music, and the speaker can tune. I use Faces for the music.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Music.
My system turn on music, and I give LED inside of it. I give LED for make it look cool and give a little bit of lights for my sister. Hopefully she can get good sleep. So anyway, thank you for the time, place, and listening my presentation.
Stephen, what a beautiful story. You're taking care of your little sister. I love that so much. Does she love the doll?
Yes, she loves the doll.
She does? I see you've got some lights in there and some Bluetooth stuff. So how did you come up with the design?
I'm just a doll, and I broke went to the hall for masukkan LED.
And the clock, tell me about the clock in the middle.
This is, and inside of, I give a hole to setting the alarm in here.
Does that wake her up in the morning or?
Yes, she's working.
Arturo, now do you have children, Arturo?
I do. I have a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old and 2 older kids. But yeah, I think that that is a great idea. My little daughter loves dolls, and but she's 5 years old. How old is your sister?
2 years old.
3 years old. Like, have you thought of a product? Well, sorry?
2 years old.
2 years old. So he's younger. Okay. So yeah. So have you thought, because my daughter, that is 5, she likes also toys and dolls, maybe a different kind. So do you have any ideas also for an invention for a little bit older kids based with this awesome idea that you have for your sister?
Thank you.
So do you have any other ideas, Stephen? Any other inventions?
No. I don't know if this is my idea. I want my idea.
Well, I'm sure that you will come up with something. I think it's great. It's a really, really awesome concept.
Who's talking with you right now, Stephen? Who's in the room with you?
With my uncle.
Your uncle's helping you? Well, tell him thank you for helping with the camera.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank
Yes,
you
thank
so
you very
much,
much.
Stephen, and we can't wait to see what your next invention is.
Okay.
Very good job, Stephen.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. They're just getting very talented here, Arturo. I just love their
know.
ideas. I don't think that when I was his age that I was creating things like that. I love to build, like I love to make messes, but that's pretty talented.
Well, yeah, actually, I think that the big difference is how easy it is to get and integrate, and how accessible the technology has brought all of these development platforms, all these new programming languages. I mean, I still remember that when I learned how to program back in the early 80s or the late 70s. I mean, there were no colors, there were no sounds. Maybe the only sound that the computer made was like a beep,
Yeah.
And it actually, you could never think that a kid. I mean, actually, all of these developments were done with people with technical studies or people that were in undergraduate schools and engineering. And right now, the fact that you have all of these new programming languages like Python or like Scratch